One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance.
It's day 2 of the 2021 12 Hours of Hungary. A very good morning to you. Beautiful day just outside of Budapest at this fantastic motorsport facility. And we're ready to really get into the meat of this weekend's race because, yes, we're 2 hours in. So effectively, we've had the qualifying additional to the proper qualifying yesterday to form the grid for today's race. But this, we don't think has ever been done before, this combination where it's 2 hours on a Saturday into 10 hours of running today. And I'm really interested in how the long day today will unfold. Just after 8 o'clock local time in Hungary then. And a reminder of where this sits in the calendar after the season kicked off in January at Dubai for the 24 hours. Then the proper European part of the season got underway with a trip to Tuscany, the traditional trip to Mugello in March with a split race which was 12 hours, 3 on the Friday and 9 on the following day. Circuit Paul Ricard was the scene of a straight-through 12-hour race in April. And then another split race, but with slightly more of it on the Saturday in Hockenheimring with 5.5 hours on day 2. That happened in May. The 24 hours of Barcelona happened after a long wait at the start of September. We're obviously here in Hungary this weekend and very much looking forward to the trip to North America, to Sebring and the famous concrete in Florida over the weekend of the 18th, 19th and 20th of November. We'll bring in Bruce Jones in just a second, but it is good morning for a second day to Lukas Gajewski taking in the feel, the mood this morning on the grid.
Yes, good morning guys and welcome back to Hungary and to Budapest for part 2 of the 12 hours at the Hungaroring. And as you can see, I have woken up in the middle of the grid. The teams, as far as I know, were allowed a couple of minutes ago to go back to their cars, do some bits of work until we will kick off the race again in a couple of minutes. I'm going to pack my stuff as well, Johnny. You can say good morning to Bruce, and then afterwards I'm going to bring you some news from the grid, I would say.
I am mightily impressed that presumably you have not moved a muscle overnight. We said goodnight to you as you pulled the duvet over your head. And literally that is Lucas waking up again for day 2. Pretty much what Bruce Jones has just done as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Johnny. It looks fantastic. Isn't Lucas just such a star? He lives it, he breathes it, he sleeps it and wakes up just in the right place at the right time. But what a morning to wake up to. Bright sunshine. And yes, 2 hours under the belt, but with 10 hours to play for, you can really see why everybody wants to come and play in the Creventic series. It really does work right across the board. And, we have one car that's being a little bit shy. Johnny, I noticed one is it must be Lucas's car. I think drawn the curtains.
Yes, it looks a very similar coloured cover as well, but the white sheet will be removed in a moment or two. Now, the grid formed up then from yesterday's race result, unless, of course, there were laps between cars as the checkered flag was waved, and then it becomes slightly more complicated. Not necessarily if you're in the top class. There's quite a lot of smoke coming from one of the cars on the grid, I notice. And there are limited things you can do before the restart. So is that just a car getting up to temperature, or is there genuine concern? An imperious display again by Herbert Motorsport, and it's actually the 92 car where there is smoke coming from, the right bank of the exhaust. Now that might just be oil temperature getting up to speed. Obviously the engines are permitted to be warmed up and oil changes consistency during that process. It is a coolish start to the day as well. And there doesn't seem to be an immediate concern from those at Herbert looking after both the 91 on pole and the 92 just behind it.
Yeah, normally if there's just one mechanic walking around with his hands in his pockets and just smiling, I think all is well. But just great to see the busyness down on the grid.
So Mercedes, the 85 car, which led for quite a period of time yesterday with Charles Espenlaub, due different drivers today. That's up on its jacks. The 91 car is down on the ground and ready to take the start. But that's about 25 minutes away, so plenty of time to hand to Lukas Gajewski with, I'm sure, a number of interviews before we properly get going.
Yes, and we'll start with the second part of the grid, which is the TCE division. The cars will start from the second group. One of them is the 210 BMW M4 from the Munkhoff Racing team. I can't spot any of the drivers yet, so they might still be enjoying a bit of a break before things start to get serious again. This is actually the only car in the TCX class this weekend, so they are pretty much last on the grid, which isn't only based on the results from yesterday, but also from the fact, or based on the fact, that we will have a split grid for all the classes. Now, the big class, of course, this weekend in the TCE division is TCR. These four cars, two of the Autorama VW Golfs and two of the Audis, one of the title contenders AC Motorsport and the second one over here to our left from the Red Camel Jordan's team. Now all four TCR cars with, let me check, we can see it here on the result list over here, 57 laps on the board. And of course the gaps, which you can see here on the left side, will be closed because it is effectively a new grid. So all four TCR cars still involved into a four-way fight. Now let's check who will take the start. I think it's going to be Rick Broikers who will start to climb into the car. Good morning, Rick. Please tell us, how has your weekend been so far?
I mean, it's quite good. We didn't drive a lot in practice, so qualifying was a bit hard. But I think starting from P2 was quite positive. And then yesterday we made a wrong decision on the strategy and we fell back a little bit. But then towards the end of the race, our tires seemed to be a bit better and we climbed up again to the front. So, and then in the last few laps we dropped down again a little bit because it makes no sense to waste the tires because we're starting on the same lap today anyway. So now today the real race will start and let's see how it goes.
And as we mentioned yesterday with your dad, Ivo, it's the first time for you and your team with Audi in the 24H series, especially in TCR class. Why did you take the decision to bring an Audi to this race?
It's not my decision, but I mean, it's a good experience and we are all enjoying the Audi. And hopefully next year we will be driving a Porsche, but let's see.
Best of luck. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day out there. As you mentioned, guys, it is a very nice morning. Sunshine, not a cloud in sight, but it is actually quite cold, I have to say. Now let's check on the third placed car in TCR class. That's, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the title contending cars in the TCE division. Third place in class TCR, and of course still with a chance to win because all your four TCR cars are still in one big group. So what do you expect for the big part of the race today?
It's a big fight to the finish. I think we are very close in the pace. After, it's always the same problem. If we need to manage the more managed front tires, and the difference is always in the last 15 minutes of the stint. And we will see. We know what we might do, and after push to maximum and manage tire for to the end. Yeah.
I remember your car pitted quite early yesterday in race part 1. Can you tell us what the reason was for that?
It's just we have not checked fire on, and race direction asked us to check that we have do it and just stop and reignition, reset, and we will start. Yeah, it's not a problem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a great day then.
Thank you.
So, as we said, the car of Stéphane Perrin and Mathieu Detry still with a chance to grab the title in TCE division. However, they need to get past these two Volkswagen Golfs in front. The Swiss Autorama team, as you can see on the right-hand side in class pole position, That's the championship winning car from last year, which also took the lead yesterday in race part 1. And over here, very interesting this time, the second car of the team not supporting the very used red and white livery, but it's effectively a green livery as they are racing to support. Well, where's I think we should let Stefan Tanner, the team manager, explain it all, because he is involved and he will know best. There he is. Good morning, Stefan. They're still checking some data. Stefan, can I disturb you for a second? I think, first of all, we need to explain the reason behind your green livery on the 112 car this weekend.
Yeah, this is the Green Hope car. It's a project from a driver from us, from Christoph Lenz, and it's a very cool thing with the kids. We have 3 families here from this organization, and it's very cool.
And I think the big target of it is to raise money and donate money to fight cancer. Is that true?
Yes, this is true. We have before last week we have a big event in Wetzikon in our workshop. And there is a lot of money comes together, and now we hope more and more, and it's a very good thing. You can go off to our homepage, and then you can make a vote for this. Yeah.
And the idea is that there is money donated with every lap the car does in this race.
Yeah, this. Yeah.
So we'll definitely cross our fingers that there are as many laps as possible. In general, a very good race for you yesterday with both of your cars in the TCE lead.
Yeah, it is. It was very close. It was like a sprint race, and maybe the next 10 hours is also the sprint race. We hope the best for both cars.
And Stefan, can you give us a bit of an update in terms of strategy? Because some of the cars pitted quite late yesterday before the end of part 1 of the race. So when do you expect all the TCR cars to pit for the first time?
Yeah, we see the strategy last day was the same. You come in early, and then you have a little bit better tire to the end. We make other thing. We go out or stay out how long we can, and then we make change tires and refueling in the last time it's possible. And now it's 0, and the race begins now.
Stefan, all the best. Thank you very much. So that's your TCR and TCE grid. I'm going to throw it back to you guys and make my way towards the GT grid then.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a walk for you. Thank you, Lucas, for now. And you make a great point that we have 4 cars on the lead lap, and from first to fourth was just over 1 minute and 10 seconds, 1:11.6 to be exact, from the Autorama, the white and red Golf, back to the red Camel Jordans.nl. The new Audi RS3 for that team, at least. And TCR, let's face it, little slim on the ground, but what is great to see, Bruce, is that they're all in the fight after 2 hours.
Exactly so, but also the thing that stood out to me was when Rick Broikers was pointing out, he said, we just backed off, we just saved the tyres. It's not about racing to the end of that second hour. It's, of course, always trying to stay on that lead lap. But again, seeing someone like Rick here, wearing the overalls he was wearing last weekend in Valencia, the overalls of the Mad Panda Motorsport team. So, you know, we have to remember in this, we have a lot of people flitting between types of cars, but talking about flitting between cars, that's our man Lucas. Down to you.
And yes, here we are in the GT part of the grid. This is the only GT4 car this time. It's the ST Racing BMW M4. That's another title contender in terms of the GT division. Had a bit of a difficult day yesterday, and let's find out more about it. How was your day yesterday? Especially qualifying seemed to be a bit difficult.
Qualifying was actually pretty good. Samantha drove the car in qualifying, and it's just a shame that our competitors from back home are not here this weekend. RHC Jorgensen Strom, our good buddies that we had a good battle with at Barcelona. We were hoping to have another good battle with them here, but just want to give them a little shout out that we missed you guys. We wish you were here racing against us, but fantastic track. Glad to be racing here in Hungary with Creventic, and looking forward to Sebring as well. So it's been a fantastic season so far with ST Racing. We won Dubai in the GT4 class, we won Barcelona in the GT4 class, and just happy to be racing here on kind of a chilly morning. So quick shout out to my co-drivers who are also still in their beds at the moment. So I'll take the start for today.
That's very kind from you. So you are the only car in GT4 this time, but of course you are one of the title contenders, so it's pretty much just about scoring points this time.
Yeah, scoring points, and look, we can't control who else shows up to the race weekends. We're committed to this championship, committed to this series from day one, and like I said, just really thrilled to be here with ST Racing all season long, every year, and doing our best no matter what. We, like I said, we can't control who else shows up, and what the other competitors do. We can only control our own efforts, and we're really proud of our efforts thus far throughout the whole season, and going to continue putting forward 100% every race, no matter what.
That's great. Have a great day then. Thank you.
Thank you.
So then we have a look at all the other competitors of the GT grid. Over there is the 955 Porsche. That's the only 991 class car this weekend. The Willy Motorsport by AB Motors car. We spoke to one of the drivers yesterday. Pretty much the same situation. It's just about scoring points for them as they are the only car in class. Same for the Vortex. There is Philippe Bonnel, who will take the start in a car that had some troubles yesterday. Let's try to speak to Philippe. Good morning, Philippe. All good for you? All good?
Sorry?
How was your day yesterday, Philippe?
Not so good. Not so good. I hope today that will be better.
Oh, it will be for sure. You had electrical issues yesterday? Electrical issues yesterday?
Sorry, I don't hear you.
You had electrical issues yesterday, is that right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yesterday we were a problem with the oil pump, but today I think everything is okay.
All the best for you. Thank you very much. So as we mentioned, the Vortex spent quite a lot of time in the pits yesterday. Team did a great job to repair it in time to bring it back out onto the circuit in order to avoid the 10-lap penalty in case you are in the pits at the point where the race ends. Now this, another very interesting car. We spoke to Nicolas Michelin yesterday, the only Super Trofeo Lamborghini in the grid, or on the grid this time. Always a cracking car just to look at. And then over here, this is of course one of the big topics. Once again, we saw this car out at Barcelona for the very first time. That's the new Evo 2 package of the Audi R8. And if Seb, our cameraman, comes to the back, we can show you one of the interesting items on this car. This is the new rear ring with a different mounting, and that does, well, things. We try to find someone from Audi later on to explain it with a bit more detail than I'm able to, but it's definitely very nice to have that car on the grid again. They have been very competitive yesterday with Martin Rum from Estonia behind the wheel yesterday, and because of the regulations, they will not start in the middle of the GT3 field, but they actually have to start behind our 6 GT3 cars. We can find them over there, and we'll have a look now as well. Over here on the right, there is the only Bmw M6 JR Motorsport, bringing this car for the first time ever in the 24H series, and it's still nice to see the M6, which is kind of having a farewell tour now before the M4 will take over next year. Still very nice to see it on the grid. All good for you guys? Fantastic. That's very good to know. Driver already focusing, as of course is the driver over here in the MP Racing Mercedes. Let's check with Corinna Gostner, who is over here waiting to send the car on their way. Good morning. All good for you?
Yeah, hi.
How was your race yesterday?
Really good. It was a nice race. I just did the last time, half an hour. Today my father starts, then I took 2 hours, and then my brother will start again. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's so nice here, the track. It's very technical, really nice track.
Fantastic. Enjoy your day then. Thank you very much. So that's your MP Racing Mercedes. There is Gary Williams, one of the Creventic officials. I'm very sure we'll speak to one of them during the day as well, because as some of you might know, this is actually the replacement race for the Coppa Floria 12 Hours of Sicily that needed to be cancelled. More on that a bit later on. Now, this was one of the interesting topics yesterday as well. This is the second Herbert Motorsport Porsche that was a lap down just before the end of the race. And then the leading car, the 91 Herbert Porsche, which is over there, slowed down on the last few laps in order to allow the 92 car to be back on the lead lap. Is that correct, Bobby Gonzalez? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, good morning. Great teamwork, yes. We are lucky that our teammates slow down a bit to cool down, and we have the chance to overtake him. So we're on the same lap. So brings us in a good position for today for the race. And hopefully we will have the same result like last time.
And that's one of the reasons behind the success of Herbert in this championship, isn't it? It's not only about going flat out all the time, it's really about thinking whatever the race might throw at you.
Yeah, sure. That it is the quantity of fueling. What is the ending time? Normally, it was a small mistake of our other car. The fueling not so much. We don't know exactly the reason. So we are also human. So everybody makes mistakes. Normally, we should be in the same lap. So they fueling not so much. So we have then missing the time. So that was a problem for our race. But strategy is the first in the endurance race. Not only flat, no contacts, no mistakes. Then you have a good position to win.
And as we speak about strategy, can you give us an update when you expect which GT3 car to come in again?
I think the fueling level is nearly the same. I think it will be the first pits will be after 35-40 minutes. So there will be maybe the first stops, and we will see who will be staying and who will be follow up then. Yeah.
All right, Bobby, thank you very much. Now I'm going to show the result list to Sepp, our cameraman, once again, because if we look at the restart laps again, we can see that the first three cars, the 91 Herbert Motorsport car, as well as the CP Racing Mercedes, as the second Herbert Motorsport car, the 92 car that we just saw, are still on the lead lap. So these are the three main cars in contention. Then next up is the number 18 Rotronic Racing Audi. That's the car we are standing next to. They are already a lap down, but of course it's a rather short lap here at the 4.3 kilometer Hungaroring. That is the car in question, still the, let's call it Evo 1 Audi. Just saw Pierre Caffe walking around the car. He's not being the starting driver this morning, so all is ready here. There is your third placed car, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and then over here is the CP Racing Mercedes. Very, very good race yesterday, and I'm going to check if we can still have a word with the driver. That looks all right. Yeah, I think we can still disturb him for a second. Very good morning. How are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm very great, thank you very much. A bit tired, to be honest, and I definitely need a coffee. But I'll have the chance, much in contrast to you, because there is another very, very interesting stint coming up. What do you expect from the first few laps this morning?
It should be interesting. Obviously, highly competitive front end here. Pretty cold, the coldest we've dealt with in a few races here in the series. So have to get those Hankook tires up to temperature and just hang on. You know, it's a 10-hour race, so we'll run our pace.
And what do you think in terms of strategy? When do you have to come in, and what do you think about the two Herbert cars next to you?
Our calculations show they should be out of gas a little before us. You know, we were able to take a full load there at the end, and it looked like they short-filled. So we'll see how it plays out with the code. Hopefully, you know, with the code 60s and stuff, you know, it's always an adventure in the endurance stuff.
Have a great race then. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. It's actually very nice and warm in there. I might want to step in, but I won't be allowed. Now over here is the pole-sitting car, the number 91 Porsche from Herbert. Now the engines are fired up. That means we will clear the grid, and it's over to you guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, because Luca's having to make a rather swift exit there, with marshals ushering those that remain on the grid to the pit lane, to safety, because we're moments away from another rolling start. Just 7 minutes to go to the restart of the race. So Herbert Motorsport will restart in pole position, having completed 63 laps yesterday. We'll wait to see who they've chosen to start that car, although our graphic suggests it will be Ralph Bone again. He did plenty of driving yesterday too. Surprised that it's Charles Espenlaub, and this is certainly the case because we just caught up with Charles courtesy of Lucas. He did all the driving yesterday and is set for at least one more stint this morning in the CP Racing Mercedes, also starting on the front row. Second row will be the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, put back onto the lead lap after good teamwork from Herbert, so also starts with 63 laps to its name. And then after 62 laps yesterday, the number 18 Rotronic Racing by TECE Audi R8. JR Motorsports BMW M6 GT3 did 61 laps in part one of the race, so that starts 2 laps down, car number 2 from 5th position. And then the 58 MP Racing Mercedes, which has done 60 laps. Into the into the P4 category, actually, first of all, the 500 car collection Motorsport Audi, and that car managed 63 laps yesterday as well. But interestingly, even though it's on the same number of laps as the first 3 cars on the grid, It's been put back into 7th place because of the class split overnight. The 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini starting from 8th position, and then the 701 Vortex V8, the 1.0 from the French squad. Heard from Philippe Bonnel on the grid as well. That will start from 9th position, but as the 2nd place car in GTX, that's many laps down, 23 in total, because of over an hour spent in the pits fixing that belt and the oil pump related issue. 955 Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche 911 is 10th. The ST Racing number 438 BMW comes next, and we will then mention who is at the front end of the TCE series, because it is a front row for Autorama Motorsport. Both of their VW Golfs starting on the lead lap, with starting drivers to be revealed, but the number 1 and the 112 are alongside one another. Then the AC Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS DSG, which also starts on the lead lap, car 188 for the Belgian team, and the Dutch squad Red Camel Jordans.nl with a third different car, because of course they've been plying their trade with the new Porsche Cup car, not yet eligible to be in the 991 class. So that's been running as a GTX category car previously, but they have gone back to TCR, but a new machine for them, the front-wheel drive Audi RS3, the booted Audi car 101, and Rick Breukers was on the grid a moment or two ago. We'll wait to see whether it's he that starts, or brother Luke, or father Ivo. Marco Poland, finally, is the 5th placed car in the TCE series. That's the 210 numbered BMW M4. So many cars this weekend carrying onboard cameras for us to talk a great deal about. The 955 will be started by Sabino Di Castro, and this starts at the front of the 991 class. In fact, the only car in the 991 class, but the interesting thing for us was that it was taking the fight to at least one GTX car, i.e. the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo yesterday. So it does have competition, and that's something that they will have selected, I'm sure, at the start of yesterday. Sven Herberger elected to be, or selected as the starting driver for part 2 of this year's 12 Hours of Hungary in the Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi. That car will be starting from 4th position, with Pierre Caffer to come a little later on. The 438 BMW from the Canadian team ST Racing, starting with John Miller, who was at the seat of and in the controls as we closed last night at 6:30. So John, you don't have to start incidentally with the driver that you finished with yesterday, but John choosing to do so. The 720 car will have Aldrius Butkavicius for RD Sainz Racing Team, also as the class leader in GTX. But I think, as I say, the GTX leader and the 991 class leader will have a good dice. One car starting on 59 laps, the 991 leader starting on 60 laps, so there's already 1 lap between them, but the 720 has proved to be sometimes a little quicker. So we'll see how that pans out over 10 hours, and of course I'm sure there'll be the odd reliability problem here and there. Marco Poland starts the Munkoff Racing BMW M4 GT4 from the back of the grid, yes, but the 210 car again was finding some decent competition to race with at times yesterday. They also didn't necessarily have the luck in the 210, being just a lap back from the TCR field, but not yet showing its true pace. And it's Lukasz Stolarczyk who will be at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf in pole position for the TCE race. Remember, 2 separate races happening at the same time in this championship, and trophies of equal size being given out to the GT Series and TCE Series champions by the end of the year. The Green Hope backed 112 from Autorama Motorsport. The Green Hope backing means that it is running in a full green livery, sort of similar to Tracy Krone's green colours that he's run for years and years. And of course Tracy was in action last weekend at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for the latest round of NLS. So that's the 112 Golf that I'm talking about, with Jasmine Preissig, who got at least 40 odd minutes under her belt yesterday, and she is the restarting driver this morning. Philippe Bonnel, who didn't have a moment to lose, it sounded like, with the interview from Lucas on the grid, but he's now been installed in the 701 Vortex 1.0, and that car, sadly, many laps down. They can treat today, though, as a completely separate day, and let's see how the Vortex gets on in terms of the amount of mileage it can complete, because if the plan is to take one or both Vortexes to Sebring in just over a month's time, they will be grateful, I'm sure, of lots of running today. So 10 hours lie in front of all of these cars and all of these drivers. Actually, the bulk of the drivers haven't even had any race action so far. So they will take some bedding in, you sense, and maybe some are still in bed, frankly, at nearly 8:30 in the morning. But it will be Charles Espenlaub on the outside of Alfred Renauer in the number 91 Porsche to take the restart of the 12 Hours of Hungary, the 7th edition of this race. That it's been a 7-year gap since we were racing with Creventic, and now trying to thread the eye of the needle is Marco Seefried in the number 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. It is just about 3 abreast as they head into turn 1. This difficult hairpin with the right-hand flick just afterwards. I think just about contact was avoided, but Marco Seefried almost up to second place. If he can close the Mercedes off, which he's just about done, it is a Herbert 1-2, and they are both, Bruce Jones, now on the lead lap.
Well, I was really impressed there, Johnny, how Charles Espenlaub was not taking no for an answer, but I was concerned when he got his left-hand wheels onto the curbing, cold. The driver was saying how cold it was on the grid and trying to get heat in those tyres. He ducked it out, but you're racing Marco Seefried. He's not going to back off at all. So really good, tidy start, but nobody's saying after you, Claude, at all. But those Herbert cars, they've got them where they want them, at the front of the queue. But in behind, everyone's just got to remember, tyre temperature, so vital. Don't be a fool halfway around the opening lap.
Yeah, it's easy to think the car is in exactly the same condition as it was last night as we closed for play, and that was after 2 hours of running, of course, with tyres nice and sticky and brake temperature high as well, whereas today a coolish restart, although the sun looking very nice indeed to give the track a warm glow, but it will take a while for the race cars to get up to a similar temperature. So with the daunting task of 10 hours appearing on the clock and starting to count down, 9:55, 911 class leader from Billy Motorsport by Ebby Motors, so this Romanian-Italian combination, and Sabino Di Castro, the starting driver. This car is running in 8th place then, with, how many laps did I say had been completed by this car so far? 60. So it is slightly better off than the 720 RD Signs Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. Crossing the line now, the 955 has the JR Motorsport Bmw M6 up ahead with Ruud Olij in the number 2 car, and 62 laps for that BMW. But at the moment, the pace from the 955 is just about equal to that GT3 car.
Really is looking very busy. A couple of points around the opening lap. The nose was almost up the inside. That moment when a driver thinks, hey, here's... No, actually, we've got 9 hours and 55 minutes remaining back in. But in fact, the Audi in behind is now starting to catch them. So I think Ruud Olij is doing a very good job in that black number 2 BMW. But right now, he's definitely holding up the 955 behind. So for Sabino Di Castro, it's a question of, look, be careful. But I think a move is coming. But actually, as I say that now, Ruud Olij is... Maybe he was just being careful with his tyres. He's just trying to find a half-second advantage, but he'll feel a whole lot happier when the Audi gets onto the tail of the 955 Porsche, which I reckon will happen on this lap. And then at least the Porsche driver, Sabino Di Castro, will be very busy indeed trying to hold off. But alas, the Vortex into the pits very quickly.
Yeah, that's a disappointment. They were able to get the car back into the race so that they didn't have to take the 10-lap penalty, because, of course, if it was outside Parc Fermé rules overnight, that is the accepted penalty by the regulations, but already straight in. And the concentration is, if anything, on the rear, as in they're removing those tyres first. And it is not a quick process either, because there are 5 studs to have to loosen, and then it looks like actually they're being tightened up again. So the wheels come off, and some investigative work has already taken place. Nose to tail for the battle for second place. So remember, the white and green Porsche number 92 got ahead of 85 Mercedes from CP Racing at the restart of the race, but Charles Espenlaub is now right with Marco Seefried, keeping him honest. There's a car just ahead of the leader there, I think, rejoining potentially from the pits.
Yeah, one has to presume that, but the thing I noticed there is that it's the BMW that started right at the tail of the field.
Yeah.
But what I noticed coming down the start-finish straight with, what, effectively finishing the second or is it third lap, it's happened to move so quickly, was the fact that Seefried was still moving around, trying to get heat into his tyres. And this is, you know, some point into the race, but again, that's the voice of experience, I think, playing there. But Charles Espenlaub has really, you said he did all the driving, was it, yesterday for CP Racing? Well, he is in the groove, because he's really attacking, which is great to see at the front of the field. But in the TCE class, how close would you like it?
Yeah, it's an interesting difference in the rules, I suppose, because you are permitted to run for 2 hours, particularly if there's likely to be a pit stop, which there has to be for a GT car in that first chunk of the race. But naturally, you're going to go over the 2 hour mark because the checkered flag never falls exactly at 2 hours, but you subtract the time spent in the pit. So Charles was okay. Then he needs the rest period. Now, as per the race, he actually hasn't had any rest period because he's not got out of the car, but I believe that's overlooked because you do technically have rest, a whole night's rest, to then restart the race. So you can start with whomever you wish. It's an interesting tactic from CP Racing to put Charles back in the car again. He's using lots of hours, just about one of the quickest drivers in that quartet. That also includes Charlie Putman, Shane Lewis and Joe Foster. But yes, they're kind of front-loading that car with lots of race pace. Maybe that was the idea, to make sure they were guaranteed of a lead lap restart this morning. But it's going to be interesting to see how everyone else inserts into the strategy through the course of today.
Now, the car that came out of the pits was the Samantha Tan Racing, the ST Racing Bmw M4. John Miller brought it in and brought it out again. So that was just coming in for fuel. And the Vortex likewise was getting fuel, but as we saw, getting a little bit of a tighten up of the rear wheels for whatever reason. But
well, maybe it was just a simple change of tyres, I suppose.
I think so.
I caught a glimpse of the Vortex, and unfortunately, with the race they've had, you immediately think problem, but that could well have been, as you suggest, just a scheduled pit stop, with hopefully their problems behind them. They've had a better year, generally speaking, through the course of 2021, with race finishes and good race results as well, podiums along the way. So the Vortex 701 is back in the race. Careful not to cross the blend line. It was a little close there, but that car certainly didn't. It's not quite firing back into full life just yet, but we'll give it a moment. It is early in the day.
Well, good to see it back in there, but of course it's parked Fairmay overnight, so they couldn't attend to the cars and fix and fettle anything that was not good. But did we hear the voice of Lucas down in the pits?
I certainly heard something. Let's get to him.
Just a quick update to confirm what you've mentioned. The ST Racing BMW came in just to change tyres. That was on plan, and the Vortex car did both, tyres and fuel.
Excellent, thank you for that confirmation. And therefore nothing to be concerned about yet for any of the runners. So everyone that started the race yesterday was able to take the restart. The beauty of having such a small portion, I suppose, on day one, as the Porsche goes purple. Now remember, times yesterday are not taken into account because of that, so that is a fastest lap for today alone. For Marco Seefried in the number 92 Porsche. He's just done a 1:45.147 on lap 67, not quite at 87 just yet. 4 seconds the gap between the two Herbert Porsches.
Just what I was about to say, but in fact he's not hauling Alfred Renard down quickly. There's only 0.2 of a second between them, so they'd be careful. They've brought their tyres up to temperature. But Marco Seefried, how many years has he been racing Porsches? He just sort of gets in, knows where everything sits. But I've been really, really impressed with the way that Charles Espinal is sitting on his tail. For the last few laps, the gap from second to third had just gone out a little bit. But as I said, spotted Marco Seefried still working those tyres. It's still a cold morning. It might look fabulously sunny. The sun still actually right in the drivers' faces at certain points on the circuit. But the temperature gradient is going to really go up very, very quickly indeed, I think. Yes, it's autumn, but with full sunshine, not a cloud to be seen. Don't forget, it's Hungary. It's still going to be pretty warm at this time of year, but it had that cold overnight period, and poor Lucas sleeping out on the grid with his duvet on him. You know, he'll be able to tell us how cold it was.
Forecast for Budapest today, a high expected of 22 Celsius, but a low of 9. So that is quite a difference, quite a swing, as you say, and it will warm up over the next hour, at the very least, and continue to climb to midday, 1 o'clock. We're racing through till 6:30 local time, as we did yesterday, albeit only a 4:30 start, though, yesterday afternoon. After a busy day with a couple of private tests, there was then some pre-practice. The private test, at least one of them was interrupted for the need for barrier repairs, so that was cut short. Pre-practice ran as scheduled, though, and then a 30-minute all-in qualifying to decide the initial grid for the 12 Hours of Hungary. But as Peter Snowden was saying yesterday, effectively the 2 hours becomes a qualifying race to then dictate how the order of the cars for today. The other thing to point out is the contact into turn 1 at the start of the race yesterday between the 58 Mercedes and the 91 Porsche. The scarring down the right side sill of Porsche 91 is still evident because, of course, they couldn't address that during Parc Fermé rules. There's probably not a lot they can do in the race itself, but that car will not be handling as it did in qualifying, Bruce. As it turns right at turn 6, the battered and bruised right side of the car is certainly evident.
Damage always seems less on a black car because you get it on the shady side, you can't really see, but actually it hasn't affected it too much. New fastest lap of this morning's time to Alfred Renauer, so he's pulled out half a second on the chasing, but slightly losing out at the moment. Marco Seefried, but riding the curves. And I just think, whenever I sit back and I think, what is the best way to split a 12-hour race? Okay, as I was coming here this morning, I was thinking, is it 4 hours then 8, or is that just to make it easier for the commentators for the second leg? But I suppose the element, the earlier you stop it, if you're still on the same lap, you sort of lost less. You know, you've got more of a chance of keeping on the lead lap if you stop it after 2 hours than you would after 4.
That's true.
So it does keep the field tighter for the restart, you know, rather than having those fixed lap intervals between the groupings. But I think from a team point of view, yes, they see the efficiency of practice and qualifying on the Saturday, get a bit of the race under the belt. I think 2 and 10 is good. 3 and 9, would it be better? 4 and 8. But the fact is, they can choose how they split it, when they split it. And I think one thing, the circuits, of course, fantastic circuits raced on by the 24-hour 8 series, but it's also just a chance for drivers to really get stuck in to the format of the meeting.
Yes.
And it's like in the World Endurance Championship, the way some are 6 hours, some are 8 hours, etc. And it does
we did
make
have 4
the
hour
teams,
races in that, of course,
yeah,
in the
exactly,
past too.
really think about how they're going to split the job. But the fact that some of the drivers haven't driven in this race yet, they're still the ones in the hotel saying, another croissant.
Yeah, exactly.
Here comes the trolley.
Why not? I'm not on till midday or whatever time it may be. Interestingly as well, that this is the shortest track we visit all year. So again, the 2-hour format on a first day works quite well because shorter track, more easy or more likely that you'll fall off the lead lap if you're in one of the slower cars. So you've got more cars in contention, therefore. I still think, actually, completely spinning it the other way, at Hockenheimring earlier on in the year, we had more running on day 1 than day 2. 6.5 hours on the Saturday, 5.5 hours on the Sunday. Again, a completely different prospect and strategy. You know, you pull out a completely different spreadsheet in order to enter that race, and we've had all sorts of different ways of doing 12-hour races, including Ricard, which was a straight, traditional 12-hour race. So all tastes catered for.
Yeah, no, I really do think it's a good consideration. And do we know what the split's going to be when we go to Sebring next month?
I thought that was all the way through, in truth.
Yeah, I think it is, but I just want to check with you.
I'll dig out the schedule, because I'm sure it's out and been released. But good question, because COTA 24-hour hasn't been. I remember, 24-hour race was stretched across 2 full days in the past.
Yeah. But I suppose Sebring, you'd have to go with the tradition of just running 12 hours straight if you're going to sort of mimic that. But again, interesting to hear from John Miller on the grid about he's really looking forward to welcoming some of his American colleagues back when they do go out to Sebring. But great to have John coming over here with Chandler Hull and just experiencing tracks they haven't done before. And for a lot of the drivers in this series, they won't have raced on the Hungaroring unless they were with the series quite some years ago. Was it 7 years ago they were last here?
Yes. 2014, correct. Yeah, so it's been a little while, and obviously it wasn't the original plan to come here. This round forms the alternative to the Coppa Florio, and admittedly a disappointment not to be in Italy this weekend, but also every credit to those at Hungaroring who were able to find the vacant weekend and welcome Creventic back to this championship, to this race rather, for round 6 of the championship, and calendar yet to be announced for next year, although we know where Dubai is going to sit, of course, in January again. But yes, with an event that goes well here this weekend, then that leaves Creventic with a nice problem to have in terms of where to visit next year. No calendar we do have a calendar for next year. I must have talked about that at a previous race, in fact. I'll dig that one out as well.
Yeah, you dig that out. I'll just talk about the fantastic lead in the battle in the TCE class. The 2 Audis, Rick Breukers is being pushed very hard indeed by Mathieu Detry in the AC Motorsport RS on RS3 LMS, and they're remarkably similar cars, but the orange flashes, the orangey red flashes.
So the 210 car, we understand, has caused a brief yellow flag. The 101 Audi was properly mounting the curb, and the reason he was doing that was avoiding a spinning BMW M4, Bruce.
Yeah, sitting sort of 3/4 of the car diagonally across the track, and in fact, a bit of caution there from Rick Breukers, but it actually enabled him. He was reacted slightly better than Mathieu Detry and has managed to open out an advantage, but it was only half a second between them on the start-finish straight. But Rick settling in, as you'd expect a professional racing driver, to this RS3 just with great ease, and it's great to see, frankly, the Red Camels team try something new. But Mathieu Detry is really hanging on. But I've always noticed over the years, the AC Motorsport Audis, they really do have a good handle on these RS3s. They've run them for a long time, and that looks really, really nicely balanced. Mathieu Detry, less flamboyant than Rick. Rick will always use a bit more of the curbing on the outside of the corner and just doing it absolutely as if on cue. But you know, don't forget, last weekend he was in a GT3 Mercedes. It's the world of Rick Breukers.
Yes.
The world is where he goes racing, and you know, the point of the matter, and I think it's a great thing. It's almost harking back to the, you know, earlier decades when drivers hop from car to car, from weekend to weekend. Not all the same, and I think it's great for them, as well as the fact it's always interesting to see, you know, they provide a yardstick. You can be sure that Mathieu Detry is enjoying the fact he's hanging right on the tail of Rick Breukers, because Rick, you know, races everywhere, races everything, and Mathieu is, they're about to be lapped. And the race leader pops in between them on the dive down to turn one, and then dives up the inside. The two Audis are no longer separated, but actually they were very good there. They used their mirrors, stayed hard over to the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. No problem at all for the race leader. Slight problem, unfortunately, for Michael Siegfried in the second-place car, who gets past one, but not the second one by turn 3.
Yeah, wasn't quite close enough to capitalise on the gaps made by the team car, but we'll go right around the outside of Rick Breukers there to show how good a GT3 car is, even off the racing line, to just dodge around the leading 101 car, at least for today's event. And yes, into day 2, the 101 does lead this race then with the 92 now safely in clear and remaining in second place.
Yeah, but the important thing there, okay, slightly delayed, but he had actually halved the gap from 4 and a bit seconds down to 2.5 seconds, 2.3 seconds. Unfortunately for Michael Siegfried, he's lost a few of those moments all over again, but the fact is he had been hunting down the race leader. Now, just we had that BMW that spun, the Marco Polo driven car, that's continued on its way. That's the Munkoff Racing BMW M4, so now no damage done, but certainly where he put it diagonally across the track, that was a matter of concern, albeit rather briefly. And the CP Racing Mercedes has rather fallen off the tail of Marco Siegfried. He's about 5 seconds back now, and Charles Espinal, has just got past those two Audis. They didn't interrupt him too much. Second one just being passed now.
So, news on the various questions I was asking myself, and indeed you were asking about Sebring, first of all, Bruce. That will be a straight-through 24-hour race with a 1 o'clock start local. So twice around the clock, and our third 24-hour race of the season. So Dubai, Barcelona, and then on to Sebring. And next year's race calendar, if only I'd looked a little further down the 24hseries.com website. There it is as a drop-down with Dubai kicking things off, as I suggested it would. The 6 hours of Abu Dhabi follows the very next weekend, the 21st and 22nd of January, and then there are visits to Mugello, Spa, as yet an unannounced date, so that's TBA. 12 hours of Hockenheimring as we did this year, the 24 hours of Portimao, which didn't take place this year but is planned for July, and then Barcelona at the start of September with another visit to Sebring next November. So not this November, but 2022 it's already in the book for the new season. So that all to come, but we really must concentrate on what's happening right in the moment, and the BMW M6, which restarted some laps down, 2 compared to the race leaders, from the 500 car, but the 500 is on the lead lap and therefore is about to put another lap on car 2. 500 is in 4th with Martin Lechman at the wheel, and the number 2 car being driven by Ruud Olij in the M6, which is 6th place.
Worth reiterating, Johnny, that of course the number 500, the car collection Motorsport Audi, the Evo version, had to start at the tail of that grouping.
Yes.
Of the pack, because it wasn't a GT3 car, but a GT3 car plus in terms of looks. And you know, this weekend there's a GT2 race down at Paul Ricard, so people do like the plus versions, and certainly this will be the next version. And again, so many of these cars getting these sort of swan neck rear wing supports now. And well, we're waiting for a technical report from Lucas on that. He said he'd find someone with a greater technical understanding, but he does have a Lamborghini visiting him in the pits.
Yep, arriving at the foot of Lucas Gajewski with, it looks like a full service. Lucas, 720 will take a little while before it heads up to the fueling area, which we established yesterday, Lucas, is actually in the pit lane rather than being in a separate paddock area.
Yes, that's absolutely true. And we saw a driver change just happening. I'm gonna see if I can find the driver who just climbed out. We spoke to Nicolas Michelon yesterday, who was quite happy with his race, and he's sharing the car with two of the Lithuanian teammates. One of them now out of the car, the other one in. And yeah, just give me a second and I'm trying to find the driver.
No problem. I have a feeling we might have caught you on the hop a little bit there, so you take your time, and it's Audrius Butkavicius that you are looking for, by the way, the Lithuanian driver, who has just stepped out of that machine and now up to the fueling area, which is a separate coned off part of the pit lane at pit out, basically, and the speed limit drops yet further to 20 kilometers per hour, where there are 5-6 separate pumps. But remember that those pumps can be used by any team, depending on which is vacant at any time a car arrives.
One thing about having the refueling point in the pit lane is you can always look up from your garage and see whether anybody else is in it. So, and that's certainly a helping hand. I know, of course, Lucas did give us a clue as to why he might have been caught out. Not that he was. He did mention he was off for a coffee.
Good point, yes. Yeah, at this time of the day, he needs to take on some fuel as well. So I wonder whether he was actually even in the pit lane whilst talking to them. I'm sure he was, because Seb, the cameraman, was there as well.
Sounds like he's there right now. Lucas.
Chuckling away?
Yes, I was, and there is Audrius who just got out of the car. Good morning, Audrius. Tell us, how is it out there on the circuit right now?
It's good. I think I have very good speed from me, and and I think it's everything okay.
And I still find it quite chilly down here in the pit lane. How is it in terms of tire temperature?
Don't understand it.
Is it hard to get the tires on temperature?
Yes, for me, not very difficult, because in Lithuania we don't have possibility working with heating system, and this is for me was easy, and I have good temperature, and from first lap I was good speed.
So which championships do you normally do back in Lithuania?
We have Baltic State International Championship. In this championship finished last weekend. Our team was champions in this championship, and all good. But we don't have, our tracks is smallest, not same as F1 track. And our team is one of point, but we thinking next year participate more in the 24 hours series.
Well, congratulations then, first of all, for your championship victory. So is this your first time now with the 24H series?
No, this is third time. We was first race our team in the Mugello last year, second in this year, and this is third race in our team in 24 hours.
Would be great to see you back. Thank you very much, Audrius.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm busy looking up the Baltic States Endurance Championship now to see which race meetings they went to. But yes, I got as far as the fact that I think this is the third meeting that they've taken place at Radi Signs, and he said the first time that in the Creventic Championship was at Mugello in 2020, which was the race actually held outside of its normal place in the year. Didn't happen in March. It wasn't until I think October that Mugello took place eventually last year, Bruce.
Yeah, but actually just thinking about what Audrius was saying is the fact that we don't know too much about these championships, but you can see for them it's a massive springboard, racing on small circuits at home to suddenly be racing across the rest of Europe on Grand Prix circuits, and of course doing the 24H series, they've got a chance to get lots of time on track. It's got to be such a good learning process for them, and I think actually a very good car to be running in is that Lamborghini in the GTX class. So, you know, they could get a few more cars in that class. They can go for a class championship in that, and I can really see that growing and growing. Right, one car that has been going very well since the start of the race is the Porsche that's racing in the class of its own, the 991 from Willy Motorsport by Ibi Motors, and Sabina De Castro just lapping at good, sensible speed at the moment, but no one, of course, is lapping quite as fast as Alfred Renauer at the front. He's got the advantage out nearly to 4 seconds again. And, just going back to the Willy Motorsport Porsche, it's racing on its own in its class, but the 991 class is one that normally has a really good grouping of cars, and really that's one of the things that I think sometimes can get a little bit overlooked. We look at how Herbert Motorsport is normally at the very front of the field with its Porsches, and I say Porsches because they have more than one, quite clearly, but the 991 battle, almost everywhere you go, is just really good, and the cars are rock solid, and I can see why that's attractive to a lot of drivers. Racing on Grand Prix circuits, you know, get yourself a ride in one of the 991 Cup class cars, and they do what they say on the tin.
And 955 Willy Motorsport come here with good form as well, having won last time out in a 24-hour race at Barcelona. Remember, an uninterrupted 24-hour race, so they know this car is ultra reliable, although I'm sure a number of its components have been switched. I'd be interested to know whether it's exactly the same race engine, in fact, that has done 24 hours in Barcelona and then straight on to this split race in Hungary. 955 was at Hockenheimring back in May, but they finished just off the podium in 4th place with the same driver lineup. Didn't go to Ricard, but they did win the Mugello 12 hours this year, in fact, by 3 laps, so a convincing victory for Willy Motorsports, who have just about taken part in every race so far this season. The 4-litre flat 6 sounding very strong this morning, as then the brakes are hit to negotiate turn 1, and on it will go on to its 75th lap, with the race leaders now working lap 79. Alfred Renauer and Marco Seefried separated by just under 4.5 seconds, with Charles Espenlaub due to cross the line any moment now. He is still on the lead lap, but doesn't quite have the same speed this morning as maybe he was carrying yesterday, although there were times yesterday when, I don't know whether it was tyres, whether it was the car getting slightly off the racing line and into the dust, but Charles would be overtaken in areas of the track that I wouldn't have expected him to have been by a couple of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, and I think one of the Audis as well. So at times Charles was up against it, so they may have been dealing with setup, maybe going in one direction and finding that was the wrong way to go. So that's something that can be slowly adjusted through the course of the race, but it would need to be done in the pit stops. Nothing could have been done about setup overnight.
No, and of course, if you're not happy with your setup ready for this first stint, as you say, it's got to go through to the end. But you know, Charles was right on the pace of the 2 Herbert Porsches for the Motorsport Porsches for the first 2, 3, 4 laps. But now he's 15 seconds, nearly 16 seconds back on Alfred Renauer. Traffic's still a little bit of an issue for various drivers. Okay, we've got 16 cars going around the circuit, but at points around the Hungary, anyone who's watched a Hungarian Grand Prix will know it's a lovely track to drive. But if you get stuck behind someone of a similar performance, you know, it might be a second or 2 seconds a lap difference, but that is still similar enough on a track this twisty. So you've got that counterbalance, Johnny. Do I just rush up the inside, or do I just hang back? And in a race that's 10 hours today, 2 hours yesterday, you hang back quite simply.
Yeah, it's not so bad if you're a GT3 car catching up with TCE traffic. That should be fairly easily dealt with. But even a GT3 car versus 955, the 991 Porsche, or the GTX car, cars with the Vortex further down, but nevertheless, when it's out on track, which it is at the moment with Philippe Bonnel, it's still a quick machine. And as you say, if you catch traffic, well, anything after turn 5 on a lap, you could be stuck behind it all the way through to turn 11, turn 12, until you get to the longish straight between 11 and 12, or indeed the main straight, 14 to turn 1, which is a chance to get the slipstream, get the draft, and then dodge out of the way into the braking zone for turn 1. But otherwise, this lap can be very frustrating indeed.
Yeah, well, glad to see Lucas has got his cans off. He's having a coffee in the pits with Seb, the
That's Seb
cameraman.
as well. Yeah, but we don't often get to see Seb, but on the live stream, Seb on the right with the white safety jacket on, the sort of the want to identify him as media, which of course he is.
Give it an hour. I think we're going to get a shot with their napkins over there, having a full lunch at the table in the pit lane. But good to see. It's a long old day in the pit. So you have the preamble to the race. That's 45 minutes. You've got 10 hours on the hoof. So good on you for taking a break. We've have had a GT3 runner in the pits. Rune Ollie brought the JR Motorsport Bmw M6 in. That probably pulled. That was the car pulling behind Lucas in the pit down the pit lane while he was looking at the camera. But so we did hear from the drivers. They reckoned about 35 minutes in we would start to see a flurry of pit stops, and that is in the next 5 minutes. The one that has had a pit stop, of course, is the 720, the GTX class Lamborghini, and that's back on the track, and it's starting to go even faster. So Paulius Pascavicius is picking up the pace. Now, one thing that Tim Gray's pointed out to us is that they do have experience of Hankook tyres. We use Hankook tyres here, but in the Baltic Championship, that is another Hankook series. So these little things help. Coming in and getting onto a rival tyre brand can put you all at sea, particularly on a circuit you don't even know. So interesting little bit of line-up there from Hankook, but always good to have that Lamborghini, and I love the sound. Of course, it's the same engine sound as we get on the Audi R8. It's the same engine, but it's just very sort of visceral sound, don't you find, Johnny?
It's certainly, it's identifiable, certainly, and the same engine that sits in both of the Audis that are running this weekend as well. But yeah, I mean, I just like a high screaming V8, which is normally aspirated, and the fashion at the moment is to go with turbocharged power units. Porsche very nearly did with their latest World Endurance Championship Challenger, but thankfully stuck with the 4.2 flat six with their mid-engine Porsche, so that has upset one or two Porsche fans. But at least in GT3 competition, the engine is still hanging out off the back of the rear axle. And in the Lamborghini, well, there was a time when in the GT3 cars you had 4 rings stamped on the top of the engine power plant. I'm now reliably informed that you get a Lamborghini badge on your engine in the GT3 car, and of course, this being a Super Trofeo machine, it is very much a Lamborghini power plant, although Audi derived.
Okay, so our race leader coming into the pits. We talked of just getting past the half hour. We've done that. We've had 32 minutes just about by the time the number 91 comes into the pit lane. So Alfred Renauer coming in from a nearly 5-second advantage, 4.8 seconds over Marco Seefried. Of course, that's flipped around because Seefried is staying out. Herbert not too foolish, not bringing both their cars in to go to the pump at the same time. So maybe next time around we'll have Seefried coming in as well.
Yeah, of course that car was further down further down the order, so much so that it had to gain one of its laps back again yesterday, courtesy of this car, the 91 race leader, slowing down for it. But they'd also had one or two issues as well. One thing don't think we've mentioned is the fact that this 91 car had to serve a 10-second penalty for putting too much fuel into it during the Code 60 yesterday. Remember that each car is allocated a set amount of fuel that you can put in, which is halved if you make your pit stop under a caution, under Code 60, and they went just a bit too far. I don't think it was quite to the magnitude of putting in a full tank versus half, but maybe 60%, let's say. I don't have the proper figures on it, but nevertheless, 10 seconds had to be served at the next pit stop, and a 17-second gap became just 7 seconds to their nearest rival, and potentially made the decision about slowing the 91 car down a little easier to make. The number 1 Golf from Autorama Motorsports is using every bit of road available to it and plenty of curb as well, kicking up the dust at turn 5 as it rounds the skid pan. And there is a new leader then in the GT series because of the 91 car coming in for its stop. 92, Marco Seefried, will inherit the lead, but actually come into the pits the very next lap. So won't even enjoy the race lead across start-finish line.
He'll tell his grandkids about it, though.
I'm sure he will.
In he comes. Now, just to reiterate, if you're used to watching the 24H series, you get accustomed to the cars coming in, making their pit stops, then disappearing from view and going to some distant paddock, normally at the end of the pit lane, like at Dubai, for their fuel. But here, it's all in one straight line down the pit lane. Stop in front of your crew, get that done, move up to the pumps, clear line of sight. So you're really unlucky if you get caught out with someone else being at the pumps. But Herbert Motorsport, 4 people only allowed to work on the car. Out they run. Nice standard pit stop, just going around. Fresh set of rubber. And these lap times should now start to come down a fair bit, Johnny. We didn't see if people started on fresh rubber, but the track was cool, and I haven't seen a temperature symbol for a while, but it's warming all the time. It's a beautiful morning at the Hungaroring, and you pointed out it went down to 9 degrees last night. It suggested it's going up to 22 today, so they have actually too much heat in the tyre later in the day. But right now it's still building its way up.
Yeah, I heard that working from 2 garages. I wonder how many personnel they've got, though. If they needed to double stack the cars, or pit them at the same time, would that be possible? I wonder. There's certainly enough space in the pit lane to do so. Do they have enough bodies? Choosing, though, to pit one on one lap, one on the next, and therefore 91 should emerge as the leader again, with the CP Racing Mercedes about, we think, to take the lead as we get some more news from Lucas.
It's actually a good point. Speaking about the team personnel, I'm going to check when we do our next interview with Herbert, but I think they are quite short in terms of people because they have the ADAC GT Masters at the Sachsenring this weekend as well, where they need some stuff as well. Basically, same strategy for both of the cars. 4 brand new sets, or 4 brand new tires, fuel but no driver change for both of the Herbert cars.
Yeah, interesting point. Herbert are a busy team. They took part at Le Mans for the first time in that team's history this season as well, and always visiting parts of Germany and further afield around Europe to go GT racing. So that's an interesting point that Lucas makes, that they are a little stretched, as we do have a new leader sideways coming out of turn 1. Charles Espenlaub, still the only driver at the wheel of this Mercedes. Over 2.5 hours into this race now, but doing a good job.
Yeah, the others are going to check in from their hotel. You did go fine, Charles? Yeah, no, I'm coming in for a bit of fuel, but no, he's driven very, very well this morning. But it's still an acceptable time to come and make his pit stop. One would presume he would be coming in this time around, and but he's there or thereabouts. And I must say, the car looks really crisp this morning. The white livery with the blue and red flashes on it, and it's refreshing. I've reported on quite a few races recently where you're just commenting on whether you can actually see the cars because of mist, fog, and it's just nice in autumn. You never know what sort of weather you're going to get. You should be okay in Hungary, but the weather in Western Europe yesterday was really very, very grim indeed. But right now, absolutely beautiful. But I do expect Charles to be in this time around, and I do expect, well, in fact, up in the second place now has come the car collection Evo Audi with Martin Lechman still on board, but just wait for the Herbert Motorsport cars. They should go back into first and second position. Whether any advantage has been gained by Marco Seefried when he made his pit stop, or is it still in the hands of Alfred Renauer? We will see what the gap is, but just remember it was 4.8 seconds before the pit stops.
What Herbert don't have this round is any gold drivers. Alfred is silver rated, and remember that grading of drivers in the 24H series is done differently from the FIA, as in you have a pro, semi-pro and an AM driver, whereas you can go as high as platinum in the FIA ranks, so it's 4 layers within that system, only 3 in Creventic, and Creventic reserve the right to change even a gold to a semi-pro if they feel the need to do so. But Robert Renauer is generally judged to be marginally quicker than twin brother Alfred, who's silver, and then you've got Ralph Bone and Daniel Alleman, who are both bronze in the 91 car. But Alleman having to do double duty this weekend, and was very keen once that opportunity arose. Tim Müller, originally scheduled to drive the 92 car, but for reasons outside of motorsport can't be here, and of course we wish him well for the difficulties, whatever they are, and Marco Seefried quite rightly didn't want to go into detail. But Tim Müller, a former winner of this race back in 2014 when he took victory with Valentin Pierreberg, so they will be missing the experience of a race winner of the 12 Hours of Hungary. But Daniel Alleman, if the 91 car goes as well, or rather the 92 car goes as well with the Swiss behind the wheel as the 91 car goes, they are in a good place. It's just that Daniel Alleman, I'm sure, by the end of a long day today, will certainly be feeling it, as the BMW from JR Motorsport heads down towards turn 1. Still Ruud Olij in the wheel of that. So we've got an M6 represented from BMW in the GT3 category. The M4 is in the GT4, but an M4 GT4. And then we've got the GTR from Hankook Racing with Marco Poland no longer last because, of course, that car had done many more laps before yesterday compared to the Vortex. And although it started as the final car on the grid, it was already 30-odd laps better off than the French machine.
Yeah, interesting up front. Charles Esper now continues for another lap. Eschewing coming into the pits. The second place, number 500. That's the Car Collection Motorsport Audi R8 LMS Evo. That goes through as well. But the 991 Cup class car is in the pits. It looks like a very standard pit stop, but they're racing against themselves effectively. And in behind, the number 18 Audi that came in from third place, Sven Herberger, the Rutronic racing by Techie Audi. So I think probably the next lap we will have had all bar all the TCE cars coming in to make their pit stops.
Yeah, and that will give us a fairer picture, I suppose, of where everyone sits after a decent chunk of running, with, well, 1/3 distance done in the next 20 minutes. Feels weird to be, decent period of time into day two, but only 1/3 into the race, where the 18 car then is being serviced just a couple of car lengths behind the 955, and the Hankook BMW car 210 that had a spin not too long ago is also in for certainly a new set of tyres. Concerning how much those Hankooks might have been flat spotted, we don't know how long the BMW was sliding for, of course. It will have been a relatively slow speed spin at turn 13.
Yeah, I was going to say it was just facing the wrong way. It wasn't a fast, high-speed corner, but you never know. I would reckon it was just a classic, just clipping a curb.
Yeah.
Still a little bit damp in the
Easily
morning,
done.
and round you go. 13, fiddly corner, the one just behind the paddock as you're climbing up to the final corner, turn 14, onto the start-finish straight. But if you've never been to Hungaroring, you've only ever seen it on screens. It's much steeper, the climb from the middle part of the valley up, particularly the side that comes up to the start-finish straight. Slightly less so if you're on the side that's for that wonderful run of corners from turn 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 along the top of the hill on the far side. But walk it when you're doing a track walk on particularly the return to the start-finish straight, and the old calf muscles really do get a bit of a burn on. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. We'll send Lucas down there later.
More news coming in about the Baltic Endurance Championship, by the way. This courtesy of our executive producer, Tim Gray. Came to an end last weekend, as indeed Aldrius Butkevicius suggested. And the RD Signs team ended the year as champions in the GT Pro class. So, yeah, a domestic championship which goes into Latvia. There's a couple of rounds at Riga, for instance. And is it pronounced Kaunas or
Yeah.
Kaunas, yeah, okay. So there's a track at Kaunas as well, which is I think the only track on the calendar in Lithuania, possibly. But it goes to a number of different locations, but these are small-scale tracks. So the point that Aldrius makes, to be able to go to Grade 1 circuits now, including here at Hungaroring, very exciting indeed for the RD Signs. As we can go straight back to the pit lane and Lucas Gajewski.
With Sven Herberger, who just jumped out of the Rutronic Racing Audi. Good morning, Sven. How was your time on the circuit?
Oh, it was surprisingly well. I mean, the conditions in the morning are a bit challenging, of course. You jump in the car, everything is cold, but the track is pretty decent right now. We were able to do proper times. I'm very happy.
You mentioned it's a bit difficult to just jump into the car in the morning. When was your last time in the car yesterday?
I drove the end, basically. So, yeah, just the last 1.5 hours towards the end. This was my turn yesterday.
Okay, so that at least made it a bit easier. Now, very interesting weekend for you speaking as a team, because Rutronic Racing also being active at the Sachsenring with the ADAC GT Masters. So how does that affect the working here?
Of course, we have a limited amount of team, if you want so, and of course we also need to be clever on who goes where. Here I think we have a very talented and clever team here at the start. I mean, we do well, and yeah, so the same stuff at Sachsenring, by the way. Elia, hau rein! And yeah, it's great.
I'm struggling to translate hau rein into English, but let's call it all the best. That works. What is the plan for the rest of the day in terms of driver stints?
That's gonna be a challenge since we had 3 drivers today, and we are what 2 hours into the day now. Not even. Yeah, I mean we have Pierre as a gold driver. He can drive 4 hours. We have Michael and me, so we share these 6 hours. I think I get to drive like another 3 times, and yeah. But if the car is like this, I mean, what else you want? I'm very pleased to be part of this here.
Sven, thank you very much. Enjoy your day, and Elia, hau rein.
Hau rein indeed. It's a new word for me to use in the future. So the Porsche heading out of turn 1, the 91 car, not quite back to the race lead again because Martin Lechman and Charles Espenlaub stand in its way before it can get back to the front. But those cars owe the Porsche effectively a pit stop. Martin Lechman. Well, first of all, I was mightily impressed with Martin Rump's pace yesterday, who was an Estonian driver I knew very little about, but you will know a great deal more.
Yeah, I've seen him over the years, and obviously not the past 2 years, racing the Asian GT series in the GT World Challenge Asia, and he's always been very, very impressive. But, you know, that's the thing about motor racing now. It is so global. You get drivers who, for whatever reason, have headed out to Southeast Asia and they've made a career out of it, but some have come back, and the one I'm thinking of is Alessio Picariello, who people over here didn't know too much about, Belgian racer who'd done almost all of his racing over there. I saw him, and he just had this immense ability, and he's come over here into the World Endurance Championship and European Le Mans Series, and he just proved it time and again.
Yep.
So you do have to keep a lookout. How ride in English? Go for it. Well, there we go. Thank you very much, Seb, for filming that. As we go. So, how ride to Ilya Earhart, as the message went. But
the next line said, eat a lot. Well, that can be arranged as well, certainly in Hungary. So, yes, and Bruce has brought some
orange marmalade cake.
Fantastic. We'll be tucking into that later as well. Because, by the way, it's not just myself and Bruce Jones covering today's 10 hours of Hungary, 12 hours in total, remember, but we'll have Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh part of the crew as well. So it is a...
they run a different tactic. They start off with cake, then they come into commentary, and then they have a rest.
Right, yes. I was going to describe it as an all-star cast from the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because Peter Snowden, for one day only yesterday, and 2 further voices brought into the mix in just under 3 hours' time, therefore, providing Bruce and I a bit of a lunch break, which we're most grateful for. And it'll be Hal Ryan for Bruce and I then for about 3 hours. 112 car working its way through the chicane at 6 and 7, a very technical part of the lap, and tyre stacks put on the apex of both corners there, preventing you from shortcutting it. So not only have you got the officials closely observing your line through that sequence of corners, but also you're going to do substantial damage to your car if you choose to go that route. And this Golf, even though it's fairly long into its stint now, still at the odd corner showing that the tyres chattering, bit skittish here and there. That again might be to do with the ambient temperature.
It certainly had the look of that, but of course the last corner before you drop back into the valley, turn 11, was where it was really washing away from the curb there. But you want it to bite, because that's the first point you can really, it's been so twisty along that far section, far side of the valley, but you want that drop down to complete the lap, to go down into that's almost a switchback, 12, 13 and 14 on the start-finish straight, but it's a good little straight out of turn 11. And Jasmin Preisig keeping out of the way, and the other Mercedes, if I can describe it as that, the MP Racing car, Thomas Gostner on board, the father Gostner, picking his way past very easily on the start-finish straight, but it's still Charles Espenlaub leading in the 85 Mercedes. His advantage last time over Martin Lechman's car was 1 minute 27 seconds, so all but a minute and a half, but both those cars due in very soon indeed.
So Jasmin Preisig turning left now through turn 2, and we'll take a fair bit of curb through 3, down into the dip, and then climbing back up the hill towards the skid pan and the car test facility on the inside of turn 5. 4's a tricky corner because you're approaching uphill, you're having to set the car up into a left-hander, slow as well.
It's the best corner on the circuit.
But if you get it right,
the car,
I'm sure it's so rewarding, yeah.
Well, also there is an element that you can't see a great deal of what's over the crest. It's like Coppice at Donington, you turn in blind because you cannot see the circuit. You've got the little rise just at that moment, and you're committed, and I never got it right. Not once.
Yeah, Coppice, 2 APCs there, and as you say, the one you just have no clue where it is. Well, even the first one, actually, and it's just muscle memory, and there is an element of that in turn 4, I suppose, as well. Particularly if you enter it side by side with another car, and it was busy on a couple of occasions yesterday, particularly for the first lap. So yes, and it's also getting more and more dusty, it seems, with every lap, because those that are short-cutting or certainly straddling the curb at turn 4, bringing a bit more of that dirt from the inside of the track onto the racing line. 5 at times is tricky as well, with 1 or 2 cars yesterday missing the apex, and that's an interesting line out of 14 for both the 500 Audi and the 91 Porsche, leaving it late to go close to the curbing and the Armco barrier. They will cross the line in second and third, but they will be possibly in the other order as they head out of turn 1, because the Porsche of Alfred Renault has got the inside line on Martin Lechman, and very good drive off the corner. Both of these GT3 cars having to lap the 188 80 Motorsport Audi at the same time. And Renault running a tad deep into turn 2, but all was under control and a nice overtake.
Well, actually, only just under control into turn 1. It was really quite twitchy. He went down the inside and had to brake far later than he planned to get the move done. But of course, that's a change of position on the track. Alfred Renault up into second place, but Martin Lechman has yet to pit the car collection Evo Audi, and likewise the race leader Charles Espinal still to pit as well. So Alfred Renault into second place on the track, but it's the effective lead of the race. We had the 2 hours yesterday, and we're getting on towards one of today's 10 hours being under the belt. We've done 50 minutes so far, but again, nice, neat, tidy driving. But that was interesting from now. I thought he could have afforded not to take the risk, but he just got it done. But it certainly was a little more heart in mouth than I think he thought it might have been when he started committing by going out the inside. But also hats off to Martin Lechman for just keeping out of the way a little bit. He could have turned it a little bit earlier, but what would the point been in that? None at all.
So Lechman, who has only taken part in the 24H series this year, first race in the championship was Dubai in January, and entering the championship after a season with the European Lamborghini Super Trofeo last year with Conrad Motorsport. But he, on paper, should be the slowest of the 3 drivers. They've actually got a bronze, a silver and a gold at Car Collection Motorsport, because there's the exciting prospect of Nathaniel Berton still to come in the 500 car. And if you thought it went well with Martin Rump at the wheel yesterday, it should go even quicker once the Frenchman takes over.
Well, I'd be interested to see the time. I put them on a par, because just simply because Martin's had more experience in GT cars for the past handful of years. But Nathaniel has never been knowingly slow in a car. I mean, it's a long time ago when he was really at the front end of the European Le Mans series and put in some. I remember, in the course of race, his car may not be right at the front end, but you look at his lap times and they were always pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
And he's such an effervescent character out of the car that he's always good to have around.
Yeah, I suppose sometimes the silver and the gold grading can be misleading, because it's simply because the silver hasn't yet won a significant title to move them to gold.
But you can get drivers who've won a significant title, but it wasn't as significant as other ones. You sometimes think, why has that driver got a gold? I won't name names, but occasionally you see some and you think that's actually not helping their career. Winning the title did, in the fact you got the kudos, but it means you're pairing with someone else's on a different balance, and it's never going to be an exact science.
No, and there are many people that have a problem, of course, with the precious metal system. We won't dive into that right now, but
we've got plenty of time.
Yeah, maybe later in the day. But yes, the shift from silver to gold can be somewhat political. But Martin Rump, well, hopefully he's got a taste now for the 24H series, and so long as calendar permitting can find the spaces in his year, we may well see him a few more times next year. I mean, Dubai is the obvious choice potentially for a team. Maybe Car Collection are deliberately auditioning the Estonian for future work.
Well, could well be, but also with the Estonians and the Latvians coming racing now, he's probably a very good ambassador for the people from those series coming to see him, who's been out in the big wide world doing his racing. Right. Still Charles Espinal pounding around the circuit. His advantage is now 1 minute 35 seconds over Martin Lechman, except of course it is over Martin Lechman, but not over Alfred Renault. Alfred, of course, has served that first pit stop. Just looking for our timing screens to change, but with 93 laps now on the board, Charles Espinal comfortable, but wait for those two Herbert cars. They've served their pit stops there. They're still listed as third and fourth on the timing screens, Johnny. So hold on. Yes, of course, they lost an entire lap, didn't they? So they.
Yes, I mean, it takes a minute and 45, although in race pace, a minute and 50 more so. Shortish lap, so it is easy to lose an entire lap in a pit stop.
Well, you lose it's effectively like a lap and a half, actually, looking at where they are sitting now. Because in terms of pace, when they're in the car, Alfred Renau and Marcus Seefried right on the money. They're capable of lapping in 1 minute 46. Is Charles Espinade leading the race 1 minute 48. Martin Lechman's 1 minute 49. So as soon as they've served their pit stop, the gap's going to be very big indeed.
Re-established, yeah, for Herbert Motorsport. And that, I'm sure, was, in the planning to put one of the quickest drivers of each, the 91 and the 92, in for the start of Sunday, just to build that lead as early as possible. And then it can be maintained by Ralph Bone, by Daniel Ellerman, by Bobby Gonzalez, who we heard from on the grid with Lucas as well. But the 92 car, having that fairly late change to its driver lineup, and Tim Muller taken out of proceedings, but the 92 still has Jürgen Hering, who did a spell yesterday. Bobby Gonzalez, from memory, didn't. And Daniel Ellerman, I don't think he's done any driving either yet. And when you consider he's allocated to both cars, could be a very busy Sunday. Marco Seefried started the race yesterday, took the restart as well. And I half expected Alfred Renau to be put into the 91 yesterday, actually at 4:30, but it was Ralph Bone who did the bulk of the racing on Saturday and kept the car in contention despite the damage to the right-hand side after that contact at turn 1.
What was the extent of the damage, Johnny, just to explain in that context?
It's on the sill of the car on the right-hand side, so between the two wheels, and a significant chunk of the bodywork there. Now, tailpipes on a Porsche are at the back, so that's not a concern that the outlet has been bent or compromised, but it's just more about the fact that a little bit of a chunk of the car's been dented, dinged. Setup-wise, probably isn't actually having a huge impact, but I'm sure it'd be useful to speak to Alfred Renauer at the end of his stint, and Lucas will do that, I'm sure, to find out whether that has been noticeable compared to when Alfred qualified the car yesterday, because it was him that put the car on. It wasn't pole position, it was second place, because Marco Seefried went a little quicker in the 92 car to get the second pole of the year for Herbert Porsche 92. And speaking of Lucas, not necessarily on this theme, but on something else, we can get an update from him.
Yeah, as you might see in the pictures now, Nathanael Berton, who you mentioned earlier, is now ready to climb on board of the number 500 Evo 2 Audi.
Well, it's going very slowly on track.
Okay. Yes, drama for the 500 car. I'm not even sure it will make it back to the pits under its own steam, Lucas.
We've got a tracker to find out exactly where that is, but it's moving. So it's going down to turn 1, is that? No.
Let's have a look. Mind you, the tracker I have at my disposal is done on where the car is expected to be, rather than where it is exactly. It's turn 11.
Turn 11. It's coming back into the valley. It hasn't even got to the foot of the valley before it starts climbing back up to the pits, and you can't push it from there. But that is dead. We've got
turn
one
11.
headlight on.
So turn 11. It has gone through and is on the approach to turn 12. Car 500 expected by the team at any moment. I'm not sure they're watching the pictures, though.
Now, they're getting a message from him. Now you can see in their faces they're listening. But I just wonder, they've nearly done an hour. Could it be that thing called running out of fuel?
Oh, dear. Lucas, any suggestion from Car Collection that they know, A, that the car has stopped, and B, what the problem might be?
Yeah, as you said, they don't have any TV screens in the main part of the pit box. They usually spend their time somewhere a bit further. So you might have a point. They actually they didn't see it in the first place, and then waited and waited and waited, and the car didn't show up. So they went back into the pits and saw that there is some sort of issue. I'm going to try to find someone from the team to explain it to us.
Well, hopefully the radio still works, even though the car is down in the dip and potentially out of a signal. But Martin Lechman will be on the radio, desperate for help as to what he needs to do next. A hard reset, maybe, for the car if it is electrically related. But Herbert Motorsport now crossed the line with their 91 car and are up to second place. According to my timing screen, Marco Seefried will do exactly the same thing as well. to head up to third position if that 500 car stays there for any longer. And we are going to go code 60 for the first time today. This is only the second code 60 of the race as well. With plenty of runoff here, then the odd spin here and there doesn't necessarily need a code 60, but this problem certainly does, with one of the key players from day one and looking like it was going to be strong into day two, stuck pretty much right in the middle of the track. Thankfully, just over to the right on the approach to turn 12, so those that have a good line of sight coming out of 11 will be able to see the stationary car away in the distance. But Martin Lechman, helpless in the cockpit, turning dials, switching switches, but nothing is working just yet. And now the recovery vehicle arrives on the scene, Bruce.
I'm really convinced I can be that it's out of fuel, because the headlights are working. There's clearly power. There's, but it is a moving nowhere. But a course vehicle, LOL is the number plate. LOL 149. It's not the time for humour. Pulled up in front. That was very, very quick recovery. But in the pit lane, is this at the penalty box? Penalty being served by
yes, it is.
The 92 Porsche. And it was a fairly quick penalty, so I would suggest that probably a 10-second stop and go. But so this race cruising along very nicely, very quietly, everyone doing the right thing, and then suddenly, well, things do just happen suddenly, but the car that had elevated itself to second place is stationary on the circuit. Marco Seefried hops out of the 92 Porsche, nearly gets tugged back in. He forgot to remove his radio lead, nearly got yanked back in, but he is out now, the green and blue helmet he's raced with for a very long time now, and he's doing the job you have to do when you've only got 4 people allowed to work on the car. You strap in your teammate. So they're going through life under code 60 like clockwork, but that makes a second pit stop for Marcus Seefried, whereas we've still got Charles Esper now, but in fact he's now just pulled into the pits for fuel. He's had the pit stop, the erstwhile race leader, but expect Alfred Renauer's car to be back at the front. And the 500 Audi is being towed. It's been hooked up to do the last 3 corners of the lap, turn 12, 13 and 14, and then we'll peel into the pits. And it'll probably be brought to Lucas's feet, but that's going to set it back a long way, Johnny.
The latest penalty for car 92, which hasn't yet been labelled as served, but I think at the end of the pit stop when the car rejoins the race it will be, was a 10-second time penalty for a refuelling infringement. Now, interestingly, the sister car at Herbert was also given a 10-second penalty yesterday for, this message explores the subject slightly more detail, exceeding the maximum refuelling amount during a code 60 was the 91's problem. So is that a similar issue for 92? No, it's a different article of the regulations. And the 92 has already had to serve a penalty earlier on in the race for track limits. Oh, that was just a warning. So, right, so the 92, that penalty that it's just served was definitely the 10 seconds, which should now disappear from the final column as soon as it rejoins the race. So both cars, both Herbert Motorsport Porsches, have now had 10-second penalties, brings them slightly more onto an even keel. As the 500 car arrives back in the pits, and the recovery crews have now had experience of recovering cars on both days from fairly late on in the lap, because it was turn 12, the exit of turn 12, where the vortex eventually broke down during the 2-hour segment yesterday.
It is a factor when you've got a circuit where it's uphill to the end of the lap, that you've got a car that otherwise might have been able to limp its way home, and alas, as my wife finds out quite often when she runs out of fuel, if there's a hill and you're at the bottom, it's not good. Now, the 91 Porsche is at a standstill in the pit lane.
It's stalled. Lucas, yes.
Yeah, it stalled because, as you can see over here, it had to wait for the recovery vehicle and the 500 car to get out of the way. And now, look, I think it's driven past its pit box and doesn't even go to refueling. It's going out again, the 91 car. There's a bit of confusion at Herbert now because, as you can see, there is a driver standing by. I think that's Jürgen Herring being ready to climb aboard, and no, that's Daniel Allemann, I think. Anyway, the car just went straight out again.
Well, is the problem, in fact, that the 91 car was trying to get to its pit bay, but the 500 car was right in its path, Bruce?
Yeah, and the rescue vehicle. So, if having got past them, it was then beyond its pit allocated area. So,
yes.
Has it got enough fuel on board to do another lap? Can we have another car stopped at the bottom of turn 12? But we've just had, if it wasn't contacted to turn 1 between an Audi and the techie Audi,
yeah,
of the different shape, it was as close as you can get. Certainly still tyre smoke hanging in the air. Lucas.
I haven't spoken to anyone from car collection yet, but the guys are now pushing the car into the refueling area after it has gone on some new tires and the driver has been changed. So that's another clue. It is actually out of fuel, or was out of fuel. We'll check in a minute with the team.
Well, new car, fuel tank, well, they know the size of it and will have done presumably some tests yesterday as to how much fuel was in. So was it a rejoining Audi RS3 which then completely locks up and virtually takes the Rutronic Racing by Tekchi car with it at turn 1, Bruce?
Oh dear, it was entirely that. A big worry. I really do think the driver, you can see the driver of the rejoining Audi RS3 suddenly realised the car was coming down the outside, locked up almost before he'd left the blend lane. But if there wasn't contact, as I suggested, it was as close as it could possibly be. But mercifully, I think we got away with that one. But suddenly, this race in the last 10 minutes has had all sorts of elements. But let's just keep an eye. Has that 91 Porsche made it back round? Yes, it's on its outlap, but was the outlap the one that's bringing it back round to the pits? I suggest it probably is. So Charles Espinal still leading the race after his pit stop. You look at the timing board, so he's still got it ahead of the Porsches, but let's wait and see what happens within the next few moments as to whether that gets readjusted. But for CP Racing, I think this has been a good, solid start to the day.
Alfred Renauer has gone across the line. I've got a Sector 3 time for the 91 car, so clearly he thinks there's enough fuel in it to go around a few more times, but there was definitely a plan to change drivers with, well, was that Daniel Alleman with the herring branding on the front of his race suit? That would suggest it would suggest that was the correct driver, and of course Alleman was due to be in both of the Porsches through the course of the day. Let's go back to Lucas.
Yeah, just give me a second to grab Daniel Alleman, who was ready to climb into the car and now didn't. And I just had a brief chat with him to explain what it all was about. And of course, a bit of confusion there, Daniel, because of the recovery vehicle and everything else going on here.
Oh, I don't know what's going. We have the code 60 on the have a mistake with the Audi car. I don't know. Now we have about for 25 minutes fuel, and then we refueling again. Then we see what's happened.
So did I get it right that you, I mean, of course you were held up by the recovery vehicle and then you were sent out immediately because the track went back under green?
We saw that the green is coming soon, and so we decide that we go to the track.
And now, as you said, it's another 20 or 25 minutes of running and then you will go into the car.
Yeah, then we come back and then we change the driver, refueling.
And then afterwards, Daniel, it's a busy day for you coming up because you're listed on both cars.
Oh, it's not a busy day. I like driving, and it's no problem for me. On our sister car, no stress.
How many hours in total will you do in the cockpit today?
Today we will be 6 or 7 hours. No, till now.
Great stuff, Daniel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, the important thing from a strategy perspective to remember is that whatever time Daniel does in either car, he's then got to take half of that time off as a rest before he then gets back on board whichever car it may be. And that rule does not change, even though he's named against the 91 and the 92. As long as they do that, that will be fine. 7 hours will be probably the maximum he can do. Well, you then need 3.5 hours off, wouldn't you? So not quite 7 hours total, having not driven either car so far.
So he's in the ballpark. He said 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah,
but the thing I love about Daniel Alleman, he's just always got this amazing smile on his face. He's got lovely sort of smile wrinkles outside his eyes. And one person not with the smile around his eyes is the driver of the 701 Vortex. That's Gilles Courtois. Another car at a standstill. John, we need to work out where that is. It's below a grass bank as
It's the exit at 12.
Oh, no.
So this is exactly the same place that the car ground to a halt yesterday. It was on the left-hand side of the track rather than this time the right side. And right side Hankook tyres are on the grass. The left side still just about in contact with the track surface. And it's going again. Yeah, there is fire in the belly. So is that the oil pump issue striking again, or is it a completely unrelated problem? The good news is there's only turn 13 to get through before the car can come into the pits and receive necessary attention. So just over an hour into part 2 of the race, and the 701 is an unexpected pit caller for the team. Hopefully some radio communication means that they are out on the apron now, ready to receive it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this car having to go into the garage for closer inspection.
And it's worth reiterating that the car was kept in parc fermé conditions overnight, so whatever suppositions they had about things that may have caused the problems, because often a problem could be caused by many things, they wouldn't have been able to check it out overnight. But right now the door is open, the gull-wing door. The driver is not hopping out yet. They're looking under the rear deck at the moment. Need that deck to be lifted, Johnny, so we can have half a clue as to what they're looking at. Looking under the car. But just remember, it was an oil pump problem yesterday, but that could be a manifest list of things. What was wrong with the oil pump? Therein lies a question.
True enough. Cause and effect, first of all, and yes, all the related things then into, or indeed out of it, as a result of that initial difficulty. But the suggestion from Philippe Bonnel was that they'd got to the bottom of it at the start of the day and now could concentrate on Sunday being a new day with problems behind them. But a little hurdle to already jump with 8 hours and 50 minutes still to go. The resonating rumble of the 6.2 litre V8 in the nose of Mercedes number 58. Great that we've got 2 of these cars. Still one better off in the standings than the other, but Thomas Gosner keeping things on the straight and narrow. It's been an interesting path to follow the 58 car at times this season. Didn't exactly cover itself in glory at the start of the 12 hours of Circuit Paul Ricard, for instance, where there was contact at the first corner of a 12-hour race, and there was also 1 or 2 spins at the Hockenheim ring, but it's been neat and tidy so far. They did have a spin in qualifying yesterday, but otherwise it's a copybook unblemished to this point, and they are in 7th position, running 6th in class, but 6 laps down compared to the similar car of American squad CP Racing.
And in fact, just looking at Thomas Gosner there, his last lap was his best lap, so settling in quite nicely on this Sunday morning at the Hungaroring. Vortex, the V8, number 701, bright orange, wonderful rumble, but that's only when it's going, and it's not. It's sitting in the pit lane. Driver's still on board, presumably going through a bit of a systems check, but it doesn't look like the sort of car you plug a laptop in. It looks like it's one you approach with a fairly rudimentary toolkit.
I would agree with that.
In terms of analysis.
Yeah.
How's it feel?
I'm not sure where the USB port is on Vortex, I have to say, but the door is lowered, just about, and that catch may be a bit dodgy as well. They're going to have to check that too. It always feels like that, you know, after a stint, are the body panels all in the same place, frankly, on the Vortex? Bruce is laughing, but
no,
it is a question that sometimes, hits my brain.
No, the reason I had a wry chuckle, I think we'll call it that, was the fact that when the mechanic was looking in to talk to the driver again, the door nearly fell on his head.
Yeah.
As another mechanic was trying to fix the door. But down the pit lane it goes, so 7-1 back in the race. But bear in mind, this car has 53 laps under its belt. That's just over half the tally of CP Racing and Charles Espinal. Still leading the race, but with 1 pit stop under its belt this morning, whereas the Herbert Motorsport cars both have 2 with those penalties they've had to serve.
Yeah, good point. Although you can do a penalty at the same time as a normal pit stop. Creventic will allow you that as a, just the way that the championship is run, which is a very kind of gentlemanly way, and give you the benefit of the doubt where they can. But track limits, certainly in certain areas of this lap, are an issue, and they will give you several warnings before that then turns into a penalty. Things like over-fueling a car, particularly in the Code 60, though, really do need to be addressed. And it sort of has a suggestion that there were similar penalties for both of the Porsches, although, as I say, it's a different article number, 21 versus 29 for the 91 Porsche yesterday and the 92 Porsche today. Either way, both needing to serve a 10-second penalty, which you would think over a 12-hour race doesn't have a massive impact.
But don't forget, it's not just 10 seconds, is it? It's coming in and coming out, so it certainly can add a good 45 seconds. According to circuit, some have got a shorter in and out to the pits. But what I was interested when Daniel Alleman, we saw him in his suit, with his helmet on, ready to take over. But that's Herbert Motorsport. They reacted to the fact the track was about to go green again. The Code 6 was going to end. scramble. Right, forget that. Back into the garage for you, Daniel, and carry on. But of course, the two cars now driven by Alfred Renauer, who is just looking for the margin back from Charles Espinal, but he's served the extra pit stop. And Jürgen Herring's in the 92 car. So Alfred staying on, Jürgen Herring having taken over from Marco Seefried, who we saw jumping out of the car, being yanked back in by the radio clip for his helmet, and then putting Jürgen on board.
Yeah, but the need to get the Porsche in, the 91 Porsche in earlier than they wanted to, from that was the narrative from Daniel Alleman, will put them off their stride slightly, and I'm not sure how much of an impact that will have, come 6:30 tonight, but it will certainly throw the 91 Porsche off its stride for this moment.
Now, one thing I just mentioned the fact that Thomas Gostner was picking up the pace. We've been looking at the MP Racing Mercedes, but someone else who's also picking up the pace is Nathaniel Berton, who suddenly got into the number 500 Audi Evo and is lapping almost 1 minute 45 minutes flat. But let's go down, because Lucas has a microphone and a subject.
And Rick Breukers sitting opposite to me, he got out of the number 101 Red Camel Jordans. Pay attention, Audi. That's a new thing this weekend. I was asking Rick, how is it going? He said it's cold. It really is, Rick, isn't it?
In the car it's not cold, it's just when you get out of the car it's quite cold. But in the Audi it's really hot. And it's normal to have a high temperature in the car, so it's good.
And it was a very successful stint for you, because you started as the last TCR car and you brought it back in as the new leader.
Yeah, I think after lap 1 we were already in the lead, and then we pulled quite a good gap. So yeah, I think it's a nice start of the race, but there's a long way to go. So let's see how the race continues.
And now it's Luke in the car. We can see your father still standing over there. What's the rest of the plan for the day?
We will just see how the tires will work. We see that the tires are going down really quickly, and we have to make the whole stint work. So we will just see it lap by lap.
Thank you very much, Rick. Quite interesting, as Ivo points out, the flowers, as you can see on this badge here, they are still from the 12-hour Circuit Paul Ricard held in April, and they are still looking fresh as ever. So these are endurance flowers then. Fantastic.
Very good, yes. Need very little water, from what I hear, as well, but healthy and can do the distance from all the way back in April. And there are a number of cars here set to do a good distance this weekend as well. And then on to a twice around the clock event next month in Sebring. So although we're late on in the season, still a long way to go yet in terms of mileage. There are 1 or 2 championships that could be sealed today, though, because of the advantage of teams as they arrive. Fewer points on offer, though, for a 12-hour race compared to 24 in this championship, as the 101 Audi that we were talking about heads into turn 13 with the 58 Mercedes snapping at its heels, and will easily pick that car off to lap it into the braking area for turn 14.
Yeah, just taking a look at the gap between Luke Breukers' Audi and the second Audi in the field, which is second in the TCE class, the AC Motorsport entry. Stefan Perrat, 55 seconds, and Luke is marginally quicker than Stefan, so that advantage should be being stretched by the Dutch combination. But I love that sight of Lucas sitting at a table with flowers in the background, sort of almost the tulips from Amsterdam moment, and just, I think, driver interviews. I can't see it happening at Le Mans, but sit down at a table with your subject on comfortable benches. Again, it's the 24H series doing things differently, and it's a lovely touch, I think. Just a bit more relaxed.
A very civilised way of going motor racing. We've been saying that for a number of years with the start of these split race formats. So a long distance race, but the opportunity to get your head down for a proper night's sleep part way through, and impacting in the right way for the stop overnight, because it means you can't do any work to the car, but it does rather reset the grid, which, when you've only done 2, 3, sometimes 4 hours on day one, concertinas the fight, and makes it more intense then into the second day of the event. The 18 car from Rutronic Racing heading now towards the end of the lap. This car, I think, was at Dubai. Let's just check on the results from that event. But has toyed with podiums through the course of the year, but is yet to take a race win for season 2021. and he's a little way off the pace this weekend up against the Porsches.
Yeah, just looking, I mean, Michael Doppelmayr, Austria driver on board at the moment, is pretty short on experience. Started racing in the Middle Eastern GT3 Cup 2018, 2019, but at the moment his lap times, he's done 2 consecutive laps in 1 minute 55, and race leader Charles Espinal doing 1 minute 47 in comparison, and the driver who's fastest on track is Nathaniel Berton doing 1 minute 45.5. So he's about, you know, that's a big chunk of time to be losing every lap. But that number 18 Audi is running in 4th place overall, and who knows, could it get a top 3 through here? We've got 8 hours 40 minutes remaining, so just keep going round and round. But it's a good entry, and we will see where it goes through the rest of the race. But again, when you have a 4-driver lineup, a 3-driver lineup, if you've got someone who is down on pace, the rest are going to have to counteract that. But again, it's getting experience, and that's what it's about, and that's why the 24H series is a really, really good place to go racing.
Didn't do Dubai, to answer my own question, but they were at Mugello to finish in 6th place. But they did finish on the podium at Paul Ricard after the all the way through 12-hour race with Doppelmayr in the lineup.
But also bear in mind, the driver who's going to take over the car next, or the one after next, would be Pierre Caffer. And if anybody can make an Audi R8 LMS go pretty fast, he's that sort of guy.
Yeah, didn't get any Pierre Caffer driving yesterday, so they've done the polar opposite to what CP Racing are doing, and I suppose 91 with Alfred Renauer doing quite a lot of driving early on in today, whereas they're leaving Pierre Caffer's hours till later on in the piece. Now, the danger is, you know, you've already lost a lot of ground, and even with someone like Pierre Caffer at the wheel, you can't necessarily catch all of that back up again, but it's going to go quicker, no doubt about it, as the car we're talking about, Michael Doppelmayr, now heads into the pits with the JR Motorsport BMW M6 GT3 snaking its way through turns 2 and 3, down the hill into the valley, and then up towards the complex at 4, 5, 6 and 7.
It's such a busy circuit, you know, right on board with the car, and apart from the start-finish straight and the little dive out of turn 11, you're very seldom in a straight line for long. So Michael Doppelmayr out, and the yellow, orange and blue helmet of Pierre Caffer hops on board. It's coming from 4th place, should be overhauled by Nat Berton in the number 500, the Audi Evo model. And I was just looking back, I was trying to remember if it was 2014 or 2015 when Nathaniel Berton was driving the Murphy prototype. It was 2014, all those years ago, and got a podium with it and other things. I just remember those little flashes of speed from him, and the Murphy prototype car that year, you know, was probably marginally long in the tooth, the open-top Dorica back in the day. You know, it was certainly at a time of quite fast change, but that was the first year he sort of crossed over from competing in GP2 and GP3 and all that before that. That was when he stopped being a single-seater racer, but always got a lot of time for Nathaniel Berton. So will the team manager if he's lapping faster than anybody else.
Well, precisely, yeah. Car Collection Motorsport to bringing that in for his experience, but also advice, I think, about as they're fine-tuning this car in readiness for homologated competition in 2022. Then you need to get full pro drivers at the wheel. That's what they're doing with Martin Rump as well. We haven't seen any running from Martin just yet, but he did most of the driving yesterday to get it into a good position. But yes, the open era, I mean, I think as late as 2015 there were as open prototypes winning championships. Thinking about when Harry Tinknell took a title with Jota, that was in an open top car. That might have even been 2016. But it's a very different look now to Le Mans prototypes, with them all being closed cockpits. But they were good days when Nat Berton was taken on by Greg Murphy.
You're very good. 2015 was not their year. It was 2016. Dolan, Van der Garde and Tinknell. That was quite a lineup, wasn't it?
It was rather. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they managed to take the victory with the mighty 38, I should say.
And the car that won in 2015, the European Le Mans Series, Bjorn Verdheim.
Yeah.
Gary Hirsch and John Lancaster, the very spectacular John Lancaster. That was a tight championship, only a couple of points in it ahead of Ludovic Bardi. What happened to him? He was always great fun, racing with Pierre Thirier, and then just in behind Tinknell, Dolan and Albuquerque in that year. So, you know, they were great days, the European Le Mans Series, and it just feels that it's got a different complexion these days. But as you say, getting cars with roofs just makes a really different feel to the whole thing.
Yeah, it's a big change, which of course we noted at the time. But when you look at it 5 years on, you think, blimey, it feels like longer ago that the older-looking cars were in competition, but definitely not. So Nat Berton, quick in a prototype these days as well, but put into the new Audi, the Evo 2 R8. And let's see how that will go then in the hands of the Frenchman, currently running in 5th. But Pierre Caffer, speak of the devil, has just taken over the number 18 car then, the Rutronic Audi from Michael Doppelmayr, and should fall behind, yes, does fall behind Nat Berton because of that pit stop, which takes quite a bit longer than a full lap around here.
Right, just been riding on board the 701 Vortex. Good to have it back on the track after it stopped yesterday on the circuit. It stopped at the same point at turn 12 today. A little problem in the pit getting the door closed, but give you an idea of the orange Rumbler's pace. 701, it does make a great sound. It's lapping in 1 minute 57s and a sort of target time for the GT3 runners, a sort of 1 minute 45s, and Nat Berton just dipped into the 1 minute 44s. A couple of laps ago, so some way to go in terms of pace, racing in a class of its own. But I'm a big fan of the Vortex. It looks though it's landed from outer space until you take the top off, and it looks it's made, in a blacksmith's in the nicest way possible. But it just makes a great sound, and if you take a group of children down a pit lane and sort of make them point to the car they think looks the sort of the most otherworldly, it wins that prize every time. Gull wing doors, the works.
Yeah, it does grab the eye, and you think, what on earth is that car? It looks very futuristic, very aerodynamic, but the more miles that they do, and it sounds glorious, by the way, as well, with 6 litre plus V8 in the middle of it as well. I am encouraged by the amount of running that it has been doing, because you can't fine-tune a car if it's in the garage. It needs to be out on track, pounding round to complete laps, and it has completed a number of the races this year in stark contrast to previous campaigns.
No, entirely so. You'd see cameo roles, and you'd always, I used to watch it quite intently at the Dubai 24 Hours over the years. It'd be 3 of them, sometimes 2, sometimes just the 1, but normally a good couple. And the car be in the garage for ages being fixed. Go out and suddenly you go, oh, it's not just going, it's going at really good pace, and then it'll be back in again. There'll be another niggling little problem. But over the years, with the evolution, hopefully the checklist is getting shorter. But I think it's really got a place in the series. Yes, you've got the glorious GT3 cars at the front, you've got the GT4 cars, and then you've got, of course, the touring car battle at the back, the TC class cars. But it's something different, and I think in motor racing that can increasingly, in various categories, particularly anything that's a single-seater, variety is the only variety is what colour they're painted.
Yeah, unfortunately, so that is the case, yes. It did complete 24 hours, although not all of them on the track at Dubai, but it got a race finish at 449 laps compared to the class winner, which was Lippert Motorsport in GTX on 558. Got a good amount of running done at Mugello to take the flag there, 24 laps down from the eventual winner. And Paul Ricard, their home race, again, at least one car crossed the line to see the checkered flag, and that was the 701. There's been a variety of different drivers piloting it this year, and you mentioned Courtois earlier on. Now, I think this is the first race for Courtois in 5 years, so it is bringing back drivers that have been recognised within Creventic in the past, because Philippe Courtois raced Team Alltran Peugeots back in 2016, and joining Nicholas Nobbs and Philippe Bonnel. But yes, of the kind of racing at this type of level, his last outing was a single race in an A3 class Alltran Peugeot at the Silverstone 24 Hours in 2016.
We were there, Johnny.
We were, indeed so. I can't actually remember whether that was the one that was combined with a 12 Hours prototype race, because we had one of those in the past as well in Northamptonshire.
Oh, it could well have been. If
there
not,
was an
it was the year
overlap,
before.
wasn't
There was,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, that was confusing.
No Silverstone for the new calendar, by the way, although, of course, the world that we live in, even though the dates are semi-confirmed for next year, there's always the scope for change, so you never know. The problem, I think, for Silverstone is actually finding a free weekend for that track, and at a time when it's reasonably warm, i.e. not the back end of winter, to be going there to race. But the 24H series always keen to look at Silverstone as an option, I think, for future years.
So let's go down and find out what Lucas has for us.
Yes, you were speaking quite a lot about the Vortex car, so I thought it might be a good idea to find Philippe once again to speak about the car from his point of view. Our commentators just spoke about your car, how great it fits into the 24H Series Championship. How is it from your point of view? Because, you know, you have all these GT3 cars, they are completely bulletproof, and you just take on the challenge to bring your Vortex car to all the events.
Yeah, as you know, we built our own car. The engine is a Chevrolet V8 6.3 liter, and for us it's a very special experience to be there with our own car. Actually, the level of GT3 is higher than we can do on the tracks, but we take a lot of pleasure with our gentleman driver. And yesterday we were a little bit problem with the pump oil. Today everything looks fine, so we are very happy. The sunshine. There's not too much car on the tracks, but it's very fun.
And a couple of minutes ago you had a longer pit stop. Any specific issue there?
Sorry?
You had a longer pit stop a couple of minutes ago. Any specific issues?
Yes, because the driver after me heard a noise in the car, and we just take a look about it. That's it. That's all.
Okay, so the car now perfectly running?
I hope so.
Okay. Do you actually do any testing, or do you do any other championships with the car? Or is the 24H Series the only place where you can run the car in a race competition?
No, actually, we are in 3 championships, 24-hour series, Ultimate in France, and CER V-Line in Spain. Actually, Arnaud Gomez, which is the lead manager of the company, is actually in Jerez, and is in the first rank in the championship, the Spanish championship.
And how many cars do exist in total? I've seen a maximum of 2 in Creventic. How many cars are there?
We have 12 cars. 12 cars. We exploit 5 cars by ourselves, and we have sold some cars to gentleman driver who run with us, especially in France and in Belgium too.
Okay, Philippe, it's great to have you here. When will you go back into the car?
In 1 hour.
In 1 hour. All the best and enjoy your rest. Thank you very much, Philippe.
Thank you.
You're tuned to RS1, that was Philippe Bonnel, but we're of course bringing you live coverage as it happens here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. There are 8.5 hours still to go in the 2021 12 Hours of Hungary. And it is a 85 Mercedes of Charles Espenlaub that leads at the moment, 112 laps completed, leading Alfred Renauer by, well, less than a lap as the cars cross the line. We'll get a gap in a moment or two, but things still righting themselves after the Porsches have made a first stop of the day, but the Mercedes hasn't quite yet. It was better off for fuel at the restart of the race, Bruce Jones.
Yes, and drive-through or stop-and-go penalties for the Porsches as well. That's put them down. They're the Herbert Motorsport cars in 2nd and 3rd positions. But one we've got to watch, well, the first 3 cars are on 112 laps, 111 and 110. And the 4th place car, which is the Evo Audi, is on 107 laps. So it's really spreading out about through the course of this morning. But I expect those 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches to really keep CP Racing Mercedes on its toe. They're both lapping marginally faster. No, in fact, they're not. Alfred Renauer is lapping slightly faster than Charles Espenlaub, who must be feeling a little bit tired now. He's got an hour and a half under his belt, did all the racing yesterday. Jürgen Herring not matching their pace. He's 2 to 3 seconds a lap down. So it's really the story of those top 2 cars, the 85 CP Racing Mercedes and the 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
Another car in the penalty box is car 500. So Nat Berton having to come in. And this is earlier for fuel than unexpected, in all truth, because the car took fuel on later than was planned because it actually conked out on the track, but it's not been a full hour just yet for that 500 car to come in. And I'll remind you that as per the 24-hour series regulations, you can serve a penalty and a normal stop within the same visit to the pit lane. So I don't know why the 500 car has come in this early on, Bruce.
No, I'm scratching my head as well. Nat Berton has not long been in that car. I don't know if there was a penalty. You get a penalty if you get towed in by a truck. They then give you a stop and go. I doubt it very much indeed, but we'll try and get at the foot of that, because certainly it was lapping in good pace, and whenever we caught sight of the car on track with Nat Berton on board, he was staying within the margins of the circuit. No track limit offences that we spotted, but there's plenty of potential around the 14-turn Hungaroring, some out of sight of cameras, to be going off the track. But the car looked all in good form, but that would have set it back a bit. So that allows the top three cars, the 85 Mercedes and the two Herbeth Motorsport cars, 91, 92, to pull further clear in those first three places.
I suppose one thing the team weren't able to do was change tyres. Well, mind you, it came in again, didn't it? So it came in on the tow rope where they put fuel in it, then it went back out again, and then they did, I think, a full service to put Nat Berton in. So peculiar that the car needed to come in again this early on, unless there's a genuine problem in getting fuel into the car, of course. BMW's very close to one another, and the 188 AC Motorsport Audi sandwiched between the M4 and the M4, but one is a GTR, one is a GT4 car.
Well, let's go down to the pits and find out who Lucas has for us now.
There we are. There is quite a good mood down here at Car Collection after the 500 Audi. The Evo car has been brought in. Dennis Ferleman is the team manager, and Dennis, our commentary crew, was wondering why the car came back in again, but I think that's due to the fact that it was refueled under code 60.
Yes, so the car runs out of fuel, unfortunately, at the last pit stop. So there was really empty, and then under code 60 we were just allowed to refuel 50% of the fuel capacity. So it was around 47 liters. So now we have to pit in again to refuel the tank again to up to 95 liters.
And the car went into the penalty box as well. What was the reason for that?
The problem was we had a radio issue. That's why the car ran out of fuel, because we couldn't reach the driver. And he got some track limits in turn 4. We tried to warn him with a board, even on the radio, but he couldn't hear us. He didn't saw the board, and then he got the track limit penalty for that.
Why did it run out of fuel? Does it have anything to do with the fact that it's a new car?
Oh no, that's not. It was just it was empty, and we had no radio, so we couldn't hear. Hello, good morning. No, he had no radio, so we said to him, "Pit box this lap, box this lap." We showed him the board, but he couldn't hear it, saw it because of overtaking another car. So he was fully concentrated on racing. So and then suddenly there was no fuel and the car stopped.
In order to test the new car, do you go flat out all the time, or are there any specific programs that you also do?
Now in the race we go flat out because this is the reason why the car is here. It's different if you do a development test under race conditions, or you just rent a track and do it by yourself. So it's different conditions. So now we run flat out and try to solve all problems. But so far we have no problems. Everything is running smooth except of the fuel. But so we will see.
I'm going to come back to you later to find someone from Audi to explain me what the rear wing does. We're going to do that later. Thank you very much, Dennis.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah, it's a radical new design with the reverse swallow neck. It's now suspended from the rear of the rear wing rather than the front, and Nick delved into that in quite a bit of detail. Nick Damon for the Barcelona 24 hours. But yes, to get somebody from Audi to explain exactly the reason why they've decided to do that way of design would be very interesting. It moves the rear wing to above the car rather than it sticking out from behind. But the Evo 2, they've obviously done quite a lot of research to refresh the back end fairly radically. Bruce?
Looking at screens at the moment, the battle for third, fourth is really, really tight indeed. In reality, there are quite a few laps between them, 3 laps between them, but Pierre Caffer in the number 18 Audi, desperate to get past Jürgen Herring. He's definitely quicker, but Jürgen in the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, well, he might have to be warned for track limits and exceeding them. He's moving his car around on the track. Pierre will find his way past, but we do have a Mercedes in the pit lane. Charles Espinal has finally had enough. For now, at least, that's been a sterling stint all 2 hours yesterday, and that includes all the time before the race, all that preamble as well. And he just clocked up, another nearly an hour and 40 this morning. So I'm sure he'll be suitably weary after that, but he brought it in from the lead. Yes, there were penalties to the 2 chasing Herbert Motorsport Porsches, but that was a really, really good job from Charles.
So will it be Charlie Putman, Joe Foster or Shane Lewis? I'm going to edge towards Putman because he'll be eager to get behind the wheel of his car at the end of the day. CP Racing standing for Charlie Putman. And the Mercedes about to, in the fueling area now, and then it will return to the racetrack, having conceded the lead to Alfred Renauer in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which is close enough to go back to the top of the pile in GT3. Jürgen Herring likely to be, I don't know, because there's a lap and a bit between Renauer and Herring's car as they go across the line. Herring having completed 114 laps, with the number 18 of Pierre Caffer now in front of the white and green Porsche for Herring. So Caffer, as we suspected, wasting no time at all during his first stint of the race.
Even the overtaking manoeuvre was about halfway around the lap, but even by the end of the lap, Pierre Caffer had pulled out another second and a half, and now he's streaking clear. But just to reiterate, 3 laps between them in reality. So Jürgen Herring still in third place overall, but the job of Pierre Caffer is to get the number 18 Audi as far up the track as he possibly can.
Yeah, so 1 lap gained back again when you compare it to Herring's 92 Porsche. Ted van Vliet in the JR Motorsport BMW M6 is a further lap behind Pierre Caffer. And then you've got Thomas Gosner for the MP Racing crew of Italy in the Italian prepared Mercedes AMG GT3. 8.3 seconds away from JR Motorsport, so that is a genuine battle.
And it's closing down. The gap between them came down by 2 seconds last time around. But Thomas Gosner must, like Charles Espinal, who's been in since the start of the race. Charles has now got out, and one would suggest that Thomas, who's going to come in at close to 2 hours. We heard from his daughter earlier, didn't we, on the grid before the start of the race. And let's go down. We talk of Charles Espinal. Let's find out what he has to say with Lucas.
Yes, that was a cracking stint, Charles. How did you enjoy your time on the circuit?
I gotta say, I was just looking at my fitness watch here, and it was 154.8 miles of pure fun. I mean, it was really good. Start was really good. You know, Marco and I were side by side. Obviously, a really professional. I gotta say he did all the right stuff, and obviously they got a little bit of us on pace, and then we got lucky on the code 60. But the CP Racing guys did a great job with the car. The pit stops were awesome, and I think that little extra fuel that we took last night really paid off today. So we'll see how it plays out for the next 8 hours, and I don't even know what's left.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a bit of an advantage in terms of fuel against Herbert. They had a bit of bad luck with code 60 as well. Do you think you can keep them behind you for the rest of the race today?
Honestly, I don't think we have the car for the pace, but this is endurance racing, so as you can see, all kinds of things can happen. A lot of it's a luck of the draw. A lot of it's just putting yourself in the right place. Obviously, the Herbert guys are awesome at always being really good. I mean, we, when we used to paddock with them in the box with our Cup car, when we were running the Cup car, super good guys. Their strategy's top notch. So, I know it plays both ways. So we're giving it everything we got, and I know they got given it everything they got, and that's what we're here for.
And please tell us about the rest of the day in terms of your driver lineup and who is in the cockpit.
Okay, so now Charlie, and then we'll put Shane in, and then Joe. And then it's kind of, I don't know if I'll get back in that order or thing. I'll run out of drive time at 6 hours, so we'll see where it plays out and how we're doing.
Charles, I noticed some familiar German-sounding voices here in the pit box. Is your team run by a German crew?
Yeah, absolutely. The Heino Jan, all those guys are German crew, and then we bring Mark and Dustin over from the States. Michael is a German engineer, and then we have Chris as our strategist, and so it's kind of a combination.
You know, it's and it works really well. We're all a big family. We love each other. We make jokes in English and German, and you know, I'm always on the translator trying to come up with funny things. So it's really good. I mean, these guys are super. They're coming to Sebring. They're going to come in a couple days early. We're taking them on the airboat. Let's go see if we can get a picture with them on an alligator and show them some Florida things, you know, since it's the home deal. So, like I said, big family. We spend as much time as we can together, and it's just part of the enjoyments of the endurance series.
Oh, that's fantastic. So, is it the same crew you do the Nordschleife endurance series with?
Yes. There's a couple guys that can't make it, so we have some different rotation in there, you know. But generally, it's the same core guys, and same guys take care of the car, and it's a fantastic situation for all of us.
And I need to show you something because I actually spotted German catering. Hang on, need to bring it in front of the camera. Now these are German crisps, and this, quite funny, Ungarisch means Hungarian in German. Might just be a coincidence. However,
know that, but that's the chips they always get, so they must like it here.
Cheers, Charles. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hungarian flavoured crisps. But in their homeland for the first time this weekend then. Good to see. And I honestly didn't know about the makeup of CP Racing, so that's very informative. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Charles Espenlaub.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And it just goes to show, you know, there isn't a form of motor racing that's more cosmopolitan than sort of any form of endurance racing.
Yeah.
And the fact that, you know, if you had endless money and endless time, you could be racing... COVID restrictions, travel restrictions, not considered for the moment, anywhere in the world. And just talking about the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, or the VLN, whatever you want to call it, over the course of the years, a lot of teams, we heard from Dennis Fehlbach talking about you don't go testing, the way to do it is going racing. And if you've got these 6-hour races you can go and play in, or 4 hours, or whatever they are in the individual events, that is what the teams like doing. And it works for the crews as well, and that's something that often gets forgotten, that you know, the techniques that they need to stop them dropping you know, a wheel, gun or whatever, it keeps them on their toes and they learn new stuff. And I really like what Charles was saying about how when they ran the Porsche Cup class car, they were running in the garage right next to Herbert Motorsport, and a lot of cross-pollination between the teams. And I think particularly in the 24H series, it is a very friendly environment. And so maybe a little bit more is revealed rather than, you know, World Championship level, where it's like a child, you know, putting their hand over their notebook at school and writing so no one else can see their answers.
Yep. Yeah, that's ingrained in the championship regulations, really, within Creventic, and rightly so for this level. Now, I understand, you know, when you go up to World Championship level, nobody wants to give anything away, and that's quite right, because the margins are so tight. But, you know, the bottom line is that everyone is here at a weekend like this to enjoy themselves and to gain experience, to go quicker and quicker, to leave a track, being able to know that you can go sometimes 4 or 5 seconds quicker around a short lap like this than you did when you started. So 8 hours and 13 minutes to go to answer Charles's question about exactly how much time there is. So we are verging on the 1/3 distance marker now, but still just gone 10:15 local time, so the weather is yet to produce the warmest temperature just yet. 22 expected as a high after it dropped away to 9 degrees Celsius last night, although things stayed dry as far as I know, so the track will have remained grippy overnight. We can go straight back to Lucas for a little more from the pits.
With Alfred Rennauer, who just got out of the number 91 Porsche. And Alfred, after that cracking stint, I think first of all we need to speak about that first attempt of a pit stop. That was a bit confusing.
You mean the code 60 stop? Yeah, it was. We had no space to come in, so I was stuck behind the other car, and then we decided to go out again without tire change, driver change and refueling. It was not so bad. In the end, we don't lose so much because we only used 30 liter of fuel to this moment, so it was not so important to get this code 60.
And what's your strategic outlook for the rest of the race now?
I thought we have no code 60 and just have a green race, but it looks like we have code 60, and so it's always you need to do a short course and think about your strategy, but there's no fixed strategy right now.
And as we mentioned earlier, your team is also doing the ADAC GT Masters this weekend, and our commentary crew is actually wondering if you could do pit stops here on both your cars simultaneously, or is the crew just too small for it?
What do you mean?
Could you pit both of the cars here at the same point of time, or do you need to bring them in separately?
No, we bring them separately because of the mechanics we have here. The whole crew is splitted to these two championships. And so we need to take care a little bit of this.
I was actually confused when I saw the backdrop of your pits, because that's something else as well.
It's from the last years in Super Cup with Growth Racing, so there's one sticker left. We don't have enough time to remove this, but maybe I do it today.
And we should also explain, Alfred is not only driver, but also team manager, mechanic, engineer, whatever. So once everything is done tonight, you'll pack all your stuff and go back home.
Yes, sure. We have enough to do next week, especially for preparing everything for 24 hours of Sebring and Dubai. And now we take everything in the truck and then go home.
All the best, Alfred. Thank you.
Thanks.
So yes, the team busy in the ADAC GT Masters at Sachsenring, as Lucas was mentioning a little earlier on, and I was going to look up actually the result for Robert Renauer and Sven Müller yesterday, 18th position. So a difficult race yesterday, but there is another event today which is yet to take place. That'll be a 4:30 start local time in Sachsenring, which will be round 10 of the ADAC GT Masters. They're still to visit Hockenheim for the first time this season, and also Nürburgring as well. So some big tracks still to come later on this month, and one early on in November too to decide that title. That gives you an idea of how spread Precoat Herbert Motorsport are this weekend, as the 210 Munkoff Racing BMW that runs in the TCE series, hence the blue backing on its race number. Just a little bit loose heading into turn one, I noticed, and rattling the curbs on the exit.
Yeah, quite a few cars are just getting their braking slightly wrong down into turn one and suddenly having to do a whole lot more than they'd really planned to do. Certainly the front end snaking around. Love to find out from Lucas. I haven't noticed if he's wearing a hat and gloves and a scarf, but I don't think it's actually that warm. And we heard from Rick Broikers when he got out complaining about it being cold out of the car. So in fact, the images do not lie. They're still not getting the heat into the tyres that they will soon, because it's a beautiful blue sky day, bright sunshine, but still cool at the Hungaroring. And at the moment it's 20 past 10 in the morning local time, but it is autumn. It does take longer to get up to temperature, but certainly drivers are going to have to keep reappraising how deep into some of the late braking corners you can go, like turn one. And it's a downhill entry as well, which sort of magnifies at any moment where the car is not sort of pitching in the way you want it.
So hustling the 210 car around the lap, Eric von den Munkoff having to pay close attention to the rear view mirrors, as well as that was the Rutronic Audi wanting to get by, and did so with very little time lost for Pierre Caffer. Next car queuing up to dive past the 210 is Thomas Gosner in the all-green 58 Mercedes.
Thomas has served one pit stop in that car, but we've got very close to 2 hours of the race under our belts this morning. It's 1 hour and 53 minutes, and Thomas Gosner will be coming in, but they did say 2 hours was their planned stint length or before a driver change. But just to give you a comparison in terms of the pace, the GT4 BMW TCX class, well, that was a slower lap because of traffic, 1 minute 59. The front running cars are doing 1 minute 45, and on a circuit like this it means shortish lap, you're going to have a lot of times where you're being overtaken by a GT3 car. So for Eric van der Munkoff, he's really just got to keep doing his thing and being consistent with his line, and the GT3 cars will find their way past. But it's a factor. Some circuits it's easier to get on with, somewhere like Barcelona a bit easier, but here you're changing your course all the time, and the actual racing line pretty narrow, particularly on the far side of the circuit.
Yeah, I noticed in the middle sector, which accounts for that twisty nature, Nat Berton was the fastest of the day through that sector alone, as Thomas Gosner runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 4. That's easily done as well. So there is some concrete that forms the runoff, which you can fall back on if necessary, and tidies things up on the exit of turn 5.
Well, he's only 2 seconds ahead of Ted Van Vliet in the number 2 JR Motorsport BMW M6, but around the course this lap appears to be eking that advantage out. Yes, he's sort of pulling away all the time, and The BMW all over the curbs as one of the Audis was coming through, and I think that was Pierre Caffer coming through quite quickly, but certainly for Thomas Gosner, good run in 5th place overall, but I would think he's coming in very soon indeed, perhaps even as soon as this lap.
So dives underneath the ST Racing BMW into turn 12, and that should mean, relatively speaking, clear road in front to allow good access to the pit road entry, and decides to go around at least one more time, describing with Snowy yesterday that the exit of 13 does allow you to run out nice and wide and actually use some of that pit lane entry road as your racing line. So you get that moment probably from us about confused whether the car's going to come in or not, but we have seen cars, GT3 cars, use even more of that beyond the dotted white line, not considered to be track limits though, because that's the solid white line, which the Audi comes very close to going beyond the 18 machine, but Pierre Caffer knows that car's limits now after a good few laps during his stint.
Yeah, really making it work very well indeed. A slower lap last time around for him, but he had traffic to get past. Now, an interesting thing I came across last weekend, I was at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo just outside Valencia. I'd never been there before. Track limits, we've talked about it incessantly, increasingly over the last few years. We'll know the rule. As long as you've got one of your tyres just within the white line, you're still on the circuit. But there, beyond the white line, it was then the red and white banded curbs, and then beyond that was a band of green, a car's width. And as long as you didn't have all 4 wheels in the band of green, you're okay. So it's basically said, for good behaviour, we'll throw in the red and white curbing as well.
Yeah, so that's changing the rule very slightly. And then these things are laid out during driver briefings through the course of the weekend, but you need to remember which meeting you're at.
No, exactly. But a circuit like Ricardo Tormo, it's so tight and twisty. It's it's a lap of just over 4 kilometres, but it's packed so incredibly tight. It's tightly folded around and around. You can get on top of the pit building and see 99% of the racing circuit. And in fact, there's another loop that wasn't being used within that. And there's a shrubbery, the lovely little bushes, and the circuit's name is spelt out in flowers. It's all very sweet. But because it was so twisty, and it is intrinsically a motorbike circuit, they just basically realised a lot of cars were going to be going out, almost forced out over the curbing. But so that's good. It's realistic, but you're quite right. You can't doze off at the back of the driver's briefing.
But it takes consideration into the decision process about where you're racing and the confines of the circuit, with trying to keep it fair for all at the same time. Thumbs up, thumbs down for Vortex V8. Well, it's been a trying race to this point, I suppose, but so far no major difficulties for Sunday. Let's hope that they've got all of those out of the way with an hour and 5 minutes, I think it was, parked up in the garage, getting to the bottom of the oil pump issue.
So presumably it's the third driver, Nicholas Nobbs, taking over. We've heard from, Gilles Courtois just hopped out. We've heard from Philippe Bonnel. Actually, it could be Philippe in the car. Can't quite tell. Let's not make the guessing game. Yeah,
well, he suggested to Lucas it would be about an hour before he took over. This is earlier than an hour since that interview. It's Nicholas Nobbs. We're getting confirmation now from Lucas Gajewski. Thank you for that. So maybe a change of strategy, because this car, again, the door proving very troublesome to get locked on the catch, and those are doors definitely cannot be taped down for safety reasons, so they're going to have to get to the bottom of that sticky catch, which is posing a problem during every single pit stop.
Yes, the door's sort of slightly flexing itself as it goes down, but underway. So the Swiss racer Nicholas Nobbs going out.
Now, in the TCE series, there's been some movement for second position. So the number 112 car of Emil Heyerdahl now into second spot, and ahead of Stéphane Perrin, who is driving the AC Motorsport Audi RS3. It's still a clear lead for Red Camel Jordans.nl, with 114 laps completed for Luc Breukers, who I think was the driver at the wheel when it had that big lock-up on its outlap into turn one, and sort of took the Rutronic Racing Audi with it to the runoff area.
Yes, I wanted to have a replay of that, or a replay of the replay, because I wasn't paying sufficient attention perhaps to check if it was that or the 188 car, but certainly now in terms of pace, the 188 Audi Stéphane Perrin couldn't match the pace that Emil Heyerdahl has been producing. That's why Heyerdahl in the sort of green, it's sort of citron yellow, really, yellowy green, almost changes according to, well, it does fade, doesn't it, from front to back and top to bottom. Maybe it's like some TVRs that used to have sort of a paint that livery that changed as you walked around them.
Yeah.
Always made me feel a little uneasy.
I know what you're saying.
But
Yes.
Heidel driving very well indeed, and he's lapping as fast as Luke Breukers, so he's up into second place in the TCR class. But we'll call it greeny-yellow, shall we?
Okay.
Lemon and lime.
You might even call it Grello.
No,
but I think a team's beaten you to that elsewhere with Manthey. But yes, as the sun was going down last night, it was a beautiful quality of light in the late evening, and actually the race continued 10 or so minutes after sunset time, technically speaking, although it was never pitch black by the time we finished at 6:30 last night. But it was a deeper green, certainly, with less light in the sky. Today, yeah, tricky, isn't it? It's a highlighter colour, and depending what angle you catch, sometimes yellow, sometimes green.
Yeah, and Christoph Lenz, another of the drivers in the car, it's his project we were hearing from at the start of this morning's start of the race. It's raising money for every lap completed for a child cancer charity. So you can go to the team's website, and that's Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. And if you fancy donating some money, so Christoph Lenz, one of the 4 drivers in that car's lineup, putting that they'd already had a charity event at the team base, so it's good to get families in and people in. So it's always noble, I feel.
So backed by Green Hope, who are a biodegradable packing company, and that badge not only adorned on the dash but also on the bonnet on the nose of the car as well. So I assume that is the same car that has run as 112 throughout the season, just re-wrapped especially for this event because of that sponsor. Another 30 seconds and we will be 1/3 into this race. 2 hours held yesterday, 2 hours this morning. Still the small task of an 8-hour race though to get to the end, and Charles Espenlaub was from his comments suggesting there is a great deal of time still to go, even though it's he that has done just about all 4 hours so far. Charlie Putman taking over at the last stop to now lead the race. 8 hours to go. Here's Lukas Gajewski.
I think we're just going to wait and bring you the full standings, because we've got 2 hours this morning under your belt, as you say. The maths was good, Johnny. 1/3 distance.
That was me misidentifying messages from Natasha Mark. She said the right thing. I heard entirely something different. But yes, here is the GT standings then after 4 hours. We'll do TCE in a moment or two. CP Racing leading the event with Charlie Putman at the wheel. Charles Espenlaub, though, has done 3 and a bit hours, so he is taking a deserved rest. Then a lap and a bit back, it is the Jürgen Herring-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 92 from the 91 car of Daniel Allemann. And in 4th position, Pierre Caffer, who's motoring on well in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 from Rutronic Racing by TECE. MP Racing's Mercedes number 58 runs 5th from the JR Motorsport Bmw M6, the Dutch squad entering GT3 I think for the first time. Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche 911 leads its class, the 991 division. And in P4, the car that's not yet eligible for full GT3 competition is the brand new Audi Evo 2 car 500 for Nat Berton. In 9th position, it's the 720 RD Science Racing Team, which leads the GTX category. Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. GT4 being led by the ST Racing BMW M4 for the 438 crew of Canada. And the 701 Vortex V8 continues to pound round, just many, many laps down after the difficulties yesterday. In the TCE series, Red Camel Jordans.NL car 101 is leading with Luke Breukers at the wheel of that. 2nd position, Emil Heyerdahl's Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power VW Golf, the green version, car 112. 188 is the AC Motorsports Belgian entered Audi RS3 in 3rd. 4th position, the other Autorama Motorsport Golf, that is the defending champion, car number 1. And then the Munkoff Racing BMW M4 GT4 car 210. So 4 hours done, 8 hours to go, and let's reflect on what this segment of the race today has produced so far. 7 hours and 56 minutes to go in this year's 12 Hours of Hungary. Say this year's, we've not been here for 7 seasons with Creventic, but it's the 7th edition of the 12 Hours of Hungary, and still finely balanced, I would suggest, with not a great deal of real estate between the two Porsches from Herbert Motorsport, a bigger advantage for CP Racing, and Jürgen Hering last time around not able to lap at the same pace as Charlie Putman. Daniel Alleman, though, with a busy day ahead of him, down in the 147s, a 147 flat, in fact. So he is gaining time on Jürgen Hering on the balance of things, with Pierre Caffer going even quicker from 4th position. The problem, though, for the German is that there's 3 laps to gain back on the GT Series leader.
So we've got a pit stop. Thomas Gostner has come in from 5th position, handing over to his daughter Corinna. She was thumbs up to him. She's just getting strapped into the car. That's the metallic green. I must say I quite like the metallic green on the Mercedes AMG. Very crisp looking colour, but this was the one that had a little bit of contact, Johnny, was it not, yesterday?
Yes, it was the... no, I'm trying to think now which way around it was. Front right of the Mercedes. No, front left of the Mercedes into the right-hand side of the Porsche.
Yeah, you could just see
it was a while ago.
Actually, just as I threw that to you, I spotted a little bit of a mark on the wing. But for Corinna, 36-year-old from... Oh, now apparently, hold on a second. There is something coming out the back of the 210 BMW. This is the car that started at the tail of the field, and Eric van der Munkhoff, we were riding on board with him a while ago. Just taking a little look. Can you make out anything there, Johnny? I thought I saw a little flurry.
There's certainly some smoke coming from the back, which is never a good sign, and I don't know whether there's then additional fluid as well. Yeah, no, there definitely is. Is that tyre rub, though, more so than fluid on the rear right corner? Seems to only happen through, if anything, right-hand corners, yeah, rather than left, when you would have expected the weight of the car to be lurching to the right-hand side. The team presumably have managed to get some communication to Eric van der Munkhoff to suggest it's better to come in, and so that they can see that up close. You can't drive a car into the garage, so if it is going to go into the garage, it will need to be put up onto the dolly jacks by the team, rotated and then wheeled backwards. But, well, the concern is the right rear tyre, and they're going to replace that tyre along with a driver change. It might just be, no, they're going to do more tyres than just the right rear, actually. Front left is being detached as well. And now they're checking, so they're checking fluid levels, but also there is steam coming from under, and that's oil related, definitely, because it's splattered on the underside of the bonnet as well.
It would have actually been coming out through the vents at the top of the bonnet as well, so the driver would have had a fair few visual clues to be going along with, plus whatever was being revealed. Oh, that is slightly concerning for the 210 crew.
So is that oil or coolant?
Well,
tricky to say from this distance, and without a Joe Bradley in the pits willing to taste it, although even he wouldn't have been crazy enough to do it at those sort of temperatures.
Oh, he would.
Do you reckon? Yeah, true enough. I've forgotten it. We're talking about Joe here. So he'll be gulping it down. Lucas with slightly more sense, but he can ask somebody at Munkhoff Racing to get to the bottom of exactly what they think it is. It will go up on the dollies and will be wheeled backwards then into the garage.
Looks pretty oily to me as the car was wheeled away on the dolly jacks back into the garage. It's a telltale mark from immediately under the right-hand bank of the engine, certainly spattered on the pit lane. That will have to be cleared up, but concerns for the Munkhoff crew.
Yeah, it's not been a particularly happy run for that BMW M4 GT4, to be honest, as one of the other 3 BMWs now heads out of turn 1, which is the ST Racing GT4 entry. Unfortunately for these guys, they are in a class of their own and sort of trying to pick out cars to race with, although they've got one TCE car ahead and one behind, so the meat in the sandwich, about half a minute either way, if you know what I mean, to Luc Broikers and to Emil Heyerdahl. This is the car last time out at Barcelona that I got confused as being in the TCE series. It is definitely a GT series entered car, but looking clearly for a race finish. The North Americans very much looking forward to a trip a little closer to home to Sebring next month, and I would imagine for ST Racing this will be a first-time visit to the Hungaroring, as it has been to virtually all of the tracks. Samantha Tan saying all of these European tracks are completely new for me. So at the end of the season, she would glean so much more experience of how to go well at these Grade 1 Grand Prix circuits.
But the driver who's getting an enormous amount of European circuit experience is the driver on board the 4381. Chimes the Hull, really packed programme this year, race competing in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the DTM Trophy. But let's go down to the pits because Lucas is busy with his microphone. Who have you got, Lucas?
Who just got out of the BMW M4. Eric, we're fearing it's oil, isn't it?
Yes, it seems so. It was the last round in this stint, and I saw some liquid on the mirror. I didn't know what it was, and the car was slippery. But it was also the last round because he had to say pit in. So I come in, and it's an oil leak. So it seems. So I don't know. But the rest of the stint, it was very good. 75, 78, and much better than yesterday, because yesterday I had a terrible stint. I don't know why, because I couldn't get speed in the car, and today it was over. It was a great stint.
We also saw some tire rub on the rear right corner. Any explanation for that?
In which corner?
The rear right corner. When you came in, there was a bit of tire rub or smoke or whatever.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, maybe that's linked to the oil leak as well. We'll double check on that. Anyway, as we speak about the car itself, please tell us a bit more about the car. Like the engine, who builds it, etc.
Yeah, the car is built by KK Automobile in Germany. And we bought him in 2018. The car is 3,200 horsepower, 6-cylinder, and it's a replica from the GT4.
And it's a very sad sign to see it in the pits. Let's hope we can get it out onto the circuit once again. What is the rest of your day going to be like with Marco, who will take over the next stint? When are you supposed to be back in the car then?
Yeah, we drive together. We drive with two, Marco and me, and we hope we will finish this evening at 6:30.
Best of luck for that, Eric. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so a true 50-50 split between Eric and Marco Poland, his teammate. A spin at, a corner that has seen so much action and not much of it good, frankly, at turn 12. So the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo looping 2 corners from the end of the lap, but thankfully getting going again. What we can't tell you is exactly how Miquelon actually ended up there, but he's recovered well, and the marshal's doing a good job as well with the double waved yellow flags to warn everyone of the incident.
Well, it is actually one of the few places on the Hungaroring lap where you can see down into the corner from the previous corner, the crest of the hill at turn 11, and you drop down into the compression of the valley, and then diagonally across the track, right ahead of them, before you'd even be wanting to turn into turn 12, was the Lamborghini. Did get going very quickly, and you're quite right, good marshalling work.
So, as Nicolo was trying to get the forward gear, a concerning lick of flame from the rear of the car. But at least it did go out very quickly, Bruce.
Yeah, it was just the once. It's when you have a repeat of that and then it gets larger. But anyhow, for Nicolas Michelin, he was facing backwards up the circuit. That was concern number 1. Concern number 2 was the flame out. How did he spin, though? Was it just a simple clouting the curves? I think he just got his braking wrong and panicked.
Maybe so. You have to say, with 16 cars in the race, it's unlucky to stumble across somebody else and there'd be a collision. Yes, at the first corner of the first lap yesterday, or indeed today, but as the field gets more and more spread out, generally this car is sort of in the middle of the measurement of pace. It's not as quick as the GT3 car, although very good down the straights, being a cup car, so there's much less aero on it compared to a GT3 car. It's kind of like the 991 class entered car from Villi Motorsports, the Porsche Cup car, but when you link all of the corners together, it can't go as quickly through those. but is easily quicker though than the GT4 car that we have in the entry and the TCE series cars as well. So currently in ninth, a couple of laps back, 4 laps in fact, back from the 991 division car, and that's about right for its current position. Apart from the latest hiccup, it has had a trouble-free run, the 720 Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, it must be a really entertaining car to drive. Not as much downforce as you say as the GT3 cars, but so much grunt. It makes a great sound. In terms of lap times, okay, maybe for Nicolas Michelon at the moment, just sort of recalibrating after that rotation, but lapping about 10 seconds off the pace of the very best. You know, I actually fancy there might be a little bit of oil down on the track from the Munkhoff car, and fittingly we're suddenly looking at that as the front end is the bodywork's being taken off there. That put oil down, and that certainly lap times have fallen away a little bit. I mean, Charles Putman, for example, 1 minute 54 seconds last time round. Was another incident, because all the yellow flags would have been drawn back in, Johnny, after the Lamborghini got going again, but lap pace has fallen away.
And just looking at the average lap times for that Lamborghini, Andrius Butkevicius started the day averaging at a 155.2, then a quicker stint from Paulius Peskevicius. He was able to do 150, high 151s, and a similar speed for his second stint as well. Michelon, not sure. Should he be just about the fastest driver? We'll get an average in the next few laps, actually, from Nicola, who did a fair bit of running yesterday.
I would think Paulicius was as soon as he got in the car, he was setting.
He turned on the styles, didn't he? Yeah. And Michelon, inexperienced, having done all his racing previously with MRS GT Racing, actually, in a 991 class Porsche. So this is a new car for the Italian, despite going, to homegrown machinery, if you like, Lamborghini versus Porsche. There's lots of body panels being removed from the 210, and this is rather concerning. We heard from Eric von den Munkhoff just a few minutes ago. I think the tyre rub that I was suggesting was actually just the oil leaving the car from the rear. That's why he was slightly confused by Lucas's question, but I'd given him a bum steer, in all honesty. And it was oil out of the vents from underneath the hood, leaving the car from the back, and the team have got quite a job on their hands, really, to repair that, work out where the leak is, and then to fix it as well. So that could be quite a prolonged stay in the pits. As another of the BMWs is in. This is the M6 from the GT3 category, and Ted Van Vliet reaches the end of his stint.
The race is therefore Ruud Olij will be going back on board. He did the first stint, very hot brakes on that as it sits at a standstill in the pit lane. They're steaming away, but other mechanics aren't too concerned about that. They're simply completing the driver change, the wheel change, cleaning the screen, and that should be going back into race. It came in from 5th place, which means the Car Collection Motorsport Audi. Yep, that should be going past, while the number 2 BMW's in the pits. And then, of course, Corinna Gostner, the MP Racing Mercedes, be working her way back forward. The Willy Motorsport by Ibi Motors Porsche may also go past. We're having a little bit of a flux and change. But before all the pit stops, the number 2 BMW was running sort of 7th or 8th position, and I think it'll shuffle back down to thereabouts. But it's underway.
And now the 112 car being driven by Emil Heyerdahl. Now, was Heyerdahl always due to be racing the 112 as well as the one?
On my entry list, he was down as to both of the cars.
Okay, fine.
So he probably thought he was racing a red and white Golf, but he's racing a red and white one and a green one this weekend.
That's right. Well, a very similar situation as it is for Daniel Alleman, although Alleman, I think the decision was made on site because, of course, Tim Muller was due to be in the 92 and then very last minute had to be elsewhere. But Heyerdahl, it was always the plan to do a little time behind the number 1, behind the wheel of the number 1, and a little time behind the wheel of the 112. And there'll be very little difference you would sense in the setup between the two cars. Although you're always looking for an average setting, which everybody is happy with. and Heyerdahl not only sharing with Konstantin Kletzer, Lukasz Stolarczyk and Fabian Dance, but also the 3 drivers in the 112 as well.
Interesting, Nicholas Nobbs looks to have done a very short stint. He's got out of the vortex, but that's not because another driver's getting in. They want to get into the cockpit. Oh, have we got another driver in? No, we haven't. Something is wrong, because he wasn't long into his stint, was he? He's about 20 minutes in at possibly the very most. They need to get to something behind the driver's seat. Access is not easy. It's a very small environment in which to get in. Can't tell you what they're doing. Maybe Lucas can watch from a close enough distance to find out, but not get in the way. We'll get back to you on what's happening with the 701 vortex. But another problem.
There was a smallish panel of some description removed from the back of the seat. I thought at first it was just a major seat adjustment, but you're quite right. They're trying to access the area behind or underneath the seat, which is not the easiest process, admittedly. So Lucas could well have an update on the vortex and maybe other things too. Let's get straight to him.
Actually, we're standing right next to the vortex. We're going to check on it in a minute. First, let's speak to Ted van Vliet, who just got out of the Bmw M6. Ted, how was your stint this morning, or your 2 stints, effectively?
Okay, it was a very good stint, I think. My fastest round so far. So I think that's good. The car is good. We have new tires, so that's helping, I think. But it's nice.
And am I right that this is GR Motorsport's first start with the M6 and Creventic?
Yeah, yes, we do it for the first time with this car. We drive with the F80, you know, I don't know, but yeah, this is the first time, so it's for us, yeah, it's exciting.
And Ruud is now back in the car. You have done 2 stints, and there is a third name, Bas Schouten, very familiar to Creventic Racing, who is also on the entry list, but we haven't seen him in the car yet.
Yes, he do the quali, and now I think I go after Ruud, and then Bas go in. I think we don't know yet, but probably it's still so go on.
And what is your long-term target with the BMW M6? Because there is the new M4 GT3 car coming next year.
Yeah, it's a boy's dream. So we have bought this car now, and the GT4 is the M3 is more expensive too. So at least we can buy it, so we have to buy this. And it's a boy's dream.
So will we see you more often with the M6 GT3 in Creventic Racing?
Yeah, sick, for sure.
That's great. Thank you very much, Ted.
Thank you.
Okay, so interesting plans there, revealed by Ted van Vliet, that we will be seeing more of the M6 next year. As Lucas makes the point, the new GT3 car from BMW is the M4, which has already featured in Creventic rounds for some pre-season testing, effectively, similar to what Car Collection are doing today with their Audi number 500. But you know, budget always has to be considered, and JR Motorsport have realised what level they're at, and you know, they acquired the M6 certainly for another full season.
I always think it's great when you get a car that is being superseded, and I've watched a couple of races now with the M4 GT3 racing and the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, so getting some good mileage in. Philipp Eng, Augusto Farfus at the wheel, but for a lot of people, some cars just stand out. And I think when you look at GT class racing, you look at the body shape of the BMW M6 and the Bentley Continental, they stand out. They just look so much larger. They are larger, but I think they've got a particular appeal. And for someone like Ted van Vliet, many years racing in the Supercar Challenge in the Netherlands, it's a sort of car that could fit in there as well. But I think for the longer races you get, that is why JR Motorsports grabbed it for this, and the very purpose. Just looking at the smile on Ted's face, he's a happy man. He's stepped up a level. Really had a good session, a good workout here as well.
Yeah, because it's a physical circuit, particularly in that middle sector where you're swinging left and right. You need to, you know, first of all remember where you are on the circuit, because a lot of those corners look very similar, but also go with the momentum of the car rather than fight it, I suppose. But very experienced, been racing for over 10 years now, Ted van Vliet, and answering also the question about Bas Schouten and when he will appear a little later on. But I have to admit, I'd forgotten he was put in for qualifying duty yesterday. It was a short session, and everybody was in together, TCE and GT Series cars, when previously we've had a split session of 30 minutes for each division. So Vortex is being worked on. And was that Lucas's voice I heard?
Lucas
Myers?
has news.
Let's go to him.
Nicholas Knopf's now getting back into the car, which is a good sign. The bad sign, however, is it's again the alternator belt, I'm afraid. So the same problem they already had yesterday.
Oh dear, I wonder whether that might rear its ugly head into the second day of the meeting, and they were hoping that they'd got to the bottom of the issue, but you know, it's a punishing affair to race around this 4.3 kilometre circuit lap after lap, and if you've got a slight chink in your armour already, that can manifest itself into a larger crack. Yeah, they're going to have to either just do another repair similar to yesterday, or perhaps a much bigger but the thing is, it was in for an hour in the garage yesterday, so I thought they'd taken the belt and braces attitude from the off.
No, but
and here it is again.
But Johnny, sometimes, well, you sort of touched on it, a mechanical problem can begat another one. It can trigger it because it's vibrating, and something else then gets slightly damaged, and I think that maybe is why it's gone from an oil pump problem to the alternator belt. You know, factors in and around and about. But again, just reiterate, parked Fairmere last night, they couldn't work on the car. You know, if you automatically think, oh God, those poor mechanics, they've got a bit of an all-nighter or a bit of a long stint through the night in the break. No, they don't. They pack up and go, you know, pop down to town for paprika and beef combination that you get in Budapest. Very nice indeed. Yeah, so a nagging thought. If you've had a problem in your car and you've got to go back to your hotel, have a sleep, that's good. But how big? What is the extent of the problem?
Difficult to turn off entirely as well when you're partway through a race like that, even if things are going well, actually. But when you know there's an underlying niggly mechanical reliability issue that you think you've, you know, sort of ironed out the cracks, but could well come back. So yeah, and vibration, resonance, one thing not quite working correctly can lead to other things. Porsches, on the other hand, from Herbert Motorsport, now finding one another on the track. The 92 for road position is ahead of the 91, and this is a genuine fight for position. So they start the lap 3/4 of a second apart. Daniel Alleman chasing Jürgen Hering, and he has been cutting that gap lap after lap. The lights are now flashing from the Swiss, but it would have been brave to try and pull off a manoeuvre into turn 4. And now Hering gives him the real estate to dive up the inside at turn 5, and that's a nice neat and tidy overtake.
Yeah, clearly knowledge from both sides. And you have to be convinced if you're Daniel Alleman in the chasing car, the driver in front, even though your teammate has seen him. Is he half seen me or has he fully seen me? But good place on the circuit. You can keep out of the way if you stick to driver's left on the approach to turn 5. Now, one of the things we just earlier today, about an hour and a bit ago, we had the number 500 Audi coming to a halt just approaching turn 12. The car was absolutely going nowhere, but there was power. But for the team, embarrassing to run out of fuel, and they had a problem with the radio. That's why they couldn't alert the driver. But the good news was it is simply running out of fuel. It's not like it got an electrical problem or something to chase and try and guess what it is. It's a simple fix. But for the 500 Audi, that was a loss of a lot of track position, and it at the moment is running around up in 5th place. Nathaniel Berton's been doing some very quick laps. He's gained a lap back on the Rutronic Racing by Techie Audi. That's a contemporary Audi, but it's going to be a long chase, a long chip away. Still 2 laps in arrears in 5th place overall.
Alleman back into turn 1, clear road in front of him this time, in contrast to a lap ago, and a very peculiar angle indeed for the number 92 Porsche, which has arrived in the penalty box, cleaned out at least one of the cones. So did he literally arrive sideways as a late call, perhaps, into the penalty box area?
Might get a penalty for not sitting in the penalty box properly. But basically, the penalty box is a painted red strip in the pit lane with cones on either side. So the idea is you go in through the first 2 cones, you park up and get underway. Quite what happened, we do not know, because the car was diagonally at a standstill with its rear wheels not on the red marked area. So I'm fear for Jürgen Hering there may be another pit visit, if not for him, because he's now got out of the car, but for one of his teammates. Oops.
Well, the cone's placed there for a reason, to designate exactly the area of the penalty box, and I'm sure the race officials will frown upon at least one cone being removed, but I'd love to know what angle Jürgen was arriving in that area of the pits at. I mean, the speed limit is already at 40 kph by the time you've gone across the white line.
Now, of course, the penalty box is at pit in.
It is.
As you will find it, I think, pretty much every single circuit. But anyhow, certainly, I think, have a quick flash through my mind. Le Mans, definitely, as soon as you get in the pit lane, etc. And it makes sense. You serve the time penalty, and you pop in for a cup of tea with your team.
Yeah. Although, you know, in some championships, you cannot do a normal pit stop along with the penalty. In this one, you can. It certainly makes sense to put the penalty box as early in the pit lane as possible. Normally at the outside of the first garage, or in Dubai it's in a completely separate area. But you have already gone down to, now I'm remembering the 3 speed limits in action this weekend. It's code 60, so 60 kph on the track when there's an incident, 40 kph down the pit lane, 20 kilometers per hour in the fueling area. So you already dropped to 40. Yes, 40 kilometers per hour is still reasonably quick, but to end up at such an oblique angle in the penalty box, I'm rather scratching my head at that. Anyway, the car has made it safely to the team, now in the fueling area. Don't think they did a driver change, and the car will go back into the race.
I can only presume that Jürgen coming in, thought he was coming in for a standard pit stop, and then heard a message saying
call,
penalty, and was very late getting it together to get into the penalty area. I don't think it is Jürgen. I thought we saw Jürgen get out of the car. So we'll wait to see that when it's completed its refueling. The car in 3rd place, only just been passed before it came in, literally the lap before, wasn't it, by Daniel Alleman in the 91 car. But leading the race, Charles Putman. He is not quite as fast as Daniel Alleman. Daniel's going to close him down a little bit, but we're talking fractions of a second per lap.
Well, it was Marco Seefried who started the car today. Pretty sure, the 92, and then we've obviously switched to Jürgen Hering. So yeah, this will probably be the ideal time to switch pilots once more. Pierre Caffer's in the fueling area as well as Karina Gosner, who did suggest that after a stint from her dad, she would be taking over in the MP Racing Mercedes. So she's now heading down towards turn 2 and 3. And an overtake, in fact, for the 58 car on the 955. So Gosner getting ahead of fellow Italian Fabrizio Broggi for the Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors Porsche. They're not in the same class, but they are very much in the same portion of the race, having both completed 135 laps. And the rumbling Mercedes with the engine in the front overtakes the Porsche with the flat 6 in the back.
Right, the next target for Karina Gosner, but it's going to be a bit of a haul, is Ruud Olli, who's just gone back out for his 2nd run this morning in the JR Motorsport Bmw M6. That's 6th and 7th positions. But the Gosners are a very busy racing family. You've got Thomas the father, and eldest child is Manuela Gosner, who we see racing for the Iron Dames. Then comes Corinna, then younger brother David. But it's great to see, you know, so many members of one family coming out to play. They've done a lot of competition in the Ferrari Challenge races around Europe for the past half dozen years or so. But great to go racing as a family. There aren't that many sports you can do with, you know, multi-generations, but motor racing is definitely one of them. Polo, perhaps, sailing.
Yep.
Bare knuckle fighting. No, the last one isn't quite the same, is it?
Well, Manuela was part of the lineup in the Mugello 12 Hours earlier on in the year, so she has done some action in the Creventic race, along with, as you say, the main part of her season, which has been European Le Mans Series with the Iron Dames, and I think at least one Michelin Le Mans Cup race as well. That was quite a lineup actually at Mugello, where they got through 5 drivers in only a 12-hour race and a split 12-hour race as well. But Giorgio Sernagiotto joined 4 Gosners at their home race earlier in the year. Meantime, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi. Now, are we pretty sure, very sure, that was not the Audi that outbraked itself into turn 1? I've caught a glimpse of one more replay. I think there's too much black on it for it to have been the 188, I reckon.
The front of the car was in the shade, but yeah, there were more bright flashes on the wings.
So that was Luke Breukers on an outlap, rejoining the track on cold tyres, trying to slow sufficiently for turn 1 and just making a slight error. Michael Doppelmayr having to readjust his line, and both Audis leaving the track briefly. But the 188 now has Mathieu Detry at the wheel, who was put in for qualifying yesterday. Been impressed with Mathieu's pace in recent rounds of the 24-hour series. And this car is currently 3rd in the TCR part of the race, the TCE part of the race. In fact, behind Emil Heyerdahl and behind Ivo Breukers now at the wheel of the Red Camel Audi.
Yep, so the whole Breukers Racing family, father and two sons, have all had a go, but Ivo second in class. He's 5 and a bit minutes down on the next car up, which is 11th overall, but that's the Lamborghini from RD Science, and that's in the pit lane having work on it. So another lap or so, and Ivo will move up at least one position on the leaderboard, but no advances in terms of his position in class. He'll still be second overall because that TCE class is looking quite good for the number 112, the bright greeny yellow VW Golf.
So conditions more or less ideal now. It's certainly a lot warmer than it was at the start of the day, and the Audi being put in the middle of the road down towards turn 2, so that suggests that some of the silt and the dirt that was offline yesterday has been scrubbed away. The more and more lappery that takes place, of course, off the racing line, that means that the areas that you need to go to away from the racing line are safer, more reliable, shall we say. So the Audi then, with its 2-litre turbocharged engine in the front-wheel drive Audi RS3, mounting the curbs. Mathieu Detry certainly means business on this lap.
Yeah, it's looking very busy indeed, but it really does clonk the curves. But then when you're in a TCE class car, you can do that much more so than a GT3 car, because clearly you've got a little bit more suspension travel there. But it's looking how the light the rear end of the car is. You know, in this front-wheel drive engine at the front, and the rear wheels are just to stop the the tail dragging on the ground. Frankly.
Yeah, that's certainly a theory that was rolled out a few years ago now by Martin Haven, I think, to say that the rear wheels' main purpose is to make sure that the rear bumper's off the road.
He was still using the same line in the mini race last couple of weekends ago at Goodwood.
Okay, excellent. Well,
dusted it off.
A good idea is a good idea forever, to quote David Brent. Out of turn 14 and across the line will go the 188 with the 701 Vortex up ahead on the road, and Nicholas Nobbs took that over last time in the pits. Still stone last because it's got 20-odd laps to catch up on the Erik van der Munkhoff car of the M4 GTR, and of course that car is currently in the pits. It's been there for half an hour now. That's ticked by very rapidly indeed. We heard from Erik himself on the difficulties for that M4 GTR. It would be fantastic to have all of the cars that started yesterday's race finish it today, but there are one or two questionable with that in that regard right now.
Well, Johnny, let's just point out, as you said, you did the first 2 hours yesterday. I've just come in as the Bruce come lately this morning. There was contact at the very first corner of the 2-hour stint yesterday, and it's a 12-hour race. It's the contact in the field. You know, it's always a possibility, and in fact, I can't think of many races in any categories at the Hungaroring in which the first corner hasn't caused a bit of a problem. But anyhow, it was only minor contact, so that's good. So we do still have 16 cars. But after just an hour or so of racing, that Vortex was parked up having repairs, and I thought, oh my God, is this going to be one that doesn't get through the night? But it has. Still stone last, but while that Munkhoff Racing BMW M4 is in the garage, there is the possibility that it can gain back the hour or so, but then it had further problems this morning, so of course that itself has had time in the pit lane, not doing a lot.
Second place car in a fair bit of traffic now. Daniel Alleman with three, well, not even necessarily slower cars in front. It will be tricky to lap fellow GT3 machines as the 500 car heads into turn 12. Now, what we don't know is whether they were able to rectify the radio issues on this car, and therefore might have to resort to lap boards later on in the piece as we go back to Lukas Gajewski, who's got more news from the pits.
Who was in, or his car was in the pits, the RD Science Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Paulius, it was a lengthy pit stop. We saw some parts of the bodywork being removed as well. What was the issue there?
Yeah, because the Nicola have some spins and the car missing the ABS. So we are coming here, and we need to restart the car for, again, have the active ABS. And for that, we pit stop we use for changing brake pads for going to the end to the race.
So the spin we saw earlier, was that down to the missing ABS as well?
Yeah, because he arriving like usual normally in the corner and spin. Maybe the spin starting from the cold tires, maybe, but we need to ask the Nicola. He is now on the drive, so I don't know directly.
All right, Paulius, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nicolo Michelon now the new driver at the wheel. I did say I was going to look up at his average lap having taken over. So the 720 car, that was Paulius Putkevicius, by the way, who was the outgoing driver. And Michelon, yes, slower. So as you suggested, Bruce, Paskevicius, the quickest of the 3 drivers allocated to the 720 RD Sainz Lamborghini. Michelon 156.0 compared to Adrius Butkevicius, who was quicker during his fairly lengthy stint at the start of the day. So Michelon, as we said, not experienced behind the wheel of Lamborghini, so that will take some acclimatising to. And he did some running yesterday to get used to the circuit as well. A little bit off the ideal apex through 13, but neatens things up on the exit of the corner and about to complete another lap then for the RD Sainz car.
Right, what we haven't talked about for a while, Johnny, is the fact that CP Racing started today second on the grid. They got Charles Espenab got not muscled out, but out-cornered through the first couple of corners by Marco Seefried. So went back to third, but with driver penalties for both the 92 and 91. Herbert Porsches, that's put them behind them. They also, the CP Racing crew, got its pit stop absolutely perfectly timed, unlike the rivals when it came to the Code 60, but they're sitting on the lead, and at the moment, second driver in for the day, CP of CP Racing, that's Charles Putman, is lapping as fast as Daniel Alleman last time around. So the margin is still there, just pretty much on a lap, and they're sitting there. And the good news is they're going metronomically. I hope nothing now happens because I said this very thing, but they're doing what they need to do. But as a lot of, we pointed out earlier, a lot of the crews up and down the pit lane, particularly Herbert Motorsport, they have very few people in the pit crew, so any pit stop could be a bit of a problem. But let's go down and find out the latest from Lucas.
Yes, guys, I was just checking the penalty board, and there is another 20 seconds time penalty for the 92 Herbert Motorsport car. It was issued, what was it, 11:04, so that's 7 minutes ago, exceeding speed limit in the pit lane. So that might have been during the last pit stop. However, there was another penalty issued at 9:40 this morning. Time penalty served incorrectly. That was a 6 seconds time penalty that might have been the one that we have seen just a couple of minutes ago. So there are really some penalty issues going on at Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah, so a track limits warning as well, which was a third offence at turn 4. So that will be short-cutting the left-hander at the top of the hill. But the more substantial one, which has been issued, as you say, and not yet served, is the 20-second penalty for exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane. And that's obviously going to be stamped down upon fairly fiercely because it's a penalty issued on safety grounds rather than track limits, which is purely an advantage you take out on the circuit.
Right, you want to see what pace Martin Rump could achieve in the Evo Audi, number 500. We're going to get a chance because just having a driver change, Nathaniel Berton hops out in his natty yellow overalls, and in hops the Estonian. And their garage closest to pit exit. And someone remembers to pick up the seat insert that Nathaniel was using, and out onto the circuit goes Martin Rump. I think he's going to go very well indeed. And that car came in from 4th place, had been maybe able to pick its way towards the 92 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, particularly if it keeps coming in to serve penalties in the pit lane. And any drive-through or stop-go penalty is a problem, but if you've just managed to clock up 2 20-second, I nearly said 20-minute penalties, those would be actually, if they keep getting 20-second penalties, they might say, right, you're not paying attention, let's make it 20-minute penalties. But it's going to be a possibility for the Evo to get up into 3rd place, I would reckon. We've still got 7¼ hours remaining.
The bright yellow race suit, incidentally, is because he races with the well-known courier DHL, or at least with their backing in the Come To You team Audi Sport.
In the TCR.
In the TCR, with Tom Coronel, yes. And Tom, DHL have been a long-term backer of Tom Coronel for the last few years, stretching back into World Touring Car days. That's now World TCR Championship, where they both race Audi RS3. So that's your connection to Audi. And the Four Rings this weekend up a significant few notches for the Frenchman to GT3 level, although not, we'll reiterate, not a legal GT3 car just yet. It's a year before it's fully homologated, so runs in P4. But yeah, at least a second race this year for Nat Berton, therefore. He's in action in Barcelona as well.
And I tell you what, if you're looking to run that car next year, you're very, very pleased every time you see it out in a race this year in Evo form, which obviously it can do here, it can do in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. You're allowed to go out and race these sort of prototypes, if you will. But if they get the race mileage done, you're thinking, great, that's saving any problem they have, is one that we hopefully won't have when we get our version, you know, for 2022. So I think they all have a little eye out and go, yep, iron out those creases, thank you very much.
Engine in the background is the 2-litre power plant of the Autorama Motorsport VW Golf GTI, the white and red one, which is car number 1, running 4th in the TCE series. Konstantin Kletzer currently at the wheel and doing a 158.3 last time around. But now we've had that driver change in car 500, it will be interesting to see again on the average lap times who's the quicker between Nat Berton and Martin Rump. You suggest it could be pretty close between the two. Well, across a 36-lap stint for Nat Berton, he achieved an average of a 146.3 and a best lap 144.7. But yeah, low 146 is always going to glean good time, good progress for car 500.
Race leader Charles Putman picking his way past the 955, which is Fabrizio Broggi in the Willy Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, and at the moment Charles lapping in 1 minute 49s and the Porsche just talking about 1 minute 56s, so that was a fairly easy pass. But again, every pass that has to be achieved and ticked off is a good job done by anybody in this race, but particularly the race leader. And for Charles Putman, no real pressure from behind him at the moment. It's about being metronomic, Johnny. It's about keeping it clean, tidy, kind on the tyres, and handing something that's not steaming back to your teammate.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, you're talking about average lap times and, you know, mere tenths of seconds between them across a long stint, 30-plus laps. But, you know, you imagine the damage that is done through just a small spin that you can recover from quickly. That really does increase the average time significantly.
Yeah, and you just talk about damage. The front corner of the Porsche Cup class car, I just noticed it's got some black tape holding the front right in.
Yes, yeah.
But at first I thought it was part of the livery, and then I looked at it again, I thought, no, that has had a little rattle over a curve possibly, or something that's loosened it, and they've just simply done a cross pattern in tape to hold it down. But that can, as you say, still be a factor. You can just feel the car's a little unbalanced, or maybe it's making a mystery noise that you're thinking, is that getting worse? Is it, you know, just those things that go around a driver's mind.
Happened yesterday, but you've only just triggered my memory of it. But Snowy and I were rather perplexed for a couple of laps because a bit of bodywork was basically sticking out from the front bit of the wheel arch, and we thought, is that a part of the wheel arch inner lining that had come loose? But we eventually worked out with the help of Lucas Gajewski, who held it up to one of our cameras. It was actually a dive plane which had come loose and then got lodged in between the front of the wheel arch and the tyre itself, and was running around and had to be plucked out by one of the mechanics during the stop. So yeah, the brackets were still evident, broken by that point, and they needed to then replace much of it with tape, actually. So yes, it's a scar from earlier on in the race.
Yeah, dive planes are great when they're in the right location, but once they start rotating around, I've seen that sort of element before. But and when they're loose, you know, and what they can do when they're lying in the track, they're not good things. But
blade-like right next to a tyre, I mean, not a good combination. But thankfully they avoided the puncture, and there is a cleaner look to the front of that Porsche this today, but admittedly quite a heavily taped up front right. As a result of that, again, they couldn't touch that overnight to tidy things up. Yeah, there's actually a cross of tape to hold together what remains of that the front portion of the bumper, but holding firm for the time being. When you consider we've done nearly 3 hours running today, that's a decent bit of repair work on the fly.
Right, the gap between first and second is beginning to come down, but at the moment it's halfway across the far side of the valley. The race leader, Charles Putman, and just down at the compression and coming up towards turn 12. So only three quarters of a lap behind is the chasing 91 Porsche, the lead of the Herbeth Porsche cars. And right now, Charlie Putman turns right and drops down the hill out of turn 11. So it's a good lead, but a second a lap, 3/4 of a second going in favour of the chasing Herbeth Porsche. We'll keep an eye on that, but good job from Charles Putman at the moment, lapping 1 minute 49s. Yeah, the chasing car 1 minute 48s, but Daniel Alleman is pushing on, but aware that, well, plenty of time still to go, but it's about not making mistakes. But it's also not getting any more drive-through penalties, which the sister car that Bobby Gonzalez is driving, the 92 Herbeth Porsche, seems to be gathering for fun at the moment. Have we got any new further ones?
No new ones, but still the outstanding 20 seconds that will need to be served at the next pit stop. So you don't have to react to that within 3 laps, as is the case in a lot of world-level championships elsewhere in motorsport. That can stay on the copybook, let's say, for I think it's a maximum of 2 hours actually, and the cars will be in much earlier than that.
But interesting point, because I was going to say, did we mention the fact there was a drive-through penalty, a 10-second time penalty for 101, which is the Red Camel's car?
I'd seen that,
issued,
I must mention
but
it,
not being served.
Yes.
And that presumably was for Luke Breukers coming out of the pits to start his stint, locking up when he saw there's a GT3 Audi on the outside, and causing a collision. We couldn't quite tell if they touched. They clearly had a little kiss, nothing untoward though.
Well, it caused an avoidance action for Michael Doppelmayr, which I think is the key, because he didn't want to go out to that part of the circuit and was forced there. So, 10-second penalty that hasn't been served yet. So there are currently 3 outstanding penalties for 3 different cars: 92, 101 as Bruce has just described, and the 701 Vortex owes the officials 20 seconds in the penalty box, and that again is a speed limit infringement down pit lane, so the same article as the number 92 Porsche. So just have a look at what that will do to the current order. Charlie Putman leading the motor race in the CP Racing Mercedes by 1 minute and 23 seconds, and Daniel Alleman at times is able to lap quicker than the American, but at other times the lap, the time being produced by both cars is very, very similar. And then in third position, Bobby Gonzalez, but set to drop back a further 20 seconds just as soon as the next pit stop is done.
Now, it's always good to have spies on the ground, our friends who can help out. Ian McCarthy, sorry I haven't checked the Twitter feed for a while, saying, I'm on the ground a little east of the circuit. Good walk through the sun. This is 50 minutes ago, but still chilly in the shade, only about 12 degrees. So the rapid rise of temperature I was looking for hasn't come, but he reckons around lunchtime, midday, it will actually get properly warm. But that's why we've seen the drivers really struggling to get turned in. And we saw, remember, about 3 laps into the race, Marcus Seefried still coming down the start-finish straight, weaving quite vigorously in second place, just trying to get enough heat into the tyres. Thanks very much, Ian.
Yeah, some useful local knowledge being sent our way via at Limited Running, who is Ian McCarthy's Twitter handle. You can send anything else you might have to contribute at RSL_studio, and as Ian has done, include our separate handles at Specutainment, at Bruce Joe Racer 11, at Blackpool Johnny, to make sure we're all involved. You can use the hashtag 12H Hungary as well. And speaking of at Specutainment, i.e. John Hindhoff, together with Nick Damon, they are due to continue our coverage of the 12 Hours of Hungary in about 40 minutes' time. So just limbering up now in the green room here in our Global Broadcast Centre for 2021. This is round 6 of this season's championship then. Gone are the days where there are separate European and then continental championships. In order to score well in the 2021 campaign, you really have to be at every single event, including Dubai, including Sebring, and the 5 European venues too. And those teams that have been able to, it's been a challenge to be able to get to each of those races, but the reward is a very good championship position. We'll take a little look at standings later on in this event, but ST Racing well placed, by the way, because again of their consistent good results, but also being at every event. Difficulty at Circuit Paul Ricard as far as that was their non-finish, but otherwise have regularly been in the podium positions, and two class victories along the way too. But there are overall championships to be decided within GT and the TCE series, and of course the independent championship, the independent class championships as well. Must all be decided by the end of Sebring in November. 6 and a bit minutes to go before we reach another half an hour in terms of clock hours, but that means we've come to the end of another race hour, because we started at 8:30 this morning, racing through till 6:30 tonight, and that will put 5 hours on the clock. Still feels a lot longer than that because of the extra time with the overnight stop off, where the cars were locked into Parc Fermé conditions. So 7 hours and 5 minutes still to unfold, and plenty more incident potential for more Code 60s, although I'm impressed that there's only been 2 so far to this point. That is partly to do with the nature of the circuit, but also the speed at which the incidents have been dealt with by the local track staff, and good driving standards as well. There's the odd penalty issued here and there for some contact, yes, at turn 1, but nothing too significant, and it would be great to keep things that way as the 438 BMW heads out of turn 1, leading its GT4 class. And Chandler Hull, vast experience, as Bruce was mentioning, in Europe, despite being from the USA originally, and the team having to cross the Atlantic every single time they come to these events, although I believe the car is kept in Europe to make travel slightly easier. 101 Audi heading towards turns 2 and 3. Car 101, Ivo Bruyckers leading the TCE race by just under half a minute as we go to Lucas in the pits.
With Nathanael Berton, who came out of the number 500 Evo 2 Audi, and as you can see, Nathanael is filling himself up with water, because I think now there was a bit of a problem with the tube in the car.
Yeah, the fixation of my water tube was not fixed, so the tube was out. So for 1 hour 30 I had no water. It's not so hot outside, but it starts to be hot in the cockpit, so definitely now it's water, and for the next time on the car.
All right, and is that down to the fact that it's a new car, or was it just something else?
Oh no, it's due to my helmet. The guys did the system yesterday, and unfortunately today was not working. So nothing to do with the car. The car is going well. We have no issues so far, and yeah, keep going.
Now, you've been on the team for the Barcelona 24 hours with the new Evo 2 version. Is the Evo 2 car you're driving here the same Evo 2 car you drove last time out, or are there any changes to it?
No, basically it's the same. I mean, we are developing and starting to know to understand better the car. But basically it's the same. It's the same new pieces on the car, and we have to make sure they are working well for a long distance and for a lot of mileage. So at the moment everything is good, and yeah, it's just we know we are here for developing, but we also want to race. But in the straight we are quite slow.
Okay, so it isn't a GT3 car yet. It doesn't have the homologation yet. So is it about fine-tuning, or can there still can parts still be changed?
Oh, this is a question you have to ask directly to Audi Sport. But yeah, homologation is not there, but it's going to be the car for next year. So we need to understand also with everything we had now. Yeah, how to go faster and to understand what is the effect of all the changes. Sorry. So it depends on the track. Barcelona was a type of track. Here is another type of track, and it's different. So we are learning as well. It's another kind of type of tires. Hankook tires are different from Pirelli or Michelin, for example. So I think it would be worth to try another tires as well.
So what do you expect from the rest of the race today?
We're going to fight for podium, I hope so.
All right, Nathaniel. Thank you. Best of luck.
Yeah, very interesting interview with Nathaniel Berton there from Lukas Gajewski. So grateful for that. And this car does seem to be closer to podium pace than it was at Barcelona. Now, I thought that was the championship sort of stamping home the fact that this car shouldn't be in a position to win the race because you're up against genuine GT3 cars. This car, therefore, is dealt a slightly poorer balance of performance. But it's there or thereabouts this time around. And it might be down to the different nature of the track. This is not Barcelona. There's more gradient change and there's tighter, more technical parts of the lap too.
Yeah, and just as the shot showed us, Martin Rump made a bit of a slip-up, went very wide on the exit of a corner. The front didn't want to bite. But he's the fastest driver on the track at the moment, lapping in 1:45s. Don't look at Charles Putman's time because he just his last lap was coming into the pits. He's having refueling at the moment. The green and black MP Motorsport Mercedes is in the pit as well. Corinna Gostner, but Ralph Bone is lap in second place. He's only come out of the pits as well. It's not representative, but basically at the moment, at will, Martin Rump is a second or two faster than pretty much everybody else on the circuit. So there clearly are some good legs on that Evo Audi, and it's been pushed very hard indeed. You could see that Nat Berton had a bit of a workout on board, and unfortunately not having your drinks bottle plugged in, but Martin Rump is attacking from the outset.
A lot fewer laps completed for Rump in this stint compared to the 36 laps that Berton did, but he is underneath the average time from the Frenchman so far. I think we should get to 30 plus laps though to see whether Martin can maintain that, particularly with tyre performance drop off as he goes further and further into it. Fabrizio Broggi in the 955 car then leading the 991 division. Relatively busy in the pits as the... is that the JR Motorsport BMW returning to the racetrack?
It's 210. Yes, it's the Munkoff car.
Sorry, Munkoff, you're quite right.
How long has it been in the pits? About 3 weeks. No, hold on, let's have a look.
Well, it
54 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say it was 30 minutes the last time I looked, and almost double that now. But yes, getting my BMWs mixed up. That is the Munkoff racing car for Eric Fontaine Munkoff, who brought it in. Marco Polin quite possibly has taken it to the fueling area though, and therefore that suggests the team have rectified the oil leak and the spattering on the underside of the bonnet that was then causing some smoke to appear at the back of the car as well. That is that Rick Brokers appearing through?
It's someone with Lamborghini overalls.
No, because he's wearing Mercedes overalls this weekend,
yes,
so it's not Rick.
Unless he's had a change of overalls. Maybe he's a lighter. It looks like Rick, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
It is Rick. He's changed from his Mad Panda Motorsport, which are also black and white overalls. He's just taking a look at the circuit, and we'll be going back out. It's Luke wearing. Okay.
We think Luke Brokers. So similar walk and gait to older brother Rick, but that answers the question about why they potentially switched overalls as well. So Luke is in. So has he done Super Trofeo in the past? I'm trying to remember.
Have a quick look. I don't recall that.
There's an Audi connection clearly for Rick, who's now racing an Audi TCR car, but he had that amazing start to the 2019 season.
I think it's Luke in Rick's overalls.
Yeah. Because I thought there was an Arbroikers on the belt, actually.
Yeah.
So he's borrowed an old set of Rick's overalls, the Lamborghini ones.
Being the younger brother, all those hand-me-down clothes.
I know. What can you say? But yeah, I was going to say that Rick has this connection with Audi after that amazing start to the 2019 season, when in an R8 he managed to win Dubai 24, the Daytona 24. Did he also win at Sebring that year?
He had a lot of watches by the end of the year, that's for sure.
Yeah, so does have experience of the four rings, just not at TCR level. And Rick was honest enough at the start of today's event to fess up to Lucas that it wasn't his decision to go this way with the new car. And obviously the main focus for the Broikers family is to continue with the Porsche that they've been bringing in, well, for the last couple of rounds from the Benelux Championship to go for much longer distances than that car is used to in that sprint Benelux Carrera Cup Championship, and spend more time at Barcelona, for instance, although they had one or two difficulties along the way, racing for 24 hours.
very different feel. I sort of watched snatches of that race when I was working that same weekend, and you know, a lot of it was after dark, and as it would be, quite clearly. But it really does. Today it feels, it's just a lovely autumnal day at the Hungaroring, and it's certainly the sun is shining on the third driver in the CP Racing Mercedes, because it's Shane Lewis. We were debating, would it be Shane Lewis, would it be Joe Foster? But Shane's come out, and the car ought to just still be in the lead of the race, but the 91 Herbert Porsche is just edging a little bit closer. Ralph Bone on board now, and Bobby Gonzalez falling back a little bit, but still quite safe in third place.
Plenty of curb taken again by Evo Brokers, so process of elimination. We've accounted for Luke. We knew Rick wasn't in the car because he was chatting to Lucas not too long ago at one of the tables in the pit garage at Red Camel Jordans.nl. So Dad Evo for an hour and a half stint perhaps. The amount of fuel you can put in these TCR cars does not fit easily when you're trying to also adhere to a 2-hour driver limit. So there's a little bit of give and take that needs to be done there when the car has to come in.
Right, quite interesting. We're riding on board with the car in 11th place. Milos Pavlovic, he's raced so many sorts of cars over the years. He's in the 112 Autorama Motorsports, the yellow and green Golf, but he's actually being caught by Mathieu Detry in the 188, the AC Motorsports Audi. There's only about 5 seconds between them, and it's coming down about almost a second a lap, so we may yet, if we carry on riding on board with Milos, be able to look backwards and see a car getting closer all the time. And there is Milos as seen from outside, the yellowy green 112 Golf, but definitely being hunted down for second place in the TCE class by that 188 AC Motorsport Audi. It's a coming.
And yeah, the real shot in the arm will be when the pursuing car can actually see the car in front that it is chasing. Yeah, gap definitely closing, and it will cross the line. Pavlovic's Golf over the line now. 53 seconds just over the gap from Brokers to the second place car for Autorama Motorsport. There's a 35 gap to the ST Racing BMW up ahead, but remember that's two separate races, maybe interfering with each other. The GT Series element of the race that contains GT4 is towards the tail end of GT Series pace, and at the sharp end of TCE Series, the Brokers-driven Audi and the Pavlovic-piloted VW Golf.
Yeah, pretty much identical pace last time around, so you have to watch a series of laps, don't you, Johnny? Because, you know, you might get the wrong picture because one car's just been interrupted, particularly if in the TCE class you're letting the GT cars come through, you get offline, you lose a second, but almost even seems. But a 5-second gap is what you got to be looking for. And now the 112 Golf is being monstered by the Corinna Gosner in the MP Racing Mercedes, no problem at all. And 92 coming in slowly. This isn't the normal speed, this is below pit lane speed limit on the way in for 92. Another penalty to be served for Bobby Gonzalez. Maybe he's thinking about that and doesn't want to overshoot it this time.
And he's already lost half a minute on this lap alone, because the live-timing.get race results screen does a clever thing in anticipating when the car is next due across the line. 45 seconds now behind time for Bobby Gonzalez, and it makes the pits. So 50 seconds down on that lap, plus the 20 seconds that it's going to have to serve in the penalty box. But the team are ready to welcome the car even before he's got there. So is this a fuel concern? And is it that they don't want to stop the car in the penalty box because it may not restart again? But it's just gone right past where I had expected the car to call. And still that penalty remains unserved.
Slightly confusing. The dolly jack has been put under the base of the 92 Porsche. Is this got a problem that's going to be swung back into the garage? I'll answer my own question. Yes. So the tail end being dragged in. Only 4 mechanics allowed to work on the car. Went over the white line, therefore in the pit lane. So I think they managed to get that right. But this is a problem on top of the time penalties that car still has to serve. So disappointment there for German racer Bobby Gonzalez. Shane Lewis leading the way. Still by just under a lap, 3/4 of a lap from Ralph Bone, who's been chipping away half a second here or there. The gap is coming down, but for CP Racing, it's looking very good indeed for them. With under 7 hours remaining in this race, that buffer of about 3/4 of a lap.
Into turn 1 goes the number 18 Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi. The R8 LMS driven by Sven Herberger running in 4th position and set to gain quite a bit of ground therefore on the stricken Herbert Motorsport Bobby Gonzalez Porsche. It's frustratingly for them, having not served the penalty. I don't think it's going to get quite to the extreme where they'll need to come in on the very next lap to serve that penalty. Probably the officials will be okay with it being done at the next fuel stop, but this is not ideal and very unlike Herbert Motorsport to this point. There was the confusing element, I suppose, of the code 60 and not wanting to repeat the penalty from yesterday and putting too much fuel into it. So the suggestion is that maybe a gearbox or a clutch problem on the 92 car. That's why it didn't stop in the penalty box. Yeah, okay, so it was struggling to get into the garage, as now the focus is very much on the 92 car being overseen by team manager Alfred Renauer, who's on double duty like so often he is as a driver and the guy who makes the key decisions.
Well, all the work on the rear end of the car, not close enough to really pick out what it is. Driver's still on board, so maybe they think it's a quick fix, but the rear bodywork, the lower rear bodywork being pulled away so they can get better access. A couple of 3 mechanics actually all diving for the same position, but hopefully Lucas can get down and not lend them a hand, but lend us a hand and let us know what's going on.
18 car well over the curbs, but crucially keeps 2 Hankook tyres the right side of the white line. That is Sven Herberger, as mentioned. He's being chased by Martin Rump, but quite a bit further back.
One thing worth explaining, we had it highlighted by Alfred Renauer. We just mentioned team manager, driver, coffee maker, the lot. But this team is split this weekend. Majority of their mechanics are at the Saxon Ring for the ADAC GT Masters Championship. So that's been one of the problems last year around this. People waiting, their races getting shunted further and further back through the year. We got this great concentration at the end. And though they're allowed 4 mechanics in the pit lane, they've hardly got any more in the pit garage. So it's a tricky time for them to analyse what the problem is. Much harder than it would be on a regular, full-fat weekend for the teams.
The very flared rear wheel arches on that Porsche, absolutely splattered with tyre pickup. So smart paint job at the start of yesterday's portion of the race. No chance to clean cars up, of course, overnight either. Very little you could do in time for the restart this morning. You can clean the screen, you can adjust the door mirrors if necessary with a new driver being put in. But a lot of teams deciding to go with the same driver that finished at 6:30 last night, including, surprisingly for me, CP Racing, because it meant that Charles Espenlaub, after 3.5 hours of running, had done all of the driving. But driver change is becoming more frequent now for the American team. Charlie Putman's done a stint. Shane Lewis now getting his eye in. Joe Foster, the only guy that has yet to do any driving outside of the practice and the qualifying sessions, of course, around the Hungaro ring.
But he is here. I spotted him in the back of the pit garage looking at the screens, doing what Joe Foster has done for CP Racing for such a long time. Sort of not the spy in the cab, but he's certainly one who really looks at all the data and analyses it, passes on to his teammates. So we're really starting to feel, having looked at where the mechanics are working, it's drive chain. In fact, John Heintoff, who's getting ready, he's almost in under starter's orders. Defo drive train.
Okay.
Diff or drive shaft, you reckon? That's on the 92 Porsche, the car that came in from 3rd place in the race. And that 3rd place has now gone away from it because the number 18, Rutronic Racing by Teki Audi, driven by Sven Herberger, who started this morning up into 3rd place, and Martin Rump must be getting quite close to overtaking the 92 car as well. 92 car stationary.
Well, if a drive shaft's gone on one side, not the other, that explains the very slow speed coming into the pit, and also the lack of inclination to go to the penalty box, purely because they were very concerned whether the car would restart again. And you will be able to push it from there, but much better to explain to the stewards, well, this is our issue. We want to get to the bottom of the mechanical problem, and then we promise we will serve the penalty just with time. So the 92, I mean, that's definitely fixable. It will take half an hour, 45 minutes to do, but we'll see that car again, I'm almost positive, for the 92 car. But significant ground to be lost here, and that's a shame because, you know, 2nd pole position of the year for the 92 yesterday. It did look to be level with the 91 car, particularly with the absence of Robert Renauer in car 91. I think it was much more even between both cars within Herbert, but then again swings the pendulum in the direction of car 91. which isn't, we'll repeat, leading this race currently. CP Racing on merit are out front in their Mercedes AMG. A little bit of good luck involved with that as well in terms of timing of pit stops and where the code 60 fell. But indication this is going to be a lengthy pit stop with driver now getting out of 92.
Yeah, you brought it in, you've had the problem, you probably fear the worst, but until told, you sit in the car, because if it's a quick fix, there's no point you complicating matters. But yeah, that's not a positive sign, unfortunately, for 91. Sorry, for 92. So maybe their stop and go penalties are a thing that isn't a problem for them at the moment. As you say, put it on the back burner, don't leave the car, stall, unable to get going again.
Yeah.
At the penalty box. Pace being achieved by Shane Lewis since taking over is really coming down now. 1 minute 45.8, so he's right on the money, which is great news for CP Racing. Not such good news for Ralph Bone, who'd been closing a little by little in the 91 Herbert Porsche. But right now, Shane Lewis waving the stars and stripes, pulling clear. Down to Lucas.
Yes, we dragged Alfred Renau away from the car because, as you mentioned, Bruce, he's driver, team manager, mechanic, coffee maker, whatever. Alfred, what's wrong with the car?
So right now we have a gearbox issue. We cannot go back in neutral. So that's now we check it, what is wrong, and then we decide how we can continue this race. So it's possible to continue.
You don't know yet if it's possible to continue?
Yeah, we just need to look what's wrong, and then we see.
I'm sorry that we can only speak about bad news now, but there have been plenty of penalties for your team, bit of confusion when entering the penalty box. What's your current state on the situation around penalties?
I think the last penalty was a pit speeding. It was on this car, on 92 car. I hope we don't get any more penalties right now, because it was enough now.
And that's quite a large penalty now anyway. Alfred, best of luck. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so gearbox related, which is then obviously having an effect with the drivetrain. Yeah, it didn't sound particularly positive, that, I have to say, from Alfred Renau, if we can continue. So this is 50-50 here, whether it's retirement or, well, time lost, and that's happening right now. Nearly 10 minutes in the pits already.
Yeah, that was the voice of a team manager with his shoulders angled down. It wasn't just sort of hopping from foot to foot, you know, get out and at them. But he's a realist, and let's just reiterate, he has got a skeleton team here this weekend. And so, you know, any quick fix is going to be less quick to fix. And let's just hope they can get going, because it's always competitive. And I think, good point, Johnny. The gap between the two Herbert cars this weekend is smaller than normal without Robert here. And this was the chance for the secondary crew to get it right and get close. Someone who has got it right in parking on the red stripe where you stop in the penalty box is the 701 Vortex crew. Stone last in the race, but they're getting longer stints now. But unfortunately, with stints can come mistakes, and with mistakes can come penalties. And the 701, this was for exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, 20 seconds at a standstill. It seems standard every race we do, Johnny. We talk about what a blow to do that, and yet every race, quite a lot of the front-running cars do that.
So the 6.3-litre Chevrolet engine was burbling in the background there as the car stationary in the penalty box, but has now worked its way down towards the team. Nicholas Nobbs bringing that car in. 106 laps now completed for the Vortex 1.0. with another driver change to take place. I mean, it looks like a whole load of fun to hustle this car around the racetrack. You know, lots of opposite lot required, corrective steering, and yes, there are many, many laps back, but I can understand why they're continuing on, not only to gain data, but just the bottom line, it's really fun to do it.
Absolutely. And it looks great. Cockpit looks fantastic. It really is quite space age, but in many ways not many controls actually, which makes it quite simple. The main control is your brake, your throttle, and that big V8 in the back, so it makes a fantastic sound. And I'm just trying to work out who's on board. I think that's Philippe Bonnell, who's just climbing on, by my reckoning. Nicholas Nobbs, the Swiss racer, has had his run. They've got to within 17 laps. Yes, so I was correct with my driver supposition. Philippe Bonnell getting on board, but they got to within 17 laps of the 210 BMW, but that has managed to rejoin the race. Certainly it took 55 minutes of lapping out of them, didn't it?
Yes, yeah, the damage done yesterday, really, but Slowly it's getting towards other GTX machinery, but it will require problems, not wishing it, of course, upon teams like RD Signs, ST Racing, MP Racing to an extent, in order to lever itself from the base of the timing screen. But I think the priority there changed radically as soon as that car was in for 65, 70 minutes in the pits yesterday. And they can use this as gaining some data, as useful as it may be for Sebring, because that's a very different track surface in places. But let's hope that at least one of the Vortex can go across the Atlantic, if not both of them, because the 712 has run in the past as well from the same team.
Yeah, and I think you know, for the fans who'll be there at Sebring, it's something different to look at, something different that they recognise the engine note very well from you know, the native racing series. But it is a great-looking car. So that's got 106 laps on the board, but our race-leading car, the CP Racing Mercedes, 61 laps more. That shows the extent of the problems and the difference in lap pace. It's generally about 10 seconds a lap, maybe a bit under when the quickest of the Vortex drivers gets on board, but. And again, the gap between first and second, it's going up and down a little bit, but it's still around 3/4 of a lap. Shane Lewis ahead of Ralph Bone. And the sister Herberth car is now in the pits, still, down in 7th place overall. The next car to go past it will be MP Racing Mercedes, Corinna Gosner at the wheel, so unfortunately it's in free fall at the moment.
Now then, the 101 and the 112 are less than a second apart. In fact, you don't really need a timing screen because they are nose to tail, hitting the curb at turn 3, down into the dip, the climb up to 4, and Ivo Brojka's feeling under pressure here, puts the car, the Audi, right in the middle of the track as Milos Pavlovic, doing the chasing, has to allow the 91 Porsche by in order to lap the green Golf. But that, as now the Porsche gets ahead of the Audi, has rather left the door open. Pavlovic not quite close enough to pounce, though, in the Green Hope-backed VW Golf. They will head into 6 and 7. Porsche arrives there first of all. It would be a brave overtake or an attempt at one into the chicane at 6 and 7, and probably Pavlovic is going to bide his time through all of this middle sector, which is very technical with one single racing line.
And the good news in this is that Mathieu Detry is about only another 8 seconds back down the track, and the move comes, and it was done very well indeed by Milos Pavlovic. Up the inside he goes, but actually even Brojkas isn't taking no for an answer. He's trying to fight back. They may delay themselves each other slightly, but it does mean the third place car should be able to close in. But in terms of natural speed when they're racing without fighting each other, I think the cars all at an even pace. But look, we're at this point in the race with top 3 cars in the TCE class covered by 9 and a bit seconds. Great.
No, that's very impressive indeed. Mathieu Detry, just about the fastest guy in the AC Motorsport ranks. Pavlovic likewise for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power and the VW Golf. I'd be interested to know where that connection began with Pavlovic and Autorama, but it's a good move as far as the team are concerned, and he is confirmed as the new TCE series leader as he streams across the line. Ivo Brojkas was desperate not to break the toe as the initial overtake was made on the run into turn 11, secured basically on the exit of that corner, although, as I say, Ivo was glued to the rear bumper of the green Golf on the run all the way down to turn 12 and into 13. That gap is getting wider and wider now as they begin their next lap, which is lap 155 for the TCR class.
Milos, who's 38 years old, comes from Belgrade, so Serbian racer, Italian F3 champion as long as as 2002. He won the Nissan WS Light Series. Remember, that was the first single-seater series Fernando Alonso did. That was back in 2004. And European Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion in 2014. He's got plenty of currency, that is for sure. And I think it's a very good move to get him into the team. He'll bring people on. And he has this ability to hop into many different sorts of cars and get them to work for him. He's almost always in the top half dozen in a championship. But anyone who can win 3 titles, that gets my vote.
Has he ever driven a front-wheel drive car, would be my next question, though, because it's, as you say, single-seaters in the early portion of his career, and then FIA GT1 in the early 2010s in the Ford GT. But lots of either cup racing within Lamborghinis or GT racing elsewhere. So may certainly have to, well, we've taken a little bit of adjusting, I'm sure, to the power being delivered through the front axle.
Well, let's see. We'll see the back of the car if it has got a rookie or a learner badge. We know it's his first run in a front-wheel drive car, but you expect him to be quick.
He's still plenty of time during his stints sideways, though, so can happily flick the tail out in a rear-wheel drive style. He's a former champion in the Lamborghini European Super Trophy, and we've seen him in the past in Creventic racing in Lambos, and in A6AM in the GT3 version of that car as well. So this will be his first exploration in 2021 into Creventic. In fact, it's been a good while, since 2017, since he was racing in the 24H series.
God, he really, Pavlovich really has pulled clear. He's 7 seconds clear of Mathieu Detry. I'll tell you why, because Ivo Breuker's come in the pits. That's why I couldn't believe he'd suddenly gained 7 seconds in a lap while we were just talking. But Ivo's dived into pits, so up into second place in TCE goes Detry. So he's 7 and a bit seconds down. But still, however you look at it, the gap was slightly less than that to new class leader Milos Pavlovic. So up into 9th place overall. Next car up the road is some distance ahead, 4 laps up, but it's sitting in the pit lane. It's the 92 Porsche. Still, Bobby Gonzalez hasn't been able to return to the car. In fact, I debate if he's even back in the car as they try and fix it. But looks like a family affair. Red Camel's Jordan. We're going to have one driver swap into another. Is Ivo getting out, or is Ivo just having no, he's just being spoken to, I think, in the car.
Okay, little chat as the pit stop continues around him. They must be adjusting something or tending to a minor problem. Also with the Green Hope backing, I notice, the Audi 101 and the 188 car that is running in 3rd position, of course, gaining time all of the time. Moves up to 2nd place, Mathieu Detry, by virtue of the fact that Ivo Breukers then brings the former race leader, division leader, down pit road. But that will mean that the Golf and the other Audi will owe us a pit stop in due course. Another brief glimpse of Seb with the media white jacket on, and tyres to be reattached on the Audi, which is not a quick process because there are 5 nuts to loosen and then to tighten up in the battery-powered wheel guns, wheel drills, effectively.
But Ivo will have much more to talk about because, of course, as we just pointed out, this is the team's first run with the Audi RS3, and for Ivo, you know, he'll be downloading his thoughts back to the crew, having had the stint, and the track conditions, though they're not moving up too fast, are changing all the time. But let's go down because we have Lukasz with Ivo.
I know, because Ivo, you just told me there might be something wrong with the gearbox.
Yes, the screen says diff map 0, and it should say 1, 2, or 3, and yeah, there was something wrong, and the engine was spinning without traction. So I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it was a very difficult stint and a lot of vibration. Problem with the brakes. I couldn't see anything when I was braking. No, it was in the rear we had no grip, so we were struggling, and now it doesn't look good. So I don't know. Maybe a reset, and then we can go. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Okay, who is in the car now?
Sorry, Luke is in the car.
Okay.
I think.
We're going to check on that in a minute. Ivo, it's the first race, at least the first 24H series race with the Audi RS3. How often have you driven the car before?
Never driven the car before, especially without ABS. It's really struggling. Also have to tip the brakes before braking, and that doesn't help. But that's racing. I mean, we can only blame ourselves that we are not able to get the best out of it. But well, it's a learning curve, I would say.
I mean, it's a bit unfortunate for you now, but I think, speaking about the competition, it's great to have all 4 TCR cars still on one lead lap, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know where we are, but probably we have lost at least 1 lap, maybe 2. But I don't know what's the condition about the diff map, but if it's, I don't know, if it's okay, then maybe we can catch up in a code 60 or something. We keep on fighting, but yeah, let's see what happens.
We'll do that. Thank you very much, Ivo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I suppose the real point is they were all on the lead lap, and now this is being, well, it's a big damage to the 101's run because it is so close. If it had been slightly wider open and other cars had problems, then this, it may all even itself out. But the problem is these TCR cars are so reliable. A problem for Autorama, a problem for AT Motorsport may never arrive.
No, exactly. But, there's also this element. I was just saying Ivo's got plenty to talk about. I didn't realise he really did have plenty to talk about. But even if everything was running smoothly, he would still have been relating, this is different on the Audi, that's different, I'm finding this. There are so many things to consider. And again, the nature of the lap at the Hungaroring means you've got less time. You've got other circuits provide windows in which you can go, at this point of the lap, I could really analyse what's bothering me. But you're just so busy around the 4.3 kilometres here that I think that makes it extra hard. And the fact he had Milos Pavlovic all over him, and not too far back was Detry as well, Mathieu Detry. So it wasn't as though he was running in clear air. He had traffic to contend with, he had everything. But hopefully they can get to the foot of what's wrong. But driving something new always feels different.
The Bmw M6 for JR Motorsport. First time that this car has been turned out by the Dutch crew, and from Ted van Vliet's comments earlier on, likely we'll see a great deal more of this car probably next year, maybe at Sebring. There was no talk about that, but this is definitely JR's new car rather than the older BMW Saloon machine that used to run in GT4. So, yeah, it's clearly a new acquisition. Still looks great, particularly in this paint scheme, the black, silver and orange, obviously from the Netherlands, so there's always that orange connection. And there'll be a new set of tyres for this car, which was brought in by Ruud Ole. And we've got, is this the Bas Schouten car as well?
Yes, it will be.
Is.
So that could be Baz who's just getting on board. I don't think it was Ted getting on. Well, we'll find out when it leaves the pit lane. But it's a great machine. But, when you step up a category, moving up to something like GT3, and it's Ted getting back on board.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's Ted. So Baz is, they let him play, but not that much, you see. But, you have to hope you like it.
Yes.
You might actually find you bought a car that actually is a bit quicker than you are and frightens you a bit. But I always think this M6 looks great. And, in fact, one of them just set a lap record last week at the Nordschleife. David Pittard did a mind-bendingly fast lap.
Yeah, well, it's still capable of good things, and clearly that's JR Motorsport's attitude as well. Another half an hour of the race completed, which leaves 6 hours and 30 minutes still to go, and that means we can legitimately say a good afternoon to John Hindhoff, who has been rehearsing and getting up to speed himself in the last 20 odd minutes or so. Real problems, unfortunately, John, for the 92 car, which seems to have taken it out of the reckoning, at least for the time being, but the 91 car is a lap and a bit away from CP Racing, who have an incredibly strong race with their Mercedes.
Mercedes. Interestingly, the 2:10 10-second time penalty has been overturned for the Munkoff Racing TCX BMW, which is now back on the track. And I think those are the only two that are still outstanding, except the 101. Yes, I'm just looking down, causing a collision. That was at the start of the previous stint, coming out of the pit lane, locked up and slid into a GT3 car. Oh no, actually that's not right, that was turn 12. that happened. They've now got a 20-second time penalty in the 101 Audi for not serving their penalty within 2 hours. So I presume that's added to the 10, so that's now 30 seconds to add to the travails of the 101. That is the Red Camel Jordan.nl. Luke Broik has now driven Audi RS3 LMS with the DSG gearbox. Nick Damon is alongside me, John Hindorf in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre. Good afternoon to you, Nick. This is an unusually a race with unusual attrition, particularly from cars that we expect in some ways, and perhaps we shouldn't, but we've got used to in endurance racing, and particularly with the GT3 categories and the TCR, we've got used to almost bulletproof reliability.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 16 cars start, 16 cars still running. A few of the dramas, the Vortex, and also for the 210 Hankook Racing BMW. And now currently, you say, a problem for Bobby Gonzalez and the Herbert Racing car. I mean, I think you always remember kindly as far as the Porsches are concerned, because from my memory, they are constantly having issues with drive shafts and gearboxes. The amount of time I've
that tends to be the Cup cars, though, rather than the GT3s.
Yeah, you're right. You are right. So about that time I've wandered into a garage and the rear under's raised off, and there's a very oily mechanic replacing something. I would say if you look at the vulnerabilities of the 911, they took away the main one by moving the radiators right away from the nose, so it stopped being lightest tap, all the water on the ground. But they do certainly, I think you're right, they say because normally, of course, we have the separate 991 class in here, or 997, depending what year they're going for, and those do tend to suffer a little bit from drive shaft and gearbox issues. But probably no more than the other car does. I mean, obviously, a lot less than Genetic, which is constantly throwing bits of its drivetrain around.
Just a couple of interesting updates on the penalty screen. That causing a collision 10-second penalty has been cancelled and replaced with the 20 seconds. So thank you to Race Control and to our timing services for updating that for me.
Is that some sort of Creventic VAR? They assessed it and made it worse.
Well, no, it wasn't served within 2 hours, but the first one, I posed the question, and clearly somebody is listening to us in either race control or timing and scoring, and thank you very much indeed. So does that 10 get added to the 20? Well, the answer is no. The original one is cancelled, but it has been doubled, if you see what I mean. So at literally 4 minutes ago, penalty number 1473 has been issued to 101 for a 20-second stop and hold the next time they're in the pit lane. Into the pits at the moment, the number 955. That is the Porsche of Vili Motorsport by Ebby Motors, and that is the 991 GT3 Cup car. Currently running in a strong 5th position. Fabrizio Broghi brought that car into the pit lane, but it's heading in for fuel. That issue for the 92 has now dropped that Herbert Motorsport, Bobby Gonzalez number 92 car. Already finds itself down in 13th position and getting on for 20 laps away from the leader. That tells you how quickly things go awry here. It's team car with Ralph Bourne in the Crossword Precard sponsored car. Well, it is a Crossword. It's exactly what it is.
Well, yeah. What is the clue to 3 down is the question.
Yeah. Did the crossword this morning before we came on?
Actually, he's crossed the line and he's 1 minute 24.4 seconds behind the leader, which is Shane Lewis and CB Racing Car. When they started this stint, which was 18 laps ago, the gap was 122.7. So actually, Shane has pulled out 2 seconds over 18 laps. So the Mercedes absolutely leading by merit and pulling away very slightly, but that's all you need to do, isn't it?
Well, it is, particularly over stints that are 41 or so laps long. And Ralph then in elegant isolation at the moment in a beautiful afternoon, early afternoon in. Do we? I think we've got. I think we've got to say that it is autumn now. Now let's get down to the pit lane. Let's get down to the pit lane where Lucas has another victim for us.
Yes, John, you mentioned the Willy Motorsport by AB Motors Porsche. Fabrizio Broggi just got out of the car, and it's P5 overall at the moment, Fabrizio. Well done.
Well, it's a very good result. The car is excellent. It's the track that got worse right now. Very slippery. Suddenly temperatures increased. And I've actually done the worst thing between the pilots, and I was wondering on the radio, like, what's happening? Like, it's no holding. Then they told me also GT3s were going slower, so I felt better. But it's actually fantastic. Like, keeping a good pace is what endurance is.
So is that down, due to the oil that some of the cars lost, or is it just the temperature that makes it worse?
I think mainly the temperature, because it's almost every corner that has become a lot more slippery. Then some corners more than others, so I presume it's something that somebody dropped.
I have to say, Fabrizio, I'm very happy for you, because your car is the only one in 991 class, and it's very nice to see that you are able to fight for great positions in the overall classification here as well.
Give us a bit of aerodynamics and we'll be there. Like, I don't know, like, this is a very good year, and of course the following step in growing up as a team, as a group, is increasing category, and the GT3 category is the objective that we have in target in the future, providing we do well in the 911. That is a fantastic training. It's sincerely more difficult than GT3s to drive, because you don't have all the gizmos that you got in GT3 that makes it comfortable. I've seen them there in the circuit, like, they just turn the car, like, it's fantastic, and they flat it out, and the car does everything.
I mean, especially here at the Hungaroring, I think many people around the world would say it's a bit of a dull circuit, but I think for you as a driver, it's very, very hard indeed.
I find it more demanding than Barcelona. I wasn't this tired in Barcelona, probably because Barcelona has got longer straights. You got the time to rest, to drink, to do something else. But here it's one corner following the other one, and you make a mistake, you really ruin your next 2-3 corners. You go out of line to give away, and then for half a lap, then you don't have any more traction because you got the dirt of all the tires. So it's really demanding. It changes, every lap is different, and it's worse than Barcelona.
Great stuff, Fabrizio. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you later.
Great to hear from Fabrizio Broggi. Sabino De Castro got into the 955 and took it out onto the circuit. I've got to say, I'm with Fabrizio. I think this is a stunning circuit for a number of reasons. This time of the year is beautiful here, Nick. The beautiful early autumn, late summer light that we have in this early afternoon section. It's just after 10 past midday at the Hungaroring. But I also think it races really well for multi-class endurance racing. Got a nice mix of corners, nice bit of rise and fall, and it's clearly challenging for all of the drivers. I think it's a great track.
Take issue with Lucas there. It's not a dull circuit in the slightest. I do feel, if you've got a lot of downforce, possibly, F1, it's a difficult track to follow. But on a if you're just running with very little downforce and you've got a multi-class, it's a great track. It's really interesting to drive. It's, as the drivers are finding, you don't get a rest. You're constantly working with every type of corner. You've got elevation, rise, fall, fast, slow corners. It's got, it has everything. You want of a track apart from an obvious overtaking place from an F1 car. Well, this isn't F1, this is multi-class team racing, so it's fine.
It's a very good point that you make there, Nick. Not from race control, we've got a slow car in Sector 3, and I wonder if that is the Rutronic Sven Herberger Audi R8 that's just coming into the pits. We'll just check on that. I can't see anybody else moving slowly at the moment. So the 18 car into the pit lane then from third position, and that was a 38 lap stint, or if you prefer, an hour and 10 minutes, which was, yeah. Now I presume we'll change drivers here because as Johnny was explaining earlier on, the fuel load in these cars doesn't exactly fit nicely to the 2-hour driver limit. Notice VCO on the rear quarters of the two Audis here. Certainly stood out there. I haven't seen if any of the other GT...
all the cars are VCO or iRacing as part of the tie-up between Creventic and iRacing and VCO for the series, the two series, the general series that runs and also the Pro series.
And of course it was one of the big events yesterday.
Yes.
Nick, you and I talking about VCO Petit Le Mans yesterday, which proved to be a clean sweep for Max Verstappen's eSport team, Redline Racing, although he didn't have much luck in the race.
No, it's good to see once again the Porsches are leading exactly as they did in the GT class, GT Le Mans class. So of course in the GT3 class, that was a victory for the Bmw M4 that we don't yet have. I'm sure that will filter down to Creventic competition. I would think as soon as Dubai we'll see some of the new M4 GT3s. We do have its predecessor, the M6, which I'm pretty sure it's the first time we've seen actually the M6 in Creventic racing. As Bruce said, that car's good enough to set a record on the Nürburgring because they're all balanced back to where they are. So even the cars at 3 or 4 years still have the outright pace. But as we discussed before, most of the development within GT3 is just making them easier and easier to drive with all the gizmo that Fabrizio was talking about.
Yeah, gizmos. Congratulations to Redline. Won the prototype class with a two-man team that included Shane van Gisbergen, who started and finished the race in fine style. Porsche 1-2 for Redline in GT Le Mans, and the BMW M4, as Nick said, winning in a GT Daytona GT3. As I said, we did have Max Verstappen racing, and he was challenging for the lead in the early hours, but had equipment failure. At least I think it was his teammate
had equipment failure. He had a rig failure. I'm not sure this is the place to discuss this, but I was wondering why we had so much rig failure, and then realised there were two other major events. So a lot of people were constantly swapping from program to program to program.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering whether that added to it, because it wasn't necessarily a hardware fault. It was just the constant. Anyone who's had a PC knows that going from left to right to left can be a little bit suspect sometimes. It can cause confusion within these marvellous Bill Gates inspired devices. You have missed out the most important part of yesterday's Petit Le Mans, though, John.
You came second in your split.
We came second, absolutely.
Yeah.
Second in the split.
Very good.
I contributed the least of my 128 lap one-off quad stint. But the rest of the team did very, very well. So that's our best ever result in an endurance race. First time on the podium.
Let's bring everybody up to date with what to look for here. The next car of the leaders that will be in will be the number 500 in third position. That is the non-homologated Audi. Martin Rump behind the wheel of that car. That's got a couple or 3 laps to go before that comes in. Then it'll be Ralph Bourne in the 91 Herbert Motorsport car, and then the CP Racing number 85 Mercedes about 3 laps later on. And it looks like we're going to have an Autorama stop in the pit lane yes, an Autorama stop in the pit lane anytime now. Running new colours for one of their cars this year, this race should I say, with the bright green colourway highlighting their fundraising for cancer charities. But it is in fact the number 1 car that has come in. Just went a little bit long there.
Lewis, lucky there's no one in front of it.
Magic.
Yes, I pressed that button again. It's all gone. Yeah, but I mean, obviously you just slightly slap a pit bull. It's not such a big issue.
Yellow flag at turn 1. We've got an incident at turn 1, Nick. We'll catch up.
There's no cars on the tracker at turn 1.
No, we've got the BMW off.
It's gone off with the wheel.
There's a wheel off. One of the left-hand side. I'm guessing left front, maybe, possibly. And this is at turn 1. It's never a good day when part of your car has a different lap time to the other. So is it going to be the front or the rear wheel?
There it goes. Looking odd. It's gone. It looked like
it was front. Yeah, front wheel.
I think that to me is more is hub failure rather than
well, how
coming undone. But that's amazing. That is.
How long it had been out the pits, that BMW?
Is that the 210? Yeah, that happened to.
Yeah, correct.
45 minutes.
All right, so not finger trouble. So as you say it, potentially a prob.
I think the lower wishbone, the lower mount went, and eventually just took the top mount with it.
Yeah.
If you look at it, it goes into heavy camber on the left.
Yeah.
It goes to heavy camber, and then it goes off.
60.
I think. So that's my guess. Probably that's it, because that car's had a lot of problems. I mean, they will get it back, and they will get the wheel back. They could decide to put it together. They will, I'm sure. Hubs and wishbones are things you have spares of. But this is a chance, obviously, for people to get a bit of a free slurp of fuel, including our leader.
And by the way, that number one VW got in before the pit, so they can get full fuel. And that, given the closeness of the TCR race, could be very, very important indeed. Let's tell you who's come into the pits. The leader is in the pit. Shane Lewis has brought the AMG GT3 of CP Racing, number 85, in. Herberth, number 91, has stayed out for the moment.
Just not got round yet.
No, he's only at turn 5.
Yeah, the interesting thing was that the CP car actually decided to take some tyres as well. So, with Shane having been in the car about 45 minutes, they probably decided now they're going to extend the whole way to 2 hours.
Correct.
So they'll top it up, and they've taken tyres as well. But don't forget, whilst there's only one type of tyres, there is no limit on tyres. The only limit on tyres is your wallet in Creventic racing. So you can have as many sets as you like.
They were about 2/3 of the way through their stint. 27 laps, just maybe a little bit less than that. They've been doing 41 laps, so getting on for 2/3. Ralph Bourne, 29 laps in that number 91 car, which at the moment is on its own at turn 10 of the 14 corners. In comes the second of the Autorama cars. That is the bright green number 112. Milos Pavlovich has jumped out, and that's a full set of Hankooks going on there with the 5-stud rims.
So the half tank will be more of an issue for them unless they code 60. Well, it might last another lap actually, because it depends how quickly they'll get the car on the back reasonably fast. Just how long the run round the track for the truck is. If there's another lap, you kind of think I'll come down a second time, because they're pretty much on target to want to stop anyway. So they've got the tyres and try and go down the pit lane twice, I would expect.
Well, the rollbacks just turned up. Shane Lewis is out and has not lost the lead. The number 91 just coming into the penultimate hairpin, the left-hander at turn 13. So they are in and out, having had a new set of Hankook tyres and half a tank of fuel.
I can't believe that Herberth are going to miss the chance to come in.
They are the ultimate come into the... Well, now, I'll tell you in a second. The tracker shows the 91 staying on track. Meantime, 58 into the pit lane, exceeding speed limit. 16-second time penalty. They're on the red carpet.
That'll be doubled, of course, because it's code 60.
Correct. 91 has not pitted. They've taken track position here. They have taken track position, Nick.
They're showing in the pits for me.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. It was showing on the front plate on the tracker. My apologies.
Yeah, it's only leapt to the right. I think they're just doing fuel, though, aren't they? I don't think they're doing the tyres. It would make absolutely no sense not to take the fuel.
I totally agree. Now, this is not going to be an easy recovery for the Munkoff Racing Marco Poland out of the car, out of that M4 GTR, because obviously there's no left front tyre on it. And so it's sort of got to be lifted on. Now, the good news is that rollback has already got its legs out, if you'll pardon the expression, and it's got the crane on the top. So if they can find something to fasten the strops onto, they can put it onto the back of the flatbed. Out goes Autorama 112, and it's Christoph Lenz who has taken over that car. Ralph Bourne, as Nick said, in the Herbert second place Porsche, number 91 car, has gone straight for fuel. Fueling in the pit lane here, but in a distinctly separate part of the pit lane. So a bit different from what we have seen at any other time in the Hankook 12H series.
Just trying to think. Yeah, I don't think we haven't had it in the pit lane.
It's always been before or after or behind
after, yeah.
or somewhere, yes. This is, we believe, and nobody's tweeted us at RSL_studio to tell us otherwise, the first time we've had a 2+10 in terms of a split race as well. So we think a couple of landmarks here, the 2+10 and the fueling in the pit lane. I can't remember what we did last time we were here, 7 years ago.
No.
I think we fueled round the back, but I can't remember how we got there.
What they tend to do, I mean, is they will build either a loop, which I remember in Navarra and places like that, and also I think we had it in Mugello the second year we were there. But they will build a loop, but obviously because they've got 16 cars and because they've got a Grand Prix length pit lane, they can very happily have them separated by a few garages. So it makes it very easy to do. As you can see, the last garage, you got the pictures, the last garage with a car in it is about 2 garages away from the first garage with fuel. So, and they have 4 sets of pumps. I'm thinking the first year at Mugello, I think they actually did fuel right at the start of the pit lane, effectively in the pit lane. Yeah, that was when
it's just behind the pit lane at Barcelona. You sort of pull into the pit lane and then behind the pit lane and then back out again.
That's when they had the issue of 68 cars and only 8 pumps.
Yes.
And that did cause chaos during Code 6 in that first Mugello race. Yeah, man, I remember I think it was Navarra where they had the most ridiculous kind of 10-mile-an-hour speed limit loop round to get to the fuel, and the loop round just to get to the fuel, to not taking the fuel, I've timed at 47 seconds.
I at quarter, which was pit out, that was walking speed, is what I was told in the drivers' meeting. Oh, spinning of the front wheels on the number 1 Autorama car. Oh, that's back in again then. So Sabina De Castro, that car had not long since been in, and it's back in again, and they're doing brakes. They're doing brakes on the number 1 Autorama car.
I think that's a precautionary brake. I mean, you should get 12 hours. Well, it's on the cusp.
They'd only been out for a lap, Nick, remember?
Yeah, they're a long way down, and they may as well do a precautionary change whilst this Code 60 is on, because obviously it reduces by half the time. The brake comes off. It's a dry brake, BREAK system, so as you can see a little nipple at the top. That comes off and just disconnects, and you haven't got to go around bothering about bleeding the brakes after you put them on.
Remember, they got full fuel because they were in just before this Code 60, so they're using it. Let's head down to that pit lane where Lucas is watching the work continuing.
Yeah, I've got both of the Autorama drivers next to me. One of them is Konstantin Kletzer, who got out of the number 1 car that you're seeing in the pictures. And the other one is Milos Pavlovic out of the number 112. So Konstantin, brake change, is that according to plan?
Yeah, that's according to plan, and we just took advantage of the Code 60 to do that, so we don't lose a lot of time. That absolutely makes sense.
And I think in general that Code 60 has played into your hands, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. We came into the pit in green, and actually when we were in, it was Code 60, and we could refuel 100 liter in Code 60, which is always an advantage.
So have you already seen how big the advantage actually is? Because before, all the TCR cars were just one big punch.
Yeah, you don't see that now. Now it's all diluted because of the pit stops, and in like 3 or 4 laps we will see how it plays out, and what's the pace of the guys out there, and yeah. Guys in this case, because I think Yasmin is here, so it's only guys on the track here.
Right. Konstantin, thank you very much. By the way, Konstantin did an interview for the official 24H Series magazine, which is available online for you. So just check the website to read a bit more about Konstantin. Thank you very much. Gonna head over to Milos, who got out of the number 112 car. Milos, how was your stint on the circuit?
It was very good. We're in a good position right now, so trying to manage the tires and the car as much as I could, and very constant, very smooth, so happy.
Milos, we've seen you in all kinds and all sorts of racing cars over the past few years, and our commentary crew was actually wondering why you're now driving front-wheel driven cars as well.
Well, you know, when you need to do something for charity, Green Hope, then I will drive anything they give me, even a bicycle. And I'm very proud to support Green Hope. We support kids with cancer, trying to give better style of life to their families. And, you know, for me, this is an honor. Front wheel, left wheel, whatever drive, it's fine. This is my first time in a front wheel drive, by the way.
Oh, that's a great thing, and I think, I mean, we can see it in the backdrop of the picture, many guests, many people here who are here in the pit box to watch and observe it all, which also should be quite entertaining for you.
Yes, it's entertaining, and as I said, it's an honor to be part of all this, and you know, I'm just proud to be here, so very happy.
That's great, Milos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
So it is the first time front-wheel driven racing for Milos then, and great to see him helping out with that charity drive in every sense of the word drive. I'm indebted to Mike Nash, who has just reminded me via Twitter at RSL_studio, refueling at Spa is in the endurance pit lane, the old pit lane, because the teams use the F1 garages on the top and then drive the full length, which I had forgotten about in my befuddled state.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not really. See, it's not the same pit lane, is it? That's
no.
That's
I know.
That's going round the back as well.
Yes.
In a way, but it does mean that a drive-through becomes a very long process.
Very long indeed. Yes. So we have got the 210 on the low loader. It's on its way back with one of the race marshals, recovery crew, sitting in the driver's seat. Rather like the stuntman sitting on top of the DB5 in the new Bond film. He seems an awful long way. The perspective would be wrong from there. And there is a cut through that you can take from turn 2, and I think that's where the flatbed is going. They've done very well actually to get that car lifted using, because they couldn't use the wheels on the front because there isn't a wheel. And Nick, you're spot on, by the way, there is no hub on that left front, so they've attached it to the roll cage. Let's go first, a quick update on the standings at the moment in TCE. It's the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolfpower Racing, which is leading at the moment, leading in class and leading the TCE category. That is at the moment with Christoph Lenz behind the wheel, from Stefan Perrin behind the wheel of AC Motorsports Audi. In third position, the second of the two Swiss cars, Hop Suisse, is Lukas Stolacek. And that is the Autorama #1 car, and in the Red Camels car, Luke Breukers at the moment. That car still with a 20-second stop and hold penalty. That is the top 4. Munkhoff, that 210 car on the flatbed, still at the head of its own class, of course. And then the Vortex in GTX is playing second fiddle to the RD Science Racing team. We'll get to that in a moment. CP Racing leads with a pit stop in hand now for Shane Lewis, who will go right to his 2-hour driving limit. Daniel Ollerman has... so that's interesting. So the number 91 Herbert cars come back in again, as you said they would, Nick. So they did one pit stop, Ralph Bourne brought it out, and then they've come back in again to get full fuel. So they might have a slight fuel advantage now over CP Racing, but they have dropped back a very long way. The leader going through turn 3, and second place only just ahead of them on the run between 5 and 6. Third overall and the best of its class, being it's in a class of its own, prototype effectively, Martin Rump in the Car Collection Audi R8 Evo 2 that is being proven out there. That's the number 500 car. Then it's Rootronic Racing, third in GT3. GR Motorsport, Ted Van Wiele in the BMW M6. 991 class leader is the 955, and that's in a very respectable 6th overall, ahead of the 5th place MP Racing Mercedes. David Costner now at the wheel of the 58 car. GT4 is Fireman Sam Tan Racing, and in 2nd place and GTX rather, RD Sainz Racing, Adrius Butkevicius, and they lead that 720 Super Trofeo Huracan from the Vortex V8 Philippe Bonnell. That car back on track, but many laps down at the moment, and that is how we stand at just under 6 hours to go. Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh in the booth for you as the second part of the race will continue, and we've waiting to go back to green flag. Got another penalty to tell you about. RD Sainz Racing Team, another pit lane speeding, 20 seconds. So what have we still got left? The 92, second place Porsche, still to serve its 20 seconds next time around. Interesting, Nick, that they decided not to do that and double it to 40 seconds under code 60, because I still think you get better value by taking even a longish penalty in under code 60.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the lap time, Shane Lewis, the leader, just did a 5 minute and 38 second lap, whereas his normal lap speed's about 145, about 146, 147. So it's almost 3 times longer. So in fact, it's absolutely worthwhile taking your penalties, doing your tyre changes, and going down the pit lane twice for fuel, compared to just carrying on going. If you've got a long code, if you're confident it's going to last long enough to get that all done, get it all done. It's a 1/3 game.
Another speeding in the pit lane, this time for the GR Motors BMW M6. That's going to be an 11-second penalty. That's a function of how much over the speed limit you are, and it is multiplied up. So still a few cars to come in, and we've still to see the 101 serve its 10-second double to 20-second penalty for not paying the fine within 14 days. No, for not doing the pit stop call, or the stop in the penalty box within 2 hours of it being called. That was a 10-second. That's been doubled to 20 seconds. If they take it now, that of course would go to 40 seconds. And I think that's what they should do. What I don't understand is why we're still under code 60 at the moment, because
there didn't seem to be damage at turn 1. It was one wheel lightly went against the barrier, and the car itself didn't actually hit the barrier. So
correct.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would have thought they'd have gone straight, but they may be taking the opportunity to do some general maintenance around the track. As you said, people have been talking about being fluid down and gunk, and they maybe need a bit of a clean up.
The rollback did go through the cutout at turn 2, which gets you into the back of the paddock, and that 210 car, the Munkoff Racing Marco Poland, not in the driver's seat when it came back. I think was in the incident intervention vehicle. So that will come back into the pits. If you're not used to listening or watching Hankook 12H series running outside, assistance not only allowed but very much encouraged to get the cars back to the pits and back out on the racetrack again. And there is a real elbows out battle for last place at the moment, isn't there, Nick, between the Vortex and that BMW? And I do think the Munkoff Racing guys will want to get that car back out. They've got about 14 laps. It was for the snatch vehicle to return to its spot just on the exit of turn 1, I think.
Yeah, he delivered the Munkoff Racing car about 4 minutes and 50 seconds ago into the pit lane, because he actually started counting it as a pit stop as the timer counts. So he's been there for 5 minutes. He's taken the car off the flatbed and delivered it, and now he's driving back to his neutral position where he can get to most of the track as quickly as possible. We're under a minute to go to the end of the code 60. So battle will commence, but it's a slightly different battle because Shane Lewis is still in the CP racing car, but Daniel Alleman has taken over from Ralph Bond in the Herbert Motorsport machine.
Ian McCarthy has just checked the highlights reel for 2014, the last time we were here at the Hungaroring. There was a cordoned off section at the end of the pit lane. The only other viable option would be in the area at turn 1, which you'd have to sort of come into and then double back out of. We're back to green flag. Excellent. So we'll get an idea then of the winners and losers in terms of at the front of the field, and whether those 2 pit stops for Herbeth Motorsport or the one from looks like there was 2. Yeah, it looks like there was 2 for CP as well.
I think they are, because they are basically almost the same distance apart as they were.
Correct.
If anything, I think the 85 is actually slightly further ahead, so they probably have come down twice each. Obviously, the first time round, CP did the service and gave Shane tyres and took fuel, and the second time, Herbert did the service and changed drivers. So likely they've both done 2 rundown. We didn't see the second rundown by
no, agreed.
the 85.
No, agree. Yeah. So Shane came in. It took a very long time for Daniel Alleman to get, for Ralph Bourne, who was in the car, to get to the pits. He must have just gone past the pits. So it seemed like an age, but actually they came in on the same lap. And then Shane came straight back in. So he will be going to his 2 hours rather than to the end of the fuel now. Yeah.
He's in 2 hours, whereas, of course, Daniel's has started. He's counted 30 minutes, even though most of that he was trundling at code 60. So there's more than enough fuel to get Shane to the end with 55 minutes of his stint, and a good way, Daniel will probably get a full tank. Don't forget, he'll probably get an hour and 5, an hour and 7 out of that, plus he's been trundling, so he'll probably get to 120, 130.
You do like a bit of trundling, don't you?
Well, I have been criticised in the past for overuse of the word trundling, but I do believe if you're either coming down the pit lane or following, going around at code 60, you are indeed trundling. It's the sort of speed that you and I can go just as fast as a professional racing driver.
Oh, I'm very good under full course yellow.
Yeah, I've
very
always
good.
said that.
The leader is coming into turn 12 now. The 91 car in second is coming out at turn 14. So there's not an awful lot of real estate between them. Cross the line now for the 91 Porsche. Heads down towards turn 1.
Now, interestingly, he's actually lost about 28 seconds.
Well, I think that's because...
I don't know, I'm just wondering now whether perhaps the CP car only came down once.
No, definitely down the pit lane twice.
I mean, he's lost that much time because it was a full tyre service for CP and Shane. And
less fuel?
I think a driver change doesn't normally do it, does it? They can normally change a driver within 4 or 5 seconds of the tyres being dropped down. Perhaps they have been tardy a couple of times. Perhaps something just went a little bit long, or they did a check, or they did a clean, or they did a fluid top up. Taking advantage of those little service items you can do on your code 6.5.
In the pit lane, the 101 Luke Breukers, and I don't believe he served that penalty. No, still have not served the penalty.
Still suffering with this mysterious gearbox issue they've got. Well, it's his final drive issue, haven't they?
Well, it looks to me as though Luke he's not quite in fuel yet. I think their pit is very close to fuel.
Right.
So I think that looks like a standard pit stop. Now they were last in. Well, that's actually Luke had only done 9 laps. Then he came in, and that was before the full course yellow, or the code 60, should I say, full course purple. Then he did a lap, and now he's done another lap. So I think there's more than meets the eye to that number 101 being in the pit lane.
They just literally, but yeah, they had a few laps where they wondered what the problems were, and they were sorting out the problems at Evo told me. Of course, they've done 1 lap at full speed again following the code. It's obviously not working again. They've got these driveline issues. They're coming in to try and either sort them or decide they can't sort them. Obviously, the other Herbert Motorsport car is still in. It's been in for an hour and 5 minutes with the gearbox issue. Not the work of a moment. Not being able to select neutral throws up a number of opportunities of why it might be. Is it mechanical? Is it linkage? Is it part of the paddle shift? Is it computer?
Yeah.
Is it is it something simple in the gearbox, or has one of the shafts gone wrong and they've lost the entire neutral shaft? And the problem is that most of those, to find out, involve taking the gearbox off.
Yeah.
Which is not the work of a moment. So
they normally have a spare gearbox. It actually isn't too bad on that Porsche, because although it's not quite as easy as it would be on the RSR 19, because it is in fact inboard of the engine. It's in front of the engine, or at least right underneath the engine, sort of. The engine and the gearbox and the diff are pretty close together around the back wheels, and the engine actually is behind the back wheels. Most of it on that iteration of GT3R, and that's a 991 Gen 2. Got a problem out in the countryside, about as far away as you can get from the pit lane at turn 8. That's that switchback section 8, 9, 10 and 11 for the short straight down towards turn 12.
Looks like the 18 car according to the tracker.
Yeah, it looks...
Electronic Racing by TEC Michael Dockelmay in the car. That's my guess just from the tracker information. You know, that's the car that was stuck and is now moving again.
Well, we'll see if we get a note from race control.
18's late coming over the line, so certainly has been some instant involving 18, but he's got going again, is no question.
It is showing as missing now. Less seen in sector 2 a couple of minutes ago. That'd be my guess. So it's not and we've gone back to code 60. So an incident out at turn 8,
which
easy place to go off there, actually.
It's the left-hander after the chicane 6 and 7.
Correct.
You're really trying to carry you want to carry a lot of speed there, because you're going to end up in flow section through 9, which is kind of a sweeping right-hander, but it's all about staying within the track limits whilst gaining as much speed as possible, because when you switch back to 10 to 11, you actually want to be flat out if you've got a little bit of downforce, and probably in these cars you can go
I think that was
wait for 11.
I think that was Michael's first lap at speed after he'd got in the car. He got in the car under the previous full course purple, and I think that was his first lap at speed in the Rootronic Audi. So now what happens? Anybody who hasn't pitted gets another opportunity, but I think pretty much everybody did, if I'm very honest.
I assume that what they'll do is the cars will drive past the incident in 8, and they'll report back going, it's this, it's that, it's the other, and they'll try and work out how long the code 60 might be. But
well, surely any of the TCR cars, if they think they need a brake change now, the number 1 car we know has already done that in the last full course purple. So I think if you need it, you'll do it.
Yeah.
Still 5 and 3/4 hours to go, and the leader just coming to the scene of the accident now, or the incident should I say, so we don't know at the moment what the problem is, and we'll try and find out for you. Still a whole heap of issued
the track is showing the 18 rolling again. That could be an error, but it is showing the 18 rolling again.
Okay. Yeah, just coming to pit entrance now. Yes, under 1 minute. All right.
So they've got the thing. They've got whatever it was, whatever the problem was.
Control
it was the 18.
Yeah, maybe.
They've managed to get him rolling again. Could be control. It could be that he's had a massive speed. He may have got stuck in the gravel or something, because this is a proper track with gravel.
There is gravel out there. There is gravel on the exit. Driver's right at turn 8. Has not come into the pits. Martin Rump has.
Several pit takers actually who are going to have to be careful.
Oh, yes, he is. He's in the pits.
Yeah. They get caught in that no man's land, aren't they? Fuel and not fuel.
Michael Doppelmayr is into the pit. So not sure what happened out at turn 8, but whatever has happened, the 18 Audi R8 LMS, and we're back to green. Don't even have to look at the timing screens for that. You can tell by the sounds of the engines. Sabina De Castro is running in 6th position in the Porsche, and further down the field. So there's not much runoff on the outside at turn 8. Can't see anything that is in disarray down there. Actually, yeah, there is a couple of gravel traps. There are a couple of gravel traps there. So Sabino coming through 11 down towards 12 underneath the advertising bridge, which is strangely skeletal this weekend.
No one's paid for the stickers.
No one has paid for the stickers. Ted van Wiele in the Bmw M6 coming up the hill through the exceedingly fast turn 4 chicane. Fantastic in any car, and then long turn 5 that opens out for the run down to the right left chicane at 6 and 7. Congratulations, by the way, to all of our Creventic drivers, because the tyre bales that are there are still there, with half the race almost completed. Whereas in a touring car race, you can't get past 2 corners without them being knocked over.
I also, the last time I remember them using those bales was the Coppa Florio last season, when they had them on a couple of them. And they were
it's an homage. It's an homage to the Coppa Florio,
exactly. Isn't it? And they were being replaced every 6 laps. Because there was, in fact, what it tended to be, they were getting so close and they were stripping the plastic off the bale effectively. They wouldn't, you want to hit the things, but they wouldn't get as close as possible to straight line the chicanes. Yeah, they got through a number of those during that race.
Nice bit of tactics from JR Motorsport. Ted van Wiele into the pits in the M6 BMW, and I think all they did was their 11-second time penalty, which was their pit lane speeding. That has now been served. Still outstanding. The 720. That is the RD Sainz Racing Team Lamborghini. They've got a 20-second time penalty, as have the Audi of Red Camel. They've got rather more problems at the moment. That car's still in the pit lane. Also still hanging over them from... I'll tell you what, they've got to get that served. The 92's got to get their...
They have a dispensation because they're not running.
Oh, 92. Yes, sorry, 92, not the 91. Yes. Sorry.
Also, I'd like to say I don't think if the number 2 car and Ted van Wiele did just come on and serve their penalty only, that's an absolute waste of a run down the pit lane. That makes no sense. Just to come in and serve your penalty. You need to, at least, even if you only put 10 gallons of fuel in it, it makes the run down worthwhile.
He may have done that because they did 8 laps with the previous Code 60 and then did a stop. So they'll have got half fuel, and so they'll have put half fuel in again as well, Nick. You're exactly right. I don't have last pit stop time in it. Oh, hang on, yes I do. I just have to pull that up on a different screen. Stand by, caller. I can actually do that.
So I've got it down, so I can see it here, I've got it down to a minute flat.
So, alright.
So you wouldn't put much in a minute flat.
Maybe it was enough.
I don't know. I think your first idea may have been correct. Did they serve it under code 60?
Yes.
So they've got 11 seconds. They had 22 seconds stopped. That only gives them 38 seconds the rest of the journey. So they won't have got any fuel. That's a weird choice to make, to be honest. Actually, thinking about it, of course.
Well, no, it's not, because you're not losing anything in the pit lane, because everybody else is doing 60.
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, because they're not full speed. So I think at least in the pit, they make the pit lane slower, though, don't they, to make it a bit of a disadvantage.
40.
Yeah. So yeah, the net disadvantage is quite low.
You're still better. I think you're still better off taking your doubled penalty.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a kind of that. Yeah, it's a good point there. The speed loss is significantly less.
Sorry, I'm giggling at Christoph Lenz in the Volkswagen Golf, who is getting a bit temperamental continental and on the flash button to the Vortex, which he's taking yards out of through the corners in his TCR Autorama VW Golf GTI. They're just coming round to the final corner.
They've got the 438 ahead of the zone. There's a BMW GT4, which is, this is interesting. This is when you go through this last complex of corners, unless you want to be aggressive in the Hungaroring, it's very hard to get past. Down the straight, there's no issue because you've got difference in speed. He's not happy, is he, at all, in the 112? So the problem he's got now is both these cars are faster than the straight.
Yeah.
GT4 is faster than the TCR, as you know from the Michelin Pilot Challenge.
Can I just say though, 158.3, 158.7, he's doing all right against a 57.5, I think, for the car's fastest lap of the whole race. So down the beautiful plunging downhill turn 2, he's got problems because behind him is the 91 Herbeth car. So the Porsche is going to come through any second now, as they now climb the other side of the valley, goes through into turn number 4. Porsche studiously avoiding the curbs, I noticed there on the inside, whereas of course even Formula 1 cars and certainly the touring cars absolutely hammer that left-hand curb at turn 4. I wonder if there's been word then passed to Daniel Alleman, Nick, from his Herbeth pit crew, that of the issues with the drivetrain gearbox on the sister car.
Yeah, if you're worried about drivetrain, be it any part of the drivetrain, the first thing to do is take stresses off it, and the biggest stresses are caused by the curve, not necessarily the impact, but of course the fact that you'll get a differing load on the left and the right, so you start triggering the differentials, you start stressing the drive shafts. So, you know, it's not actually the physical impact, it's the way it affects the way power is transmitted from the two sides of the rear end. So stay off the curbs, and let's see how we are in an hour or two's time, and we keep the car in one piece. But yeah, that would be very sensible.
Be surprised as well, dropping wheels off tracks and things like that, what that can do. You can pull a drive shaft out doing that, just by maybe you would be pressing the bottom link, pulling the bottom link to the point where it might break, but it has happened. So the vortex is cleared off. That's the good news for Christoph Lenz as he goes back down to turn 1. The bad news is the BMW ahead of him, the number 438, the ST racing car with Samantha Tan behind the wheel, that GT4 car, is mighty quick. In fact, their lap times aren't that far away. It was a 2 minutes 0.0 last time around, including getting passed by Samantha. Looking for a GT3 car next year, the new BMW M4 GT3 for this team, with the proudly carrying the Canadian flag. There's a bit of damage to the left rear of that BMW as well, I think. Through turn 4, straighten it up. You don't have to go all the way to the left-hand side for turn 5. Coming from the middle of the road because it's the second apex you need to hit. I'd love to have a go at this track. I would really love to. This is right up my alley. Absolutely is. Also being caught by the race leader at the moment, that little battle. So now Christoph Lenz not only has to deal with trying to catch the BMW, which is holding its own rather well, but has very light blue flags being waved, sort of Manchester City blue, being waved at the moment.
So a light blue flag is less of a warning than a Chelsea flag, a dark blue flag.
Yeah, I think so.
Just before we
through goes the lead. Nice driving by Christoph, by the way. He did flash the indicator there. He's got a little flick switch on the top of the secondary gear selector, which is for left and right. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
No, just going back to the curb situation. Just remember, of course, that back in Portsmouth about 4 years ago, or 3 years ago, Ralph Bond went over a curb badly and punched the suspension through the front tower.
Yes.
And instantly retired the car. They didn't have the problem before, but that's what a curb can do if you strike it at the wrong part of the car.
Darren Turner did exactly the same at Coulter at the WEC race in an Aston Martin. By the way, very best of luck to David King, who after almost 3 decades at Aston Martin left on Thursday from his role as head of Aston Martin Racing and one of the chief technical officers, and on Friday he took up a brand new post at Fisker. So we wish David all the best, and hopefully we'll see him on a pit lane soon. What a way to go out with a victory in the NLS. First for Aston Martin with the new Vantage. Wish David King all the best. Had some good times down through the years in the commentary box and at circuits around the world. Penalty coming in, which is huge for the front of the field. 1 minute What's the gap between first and second?
It's about 1 minute and 35 or 40. I need to wait for the next lap to tell you. I can tell you about 5 seconds time, actually.
All right, okay. And causing a collision, turn 8, car number 91. Now, turn 8 was where that incident was. Do we put 2 and 2 together and say there's been contact between it was the number 18 Rutronic Audi, Pierre Caffer, now at the wheel of that car, but it wasn't Pierre that was driving it earlier on. It was Michael Doppelmayr, wasn't it, who just got in the car. And it appears that Daniel Ollerman and Pierre and Michael, excuse me, have come together, and that is causing a collision. 20 seconds stop and hold can be done in its next stop. And also MP Racing, David Gostner, not respecting flag signals, 30-second time penalty.
Well, there we are. It's ignoring a flag's way worse than chunking some off the track, apparently. Yeah, the gap's 1:37. 1 minute 37 is the lead at the moment. So that'll go out to, well, just about a lap at this point, won't it? Because about 20 seconds of being a lap ahead.
I see what the problem is. There we go.
Control-Alt-Delete, reset.
Quick refresh. But every time I do that, I have to reconfigure my columns, you see.
Ah, yeah. I'm on the get result version this time.
I've got about 150 screens running at the moment, so frankly I never know where to look. What about this little battle that was going on? Just still at the moment, the 112 sits behind Samantha Tan. In terms of on-road position, but Samantha's holding her own there. She did a 58.5 last time around, and Christoph Lenz did a 59.4. So she's not holding him up now.
No, and given how close TCRs and GT4s tend to be, and the more rangy the track, the more the advantage of the GT4. This very overall tight and twisty track should absolutely give a chance for these to be much closer to parity than they normally are. So you'd expect this to be a battle royale, and it's seeming that way. So despite
it's not for position. In fact, the GT4 is behind the TCR leading cars, and it's almost a full lap behind, actually. So in fact, that was Samantha Tan actually fighting to stay on the same lap as the two TCRs, and therefore have a chance of moving further up the top 10, you might say.
Yeah, well, it's the American way. Never give up the lead lap, even if you say the lead lap of a class.
Just under 5.5 hours to go. We go past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European summer time. Central European autumn time now, with the beautiful colours of the third season of the year already in evidence. Just catching up with some of the Finnish rally earlier on. I won't spoil it for any of you staying away from the result, but being run much later, the Thousand Lakes this year, and absolutely mouth-watering, heart-stoppingly beautiful pictures from the forests of Finland. And ridiculously quick, 110, 115 miles an hour at one stage. I ran the stopwatch on it, my homologato stopwatch, in fact. Thanks, Shami, who's at Portugal actually this weekend for the Super Plates. 1 minute and 35 seconds flat out at one stage, at one part of the stage this morning, Nick, and it wasn't straight. And the speeds were going from 185 kilometres an hour down to about 175, depending on how sideways they were.
No.
I know rallying's not your thing, but you can't question the commitment of driving like that.
I don't have anything about rally drivers are incredibly talented drivers. They're very, it's just,
I was holding my breath watching the onboards this morning.
It's not another car.
You're racing, as I've said before, you are racing the toughest opponent of all, time.
And physics a lot of the time as well.
Well, it was. If you can catch up with that later on, any of the highlights programmes, some of the onboards, the long onboard shots in between the televised stages. I was watching the early stage this morning. and it was. I literally stopped breathing at one stage and had to remember to take a breath. Marvellous stuff. So, all of the pit stops now, the cycles have been reset after those two Code 60s pretty much back to back, Nick. So now we've got to see what happens between it's Shane Lewis versus Daniel Alleman at the front of the field, and they are lapping. Well, Shane took another 6/10 out of the Herbert Porsche last time around, and the issue for Herbert here is, can they stay on the lead lap in this stint? They are just coming out of turn 14, as into turn 13 there's the leader, so it's not even going to be half the length of the main straight now for them staying on the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, the problem they've got, even though they stay on the lead lap, they've got this penalty, haven't they, which is 20 seconds, which will take them off the lead lap. But the lead lap thing is not that important, obviously, when you haven't got any chance of a full course actual safety car yellow, so you're not going to have be bunched back up again. We've gone past the intervention period after 2 hours. Obviously, the other thing you need to do is stay on the lead lap in the first half of the split race. It's just extra time they're behind. We were looking through the window of the 18 machine, the Pierre Café racing by TC, and was that just a change of camera I looked up and saw, or was it a re-emerging TCR car?
Well, I've just noticed that going past the start-finish line, Luke Breukers has gone past, so the 101 is back out again, and their upgraded penalty was issued to them over an hour ago now. They already had it doubled for not serving the original penalty within 2 hours of the contact offence. Turn 10 problem now. That is the sweeping left-hander. And that is the...
Vortex. No, it's not the Vortex.
No.
It is the Vortex. It's 720.
It's the number 720, which...
RD size Lamborghini Huracan.
It's the Huracan Super Trofeo. That is off, and that is in the gravel. This is going to be another full course purple. Yep, Code 60 is out. So the Code 60 flags, the purple flags are out, and once again we neutralise the race.
I think the good news for that Lamborghini, he's just made a little bit of a mistake, ending up in the gravel, and when he is removed from the gravel, he'll be able to carry on almost certainly with the car absolutely fine, and him just feeling a bit embarrassed. Unless he was helped again, of course.
Yeah. Shane Lewis needs to pit. He got in that car.
Half an hour left.
Yeah, 20 minutes left, yeah.
They've stuck a new front wheel on the 210, the Marco Polo Munkoff Racing BMW M4 GTR, so they just hacksawed off the old bits, put in a new front left, and set the car out again.
I'm sure it wasn't quite like that, in fairness. Comes into the far end of the pit lane, where the lavatories are, but more importantly for him, where the fuel pump is.
Yes. Walkway and toilet, and also fuel pump this week. So it's quite useful. Yeah, I mean, they're certainly, they've been in the wars, this BMW.
It's a good-looking car.
M4 GT4, yeah. I mean, it's been in the wars, but they are carrying on turning laps, even though they are 21 laps behind the next car in the overall, obviously not in their class, in the overall standing, which is still in the pit, Herbert Motorsport 92 with its gearbox issues, and they're actually 32 laps behind the next running car, which is the troubled Luke Breukers family, Red Camel Jordan Audi RS3. So, yeah, but again, it's always fun to turn laps, and more importantly, we are only just over halfway through the race, to remember. We've still got, we're only at 6.5 hours, and there's 5.5 to go, so many things can happen. You need a little bit of bad luck to befall a couple of our TCE runners, and they could end up on the podium there. So, just turn the laps, hope the wheels stay on.
Literally, in their case, yes.
Yeah, exactly, yes.
The fueling continues, and you probably hear from our effects mics that the wind is getting up just a little bit. Here comes a...
That's Alan, and Daniel's taking some fuel in the 91. He's on the outlet. Shane Lewis is in the pits.
I think he'll get out.
With the full service, yeah.
I think he'll get out now. Might as well do it now. He's only got about 25 minutes to go on his driver time. So I think he'll get out. Alleman topped off again. Now he only got in at under an hour ago.
Yep. Well, Alleman's last pit stop was in total 1 minute 56, which included half a tank of fuel. I don't know if he served the penalty. I doubt it.
No, negative.
Wouldn't get 40 seconds of penalty away there. Shane Lewis is already his pit stop's already counting well over 2 minutes, 2 minutes 10.
Let me have a look when. So that was only assessed 15 minutes ago, wasn't it? Yeah, 12:55.
So despite the fact that we have not had much running, just about everybody has taken the opportunity coming in this time, haven't they? We've got
there'll be quite a lot of people though who have been in there for quite a long time. So, for example, Ted van Vliet, he got in well over an hour ago.
He hasn't done much actual full speed running, has he?
No, he'd be a bit peeved. Now, who's this taking into the red carpet area? It is the number 58 AMG, the green and black car. So that was not respecting the flag signals. That was a 30-second time penalty. So this will be a minute under the code 60.
What flags did he not respect? Can it be the blue flag, surely?
Could have been when the yellows were out at turn 8 for the car in the gravel.
Yeah, well, no, because the yellows, yeah, maybe the yellows, because obviously once it goes code 60, your speed is very closely monitored.
But then you'd get a time penalty for not respecting code 60. But it says flag signals. Now, what I can't remember, and I seem to remember having discussions about this in the past when we've been at Dubai, do you have to take all of your penalty at the same time, or could you have taken half of it there?
That's a really good question.
Oh, well, it's marked as served. The 58 is marked as served, and he's gone straight, that AMG from MP Racing's gone straight into its pit.
If you've got multiple penalties, which some of them do, I'm not sure you have to take all the multiple penalties at the same time. You have to take the whole of an individual penalty.
Right.
Otherwise, it doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah, and then you have to start again.
Yeah.
So I think every single running car has taken a stop this time.
So did the 85 change its driver? Yes, it did. Joe Foster jumped into that car. So Shane Lewis, having done about 2 hours and just under 2 hours and 10 minutes. Just around about an hour and 40 minutes of the 2 hours that is allowed.
So the pit stop there for the driver change in tyres for CP Racing was 1 minute and 50 seconds, approximately longer than Daniel Alleman just driving through for a slurp of fuel. That'll equate to about probably 35 seconds, perhaps a bit less than that, perhaps 30 seconds when we get back up to full speed, that Daniel will be close to Joe. But of course, they're now a full service behind, or a tyre and driver change behind. So it's still playing out well for CP Racing. They've not been caught out and lost out of any of these Code 60 so far.
Just say there was one Code 60 when Johnny and either Snowy or Bruce was on, and since we've come on, we've had three.
I'd like to point out that there were no retirements either. And now we've got one car in very big trouble with Bobby Gonzalez, and a constantly visiting and revisiting machine with Luke Roykins. So it's, we're not helping any part of the running of this event, are we?
Yeah, blame Dame Hind.
Just think about the last race we did. There were no yellow flags at all on it. The whole 10 hours. Nothing. Ran all the way through.
Absolutely right. Good point. Good point. Well, it looks like the snatched tractor is on the scene.
Do you think that Sam Tam's team forgot to tick one of the options for clock in the car? They've had to stick their own kitchen timer in. It's very prevalent on the onboard, just next to the very, very advanced digital display of the M4 GT4. There's what looks like your basic large kitchen egg timer on the side, just showing the time of day.
Yeah, and that is the time of day as well, interestingly. There is a digital display just to the right of that, which doesn't seem to be lit up at the moment. Or maybe it says...
No, I can't see what it's saying.
Oh, no, that might be the gear indicator, but that would be an odd place to have it.
Gear indicator would be in front of them, surely.
Yeah, well, I would think so too.
There's 5 at the moment, I can see.
Right, if you say that.
Yeah.
The clock's not
Is it
right
9?
either.
5 and 9. Is it not?
No.
Very close.
It's not bad.
I mean, it's obviously it's an hour wrong because it's in foreign land, but you know what I mean.
It's not for where they are. It's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Going down through turn 1, Samantha at the moment. It's been a good effort by Sam Tan Racing, ST Racing, with that new GT4 car, and we heard from them earlier on the season. I think it was at Barcelona, wasn't it?
I did have a little chat with her.
Yeah. Samantha saying that they're looking at 1, possibly 2 GT3 BMWs for next year for the
That'd be a
season.
change. Oh.
Well, fair play to them though.
No. I mean, you know, I think with the Creventic series, it had a very very difficult 2 years due to things like this where rules change and suddenly you have to move a race with 2 weeks' notice. But it does seem that things are looking up. If you look at the pre-entries into Dubai, they're absolutely massive.
Yeah, we're going to be back back.
Too many cars we're looking at.
We're back to almost pre-pandemic numbers there, aren't we?
Well, apparently they've got 92 or 93 pre-entries. Which
they might not. They probably won't all materialise to be actual entries, but even so, that's a good level of interest. But as we said last year, when we got 66?
Got 62, I think we got, didn't we?
Right. There'll be a few people who haven't raced. I've raced once this year. I've only raced once this year. And, for some people might not have been able to race at all. People who are doing international series and also have what my late father would call a proper job, can't risk getting stuck somewhere if they travel out on a Thursday and the rules change on a Friday.
Yeah.
If they've got to be back at work on Monday to earn the money that they like to spend by going motor racing. I completely understand it. I am absolutely fully understanding of why so many people will say, right, come on, we're going to Dubai. Expo's on, great hotels, good food, as we know.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. 120 going very...
This is the recovering Lamborghini
the
who caused the
recovering
problem.
Lamborghini going very, very slowly.
Well,
720.
he's been chucked out of the gravel, pulled out of the gravel. He's now off the racing line going slowly. I expect the car is rattling like a money box with 50p with 350p's in it as it throws off all the...
Let's have a listen. Now that's stuck in gear.
Perhaps there's cause and effect about why he
He's
went
in
off.
too low a gear, even for code 60. I think he's got a puncture. I think he's driving slowly because he's got a puncture, actually.
Car looks level, though.
That would be my guess. It is left rear puncture.
You're right. He's leaning down.
No, I'd take that back, actually.
The car is leading down the rear left. It may be an optical illusion. Maybe the camera of the track makes it look that way.
Not sure who from 021 is giving up their lunch break to cut us some locked off and onboard cameras, but thank you very much indeed, making our job far easier. Yeah, there's something not right with that that Lamborghini, is there?
Even if you're going slowly, you wouldn't be in first. You'd be doing it in second because it takes a bit of strain off
And just let it tick over, correct?
Yeah. So perhaps the reason he ended up in the gravel was because it effectively selected too low a gear and locked rear end.
Like he'd gone straight on, though, to be fair.
Had he?
Yeah, it looked like he'd gone straight
Sort of
on at
T8. It's hard to tell. No, it was 10 he fell off.
T10, yes, that's right. Oh yeah, T10. Why would you go up there for T10?
No, I think he was off in the gravel at 11. But it was what happens is the flag starts waving at 10, which is really the indication we get. And of course, the accident happened a bit further on because they waved the flag in front of the accident.
Now, when is 60 not 60?
When it's 62. Yes, this is the frustrating thing when you've got someone on a limiter that is limiting it at less than your limiter. And we see this right now.
That's very limiting. That when somebody else's limiter is not the same as your limiter, that tends to be very limiting.
I think it was the only time I've ever seen Johan Bleekemolen really, really annoyed. Was when there was a very, very, very long code 60 1 year in Dubai.
Oh yes.
And he was stuck behind someone whose limiter was limiting you like 40, and not 60, there's nothing you can do. You're not allowed,
Not allowed to
overtake.
pass.
And he was just livid. He goes, I've lost so much. This is one of the smaller cars. He probably didn't have a limiter, just had a second gear 3,000 revs, and then it should have been, and just misread it. Because if you look at a lot of these cars, haven't got limiters. They've got a little sticky piece of tape.
Don't forget, pit lane speed limiter is 40k, so that's what you set your limiter at.
Yeah, and that's
some of the cars have got a secondary limiter for just such a thing that you program at 60. The GT4 I drove was quite old, so it didn't. So the first thing that I happened to join into the race into the first code 60. So the first thing I had to do was read the digital speedometer, pull that up on the screen, and then tell everybody that it was 2,200 revs in third or whatever it was. That was my first piece of radio chatter once I got out of the pit lane. You have to forget about things like that.
Shouldn't you work that out during practice?
Well, yes is the short answer to that. So we actually didn't have a pit lane speed limiter. It was just programmed. The 40 clicks was programmed into first gear. So if you went down to first gear, which you didn't use at COTA, it automatically triggered the 40 kilometres.
Not even out of the turn 12 at the end of the straight. You didn't go down to first.
Second.
Wow. Okay.
Second, yeah. It's the way. Don't forget that was an automatic gearbox car. That was a slush box. So we effectively programmed that to the shift points that you wanted, and it mimicked a real box. That was the sport shift Aston Martin, and it made for interesting driving at times. Well, back to green with 5 hours and 10 minutes to go. That was the fourth code 60. And the one that we had yesterday was just about 90 seconds. We've had
all of them.
There was one yesterday. Oh, it was at the end of the race yesterday. So we've had a 19-minute, a 3-minute, and a 13-minute. 8 laps in total. Crossing the white line at pit lane exit. Martin Lechman, you naughty boy in the Car Collection Motorsport. New Audi Evo 2. That'll be a 10-second time penalty. Yeah. So what have we got left that hasn't been served? I think we can forget the 92 because that car's not coming back out again anytime soon. So the time penalty for not serving the time penalty for the 101 is now 1 hour and 20 minutes old. That's 20 seconds for the Audi from Red Camel. Issued 720, still got one. That's the Lamborghini, which is on its way back. In fact, has made it back to the pit lane, the RD Sainz Racing team. That was exceeding pit lane speed limit. That's at 20 seconds. What was that? Was issued causing a collision, the 91. That's the one that I don't think will get served. No, sorry, that is the 91, not the 92. So that one's still to be served. The 20-second for Herbert Daniel Alleman, the number 91 car. Not respecting flag signals was just served, wasn't it, on the 58 green AMG. Crossing the white line, we've just talked about, and exceeding pit lane speed limit during code 60, the 701. So that's a penalty for the Vortex, Gilles Courtois, and that will be a 12-second penalty. That's just been assessed. More penalties than a World Cup final.
Lucky we're not taking them. The lead.
Nobody's taking them at the moment. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yes, no, good point. Yes, this is
58 seconds the lead.
Everyone's in the huddle, aren't they? And none of them are
volunteering. No, not me, boss.
No, I can't do it. Well, that's basically 52 seconds less than prior to the previous code 60 that Herbert had gained during that process on CP Racing. Of course, CP have done a tyre and driver change, so is it a net gain? I don't know, because Herbert will have to change drivers before CP by the fact that Dan Alleman's had done 54 minutes against Joe Foster's 12, so he's of course 42 minutes further on.
We'll get a very good view of what that means in time, because the 91 Porsche second place car is coming to the last corner now, and beforehand the leader was at turn 12, so 2 corners behind, and now the leader is just coming out of turn 5, so that's almost half a lap back. So that's, in terms of real estate, we're talking about the time, but in terms of real estate, that's put almost half a lap between them, depending on where you are at the track, obviously, where you are, which portion of the track you are at. I think 720 RD Science Racing Team, Lamborghini is back running and running.
I think it was a puncture. I think it was. I think you unguessed yourself when you corrected the first point, because they came in. He went super slow, not too. I think a bit too slow, but hey, you know, you didn't make any damage.
Never be too slow with a puncture, because as slow as you're going, you always think you should be. You always think, you know, I'm going slow enough. And Stewie Hall once said to me, actually, at a 24-hour race at Silverstone many years ago for Creventic, he said, it doesn't matter how slow you're going, it's never slow enough. You're always doing more damage than you think.
Well, obviously he has done very little damage, because they have sat in the pit lane, had a look at it. I noticed it going down the pit lane, it didn't take any fuel, so they just brought it in, put a new tyre on it, made sure everything was okay, and it's out and running again.
They didn't put any fuel in it?
No, I'm pretty sure I saw the onboard, and it rolled down past the fueling station.
Okay.
Well, if you think about it, you had a lot of Code 60s. I know he caused one. Might be that the thing's pretty full up.
Yeah, but as
also,
you said, down the pit lane, you might as well do something.
Yeah. Also, probably the other thing about it, most of these teams are running quite skinny crews here, aren't they? Because of the late changes. So if you thought there was a problem with your car, you pulled all your team into the garage to try and fix it, including the guys who normally do the fueling.
Yeah,
you think,
good point. That is a good point.
Let them go.
Yeah.
You know, this is I think, as I think Bruce said, I think Lucas said, there's a skeleton staff at Herbert from never ones who would normally be the best prepared, because, you know, getting people from a completely different country where they thought they were going 2 weeks ago to here, it's not the work of a moment. You know, it's more than just rebooking the flights.
Yes, indeed. So 5 minutes before we're at half distance for today's part of the race, as we will head into, I'm not sure it'll be full dark, but it'll be a bit murky by the time the checkered flag comes out this afternoon for Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones.
No, because the clocks haven't gone back yet, have they? So we're probably okay in Central Europe. It's a bit brighter, obviously.
It's going to be 6:30. It'll be 6:30 local time. We're fortunate in that the low pressure area that's settling over Central Europe hasn't.
No. Okay, you're not far off, actually, because what time do you think the race is going to finish?
6:30 local.
Sunset is 19 minutes past 6.
Oh, there you go.
Which is earlier than I thought it would be, to be honest with you.
Well,
that's interesting. It'll still be light.
The same yesterday. It was the same yesterday. It was. I remember Tim putting something on the chat saying it was 18 minutes past 6 yesterday. Sunset.
18:21, you just said.
18:21 was it? Okay.
A couple of minutes earlier, as is the way, as it gets slowly darker during the winter, as we all know. But yeah, so yeah, it'll be an attractive way to end, driving into the sunset for the last hour or so.
It's just after 26 minutes past 1 in the afternoon in Hungary. So coming down to, as I say, 5 hours to go, half of the race distance today in this, we believe, unique to this point in Hankook 24-hour racing, 2 + 10.
I think we're safe with that one because no one's contradicted us, and we've been on air for over an hour, and the collective have not even gone, no, this particular race was this.
Alan Prosser, king of the screen grab, and Lanzarote Camel has zoomed in, and it does very much look like a puncture to the left rear of that Lamborghini. So don't second guess yourself, Hindhoff. So we'll do a rundown for you in a couple of moments once our colleagues at TV come back. And again, not sure who it is who's foregone their lunch break, but been fascinating to watch the track from driver's eye view as we've continued our audio coverage here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, with the onboard coverage and some static cameras as well. Another warning for track limits, turn 4, and this time it's David Gosner who's drawn the attention of race control in MP Racing's Mercedes. That's the green and black number 58 car.
A lot of penalties for a limited number of cars today, isn't
Well,
there?
they're doing their best to keep race control busy, aren't they?
I'm worried that they might be unemployed with only 16 cars. We'll tell you what we do, guys. We'll have at least 3 or 4 extra penalties. All right, okay, no problem at all. I mean, it's interesting. There've been quite a lot of speeding in the pit lane penalties. We saw earlier that there was a guy who had the old laser gun. Yeah, looking at the entry. So I'm wondering whether A, they're pressing the button too late, or B, perhaps they're pressing, they're just trying to work it out. They're pressing the code 61 rather than the speed limit for the pits, because it's rare to get this many speeding offences as well. But
David Gosner getting that penalty at turn 4 on the lap where he turned the car's fastest lap of the race, 147.6. It's only a warning, however, for this moment at turn 4 for that number 58 MP Racing AMG GT3, the very nice chrome green and black car. Still leading, by the way, CP Racing. We'll do a full rundown in a couple of minutes' time. It's John Hindhaugh and Nick Damon for you for another hour or so before we welcome back the A-team.